What's going on, guys? I'm Jason Kapanen. You might recognize me from PMWL, where we have the World League, or you might recognize me if you've been keeping track of PMPL Americas Season 2. Now, if you haven't noticed, it has come back. We are to Season 2, and we are looking to find out which teams will take home the trophy and potentially get themselves into PMGC, the Global Championship. But to brush you up, to catch you up on what's all been going down, let's first off by taking a look at the format of what's all happening within this tournament. Now, we have 3 different groups. We're going to have groups A, B, and C, where there'll be 8 teams in each group, 4 teams from South America, 4 teams from North America, and they'll play across 20 different play days with 5 matches per day. There'll be a couple of days with only 4 matches just to even out the amount we have in total. But from that, we're going to end up finding out our top 16 teams to move on into the finals, which will kick off later in October. Now, as we move on into the prize, everyone wants to know, what are they playing for? How much money is going to be on the line? Well, in league play, it's going to be $10,000 for first place, and then you can see how it works its way down from there. But it's really all about getting into top 16 and getting into the finals, as mentioned before. So let's take a look at the money that's going to be on the line there, and that's going to be 40 grand for first place, 20 grand for second, 12 for third, and there's even an MVP prize of $5,000. But I only said the top 3 places because you know what? Those are the ones that are really going to matter. If you get into top 3, you're going to be getting yourself a ticket straight into the PUBG Mobile Global Championship kicking off later this year. Also, if you haven't really caught up on anything happening since World League, we've changed the point format around a little bit from last time. So it used to be when you get first place, you get 20 points, and then obviously 1 kill gives you 1 point as well. But we've changed things up, right? It's going to be 15 points for first place, and now towards the bottom of the scoreboard, there's a chance to get 0 points. And we've seen this happen quite a few times when we've had our matches kicking off over this last week, which is what this is all about here, to recap what all went down, to get you guys up to date so you can be ready for week 2 to kick off on Tuesday. So let's take a look at the overall standings. Let's see how things have worked out over that first week of play. We've had quite a few matches being played, some teams on 14, some teams on 13 matches, but we can see G25 had been clearly the leaders. 6 chicken dinners in their 14 matches, almost 50% rate on that one, with 224 points in total. They are 52 points ahead of the team in second place with B4 Esports, but they also have themselves 100 kills. So if you look at it, they've had 25 kills a day. This is definitely a team that everyone should be looking out for, and a team that unfortunately did miss out on qualifying for World League last season. But you got B4 in there, you got Nenebete coming into the lineup. They're actually running a 5-man roster, swapping players every once in a while. They've been improving drastically. We've got Ace1 in there. Unfortunately, towards the later ends of the weekend, they haven't been able to perform, but have proven to be the best, or one of the best Brazilian teams, even challenging out on the likes of Loops. We got Queso now coming in for 4th place. They are actually at 1 point having 3 chicken dinners and 46 placement points in total. And if you remember what I said before, placement points have been shifted around a little bit. So they've been very hit or miss, where they get a chicken dinner and they get a ton of points from that, or they unfortunately have some bad placings after, and they seem to have maybe worked out some of those kinks later on in the week in day 3 and day 4. But looking down the list, you got Tempo, you got Wildcard, you got Loops, who actually didn't make it onto the front page until our final day of this first week. Then Alpha 7 rounding out 8th place. So right now, those are 8 teams that would be getting through the finals if we did end it off here. But now taking a look at the second page, you got teams like Meta Gaming, who have started off well, where in scrims they finished off in 21st place. They started off the final day here in this week in 7th place, but have fallen a couple of slots. You got Tribe, led by, Seagut in there, who really had a phenomenal performance in the last day, netting them quite a few kills. The Unnamed, who has silently been working their way up the leaderboards. Nova as well, as they have actually rotated back in Starlight, which we haven't seen since PMPL Americas Season 1. INTZ, they've been a little bit hit or miss with their results, but definitely have improved as the week has gone on. And one team, unfortunately, we can't say has really improved that much is going to be Cloud9 there. Not a team you expect to see on the second page after they're showing in World League, but they've definitely fallen down the ranks for now. But luckily for them, there's still many weeks left to come ahead. Klaze and XSET going to round out our top 16, and those 16 teams would be making it through into the finals to play for those 3 spots into PMGC. But we still have 8 more teams. Keep in mind, 3 different groups with 8 teams in each group, and these are all still playing for their chance here. Brazilian Rampage finished off on a high note in week 1 with a nice chicken dinner, getting themselves up from 24th place to 17th. You got Pittsburgh Knights with a completely different roster coming through, unfortunately in 18th place. Influence Rage, Execute with Zute on the team. We had Kill Switch, the leader, and PMCO in kills. Unfortunately, not really able to live up to that kind of performance we saw in PMCO when they moved into PMPL. But again, it's week 1. There's still a lot of hopes ahead of them. And then to round it out, you got PMPL Esports helping out Addiction 19 as well. A lot of teams that still have that chance to potentially strike into top 16 if the RNG gods will it, we should say. But then to maybe switch gears a little bit, we talked about kills. Let's actually take a look at our top 10 kill leaders from this first week. And you can pretty much expect G25 to have quite a few players to be in here. Pepito in first, Italox in second, Uni in 4th place, and even have Dudu making his way in from Ace 1. But look at the damage being dealt here. I mean, Italox, he's got over 1,000 damage more than Dudu. You got Pepito, 1,400 more damage than him. Pepito has definitely set himself out, and funny enough, he's a support player who's been able to get this many kills. 32 for him, 34 knockouts, 6 nade kills. This man has been flawless, just like his hair. And then working down later on, you got Hitsume. I haven't talked about him just yet because he's the newest man in Team Queso, and it has helped take them to another level. We haven't seen a roster change in them for over a year, and they switched things up coming into this, and it has worked out well. Pedro going to be making his way in there for B4, and Ayala as well from Team Queso with Seagut, as I mentioned, for Tribe, able to get into our top 8 position. But it's important considering you get an extra $5,000 in your pocket if you are the MVP of the whole event. But that's going to do it for our first week of recap. Remember, you can tune in on Tuesday at 1 a.m. CEST over here in Europe or 4 p.m. PDT over in the US. You can figure out your time zones from there because, you know what, I'm not smart enough to do so. I'm just smart enough to sit here and talk about things that are put up on my screen. So thanks again for watching, guys, and we'll see you next week for week 2.
Seen the show before, but at least that was something I could see. And now Kowalski out in the open takes down Cab, and he takes down Quinn as well. What is this? It's this one off with the first kill. It's going to be his teammate killed. Irish knocked down. J7 finishes the both off. The balcony. Rolex spraying through the smoke gets one. Federal as well going to be dropped off.
Man, I don't know who that guy was who did that little pre-show of a recap from last week, but he is handsome and he clearly works out because his arms were mad swole. But either way, unfortunately, I'm not him. I'm Jason Kaplan. I'll be your host over the next weeks until we do crown our victors and, of course, find our 3 teams from Americas who will be going to the PMGC coming up later on this year with $2 million on the line here for all those teams to win. Now, obviously, before we get there, we have to have a lot more matches to go. And, of course, I can't break down all the matches. I have to bring in 2 analysts to help me do do that job. One of them is on my bad list for using a very terrible picture of me in our last day yesterday, and the other one is definitely ready to know exactly what she wants to order for breakfast for herself. Seven and Glitter, how you guys doing? Seven, I like the shirt.
I'm doing great, bro. Thanks, man. You know what? We're actually matching today, Glitter. Look at us. Look at us. We finally got on the same page.
I'm proud of us right now.
Well, why didn't you guys give me the memo? Because I've got Blank back there telling me I look terrible. I've got my producer telling me I look like Al Capone. And I've got my mom telling me, sweetie, you are handsome. So I don't know which one to go with here. But what we should talk about, besides obviously what I'm wearing and what you two are wearing, is our overall standings. We're in the first day of week 2. We need to take a look at how everything has settled from our first week of games. And honestly, I don't think anyone out there can really have predicted, Glitter, how things would have wrapped up at the end of that first week.
No, not in any way, shape, or form. I mean, 6 chicken dinners out of G25 alone is not something that we would have guessed. I don't know that we would have guessed that any team would have pulled down 6 chicken dinners already after the first week. Like, that's just an insane stat to start off the season with. And then, I mean, looking at their overall stats, the first squad to reach 100 kill points as well, their aggression being absolutely insane, the first team to be triple digits for placement points. They've just been so impressive across the board. But then as we move down the list, B4, I think, is another really pleasant surprise, at least for me. I mean, they've been doing so well for themselves. They were a squad that struggled to pull down that chicken dinner previously in PMWL West, and now they've just blown people out of the water. They do have the addition of Nenebete to their squad. He's been doing very well for himself, so I mean, this is definitely a team that I'm going to continue to look out for. And then as we go ahead and move down the list, we also see Ace One managing to hold on to that 3rd place spot after they struggled a little bit towards the end of the week. Queso starting to figure out how to...
I'm so sorry. I just actually wanted to talk to you real quick about Glitter, about Ace One, because we were talking about like how good they were at being aggressive, how good they were at getting kills, but they've also had so very many missed games where they go out with like 1 point or 0 points. But for me, that's still amazing to see that they're in 3rd place.
Yeah, and it's because of those. When they have those strong performances, they're that good that they kind of have managed to balance out with the performances where they tend to fall off a little bit. And that's what we've been watching for. We've been trying to wait to see if they are able to figure out their consistency. And I think that we've seen small glimpses of them finding a way to not always have to be so aggressive in figuring out their placement points. So I'm excited to see how they do for the rest of the season. Like I said, Team Queso up there as well, starting to figure out their consistency. Tempo Storm and Wildcard Gaming still holding on to those 2 spots on the first page for NA, still doing well for themselves. Hopefully they can continue with some of the aggression we've seen them start to display and then really start to climb the ranks a little bit. And then the 2 surprises there at the bottom that changed up right at the end of the week, Loops Esports moving into that 7th place spot, and then right behind them, Alpha 7. You know, I mean, I think that this is what we were hoping for out of Loops 7. I know that you're happy that they're up there now, but they have yet to pull down a chicken dinner.
Yeah, and it kind of, with Loops Esports, it kind of brings me back to the previous PMPL season because it did take them a little bit of time to get that first win. But the good thing is that even though they haven't really been the Loops Esports that everybody expects, guess what? They're still there within that first page and still within striking distance of those top places, given if G25 doesn't continue to dominate. That's the main thing. Is G25 going to continue those performances as we are going to be seeing the teams here going towards the 2nd page? And this one is going to be interesting because remember, 16 teams, the top 16 teams are going to be moving on to the finals. And so far there you have Metagaming. Remember, Metagaming started very strong and then kind of fell off. They fell off a lot more than Ace One definitely did. You see Tribe Gaming there with 58 kills. They have been able to put up the kills. I know in a little bit we're going to be able to see some awesome clips there from Tribe Gaming. You see the Unnamed with 96 points, Nova Esports, INTZ, and something to mention, Nova Esports and INTZ, they have chicken dinners, but they just haven't been consistent whatsoever, especially with Nova Esports. Nova Esports has been they got a win, and then the next game, I think they ended up with maybe just 1 point or 0 points. I can't remember right off the top of my head. So the inconsistency there, they need to narrow that down, and I think this is something I'm looking forward to seeing here in week 2. As we keep going down the list, we do see Cloud9 there on that list, so that's a plus. They're currently having fallen back to that 3rd page. That's one team that kind of has disappointed a little bit with their performances so far. And then to top it off there, you see XSET with 80 points, and I cannot wait to see here on the 3rd page, because if I'm not mistaken, I think 16th place and 17th place are currently only being separated by just 1 point with Brazilian Rampage.
Yeah, and Brazilian Rampage is definitely a team that we probably will be touching on a little bit due to how they came into the 4th day of the first week at, dead last place behind 19 Esports, had a much better performance overall on day 4 for that squad, and they were able to get themselves from last place up to 17th place. I mean, like you said, they're separated by so few points when we get to that page, that overall area of rankings. So those squads are definitely going to be battling it out, and I know that that top 16 position is something we're going to be focusing on a lot moving through the rest of the season. But then as we continue on down, let's see Pittsburgh Knights there at the exact same amount of points with Brazilian Rampage, Influence Rage with 64 points. Execute, another squad that we had high hopes for, that has started to pick it up a little bit, and hopefully we're going to see some more glimpses of stronger gameplay out of them this week coming up. And then continuing on down towards the very bottom of the list, you see BDM Esports, Helping Quit Addiction, 19 Esports, and Defeaters. And what's crazy to me about that list there down at the bottom that I just talked about is that we have seen all of these squads have these like pops of greatness where they take these very aggressive fights. They have really good engagements. They do pull down some points. They just have not been able to then replicate that performance to keep themselves in a top position.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about consistency always being key when it comes to PUBG Mobile. And I think what we can kind of agree on is that if you're not maybe, let's say maybe 12th place or higher, then you're just focused on not falling out, or you're focused on getting into the top 16. I mean, yeah, there's still going to be 58 games left to go played in total here for our normal league play, but it's about being top 16. It's about getting to the finals. It's about having that chance to get into top 3 for the PUBG Mobile Global Championships. Now, I want to move on to something. We saw actually, well, today, this morning when I woke up, Mustache Dave actually with a retweet here. I have to give him a definitely big shout out for this one. We talked about Seagut. We talked about the crazy play that happened between Tempo and Tribe, and we obviously got to break it down as well, Seven. You broke it down for us. But I wanted to get maybe the point of view of Seagut here and hear how he was playing, hear how his team was playing, and of course the moment of celebration that happened when he did get that final kill up against J7.
Challenge, you have to kill him in that one. Challenge. You have to.
Yeah.
Oh, challenge.
That's fine.
Good shit. You're good. Heal.
And honestly, he was a beast in that game alone. But you also hear, or we got to actually see a little bit better from his point of view, Seven, that he was kind of forced to go for that play off the top of the building, right?
Yes, I'm so glad you mentioned that, because we didn't see that whenever we were actually watching the replay, and it goes to show how much pressure those players are currently under in those kind of situations. Not only did he have to worry about the player from the other team, he also had to worry about the zone coming in and pretty much almost killing him as well. And on top of that, you had to worry about another team starting to shoot at you when you're on top of that. And meanwhile, as he's falling down, he's trying to track the player and make sure he hits those shots. So overall, great performance there from Seagut. A huge confidence booster, and this is a team I've always mentioned. This is a team with a lot of potential.
And Seven, I'm gonna do one more thing. Even on top of that, of all the things he had to fight through, he had his 3 teammates watching him. That's for me probably more pressure than the blue zone, than players shoot at me from long range, than having to jump off a building and hopefully get a shot onto someone. Having 3 people watching you over your shoulder pretty much, making fun of you, well, hopefully not making fun of you in that case if you fail, but cheering for you if you do well.
I was gonna say, that's the good, like, place like that is when you're able to tell which one are the veteran players, and Seagut has been to LAN events. Seagut has been doing this for a long time, and I think that's when he's able to excel at his best. If you put maybe a new player in this PMPL season in that exact same spot, I'm pretty sure no matter if they're very skilled players, they will probably be crumbling a little bit with what you just said. Their players watching them, everything going on, and them not being in that situation at this high of a stage. It goes to show that the difference in veteran players too.
Yeah, he definitely excelled in the situation, and he executed his shots perfectly. And I mentioned execute in particular because that's a team we're also going to be talking about here, Seven. A team that we saw do extremely well in PMCO. They haven't been performing as well, though, I'll say, at least within the first week.
Yeah, and as you can tell right there, luckily for them on day 3 and on day 4, they kind of started stepping it up. Something I do want to mention, as we do see their stats there, day 1, they played 3 games. Day 2, they played 3 games. Day 4, they actually play, day 3, they actually played 4 games. And day 4, they played 3 games as well. So it's good to see that when they play more games, they kind of tend to improve. And that's because on day 3, they ended up with their highest placing in regards to 3rd place. And then day 4, they ended up with the 4th place finish. Something that I want to see more about this team is not getting into silly fights and doing better rotations. I think at one point during Sanhok, we kind of saw them rotating super late, and it kind of ended up biting them in the butt. As we do see the damage received too on day 3 absolutely skyrocketed as they were able to survive a little bit longer into those fights. The kills towards the end there of the week, towards day 3 and day 4, something we gotta count that too was to kill switch, because kill switch was able to get in a little bit hot. And remember, in case you're just tuning in case this is your first time watching this PMPL season, kill switch was the top fragger of PMCO North America. So it's good to see players like that starting to kind of hyped up. Now, something that we didn't actually see as much during the first week, and I wonder if we're gonna be seeing a little bit changes here with the roster, is Sute. In such a veteran player, I wonder if they're gonna start using him more. And I think at this point, it would be the perfect time to use Sute to maybe try something a little bit different. They try Echo, they try Fate, they try a lot of other players there from their roster, but I think Sute maybe bringing in a little bit extra, a little bit of extra knowledge, a little bit of extra experience in this kind of situations, in this high of a stage, I think it'll be great for them. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Sute is gonna be playing this whole week, so I'm looking forward to how that's gonna be playing out there, Glitter.
Yeah, I think that'll be super interesting because, at least from my perspective, when we were looking at that graphic, it seems like they really struggled the first 2 days of the first week, and then they kind of started to pick it up in the last 2 days of the first week. So they definitely started to figure things out. But I think the question that we need to be asking now is, do they have enough time to continue trying to figure these things out? They definitely had more consistent performances towards the ends of the week, but if they continue to do some roster switch ups, or if they keep kind of making these small tweaks, we're already into the second week now of the season. Is it enough to figure out a solid plan for the squad? Are they going to be able to start getting those consistent finishes? They need more kills than what they've been putting up on the board. So, I mean, I'm hoping that they can continue in this upward trend, but who knows?
Yep. I mean, I would imagine for like some of the players on the team who aren't the veterans, like the more games they get under their belt, the better they're going to get over time, playing against teams that we have in PMPL, teams who have played in World League, teams who have competed in even more of an international level in last year's events. I think it's definitely some time for growth for them, but there's also some time for growth for another team. We've talked about Ace One a ton when it comes to Brazil. We talked about Loops, but it's one team we haven't really given a lot of life to here, Glitter. Of course, is going to be Brazilian Rampage, who performed well on the last day yesterday.
Yeah, and I'm definitely excited to take a look at these stats because they are literally night and day for this team. Now, if you guys will see on the left, that's an average of 10 matches, and then on the right, that's an average of the 3 matches they played just on day 4 alone of last week. Literally more than doubled the damage done. Somehow, even though they were putting out double their amount of damage, managed to lower their damage received. They literally more than tripled their average kills per game. They doubled their knockouts. I mean, this is an insane difference, but what's even crazier is that gameplay just put them where they needed to be with the rest of these squads, because that's how well some of these teams have been playing. Now, when they played in day 4, they had a 4th, a 6th, and a 1st place finish. And that was with 4 kills, 3 kills, and 15 kills with that win apiece. And that is important for that 15 kill win because it proves that they can hang with the likes of G25, who's getting, 12, 11, 13 kills per win. So they clearly have that ability. But what's crazy is they haven't been able to show it yet. They were in dead last, like I said earlier, behind INTZ Esports going into day 4. And then after day 4, they were able to catapult themselves from dead last into 17th place, just on the cusp of being able to hypothetically qualify through for finals. Now, that one win definitely did help their overall placements a lot, but it wasn't the end-all and be-all. Like I said, they had better placements on day 4 in general. So, I mean, what do you think, Seven? I think that if they can manage this some more, they might actually be in a good place.
Yes, and one thing I actually kind of wanted to mention, a little bit of stats that I kind of went back and looked at. So I'm going to give you the averages in regards to maps. In Vikendi, they're currently averaging in 8th place with 3 matches played. Miramar, they're averaging 11th place with 2 matches played. Sanhok, 7th place with 3 matches played. And in Erangel, a 7th, very close, 7.8 place with 5 matches played. So they have definitely had a chance to play a lot more in Erangel. Now, the thing that saved them there in Erangel was that huge win that they had on that final day. one thing I want to see more out of this team is become a little bit more consistent in Erangel, because they're playing that map a lot more, obviously, as every other team is. And I think if they're able to kind of narrow that down, if they just start off that base, they'll be able to get within that fight of the 16 plays. And right now, on a team that you're currently not top 16, that's all you need to worry about. You don't need to worry about top 10. You don't need to worry about top 5. No, baby steps. Start with at least making it to top 16 and then move yourself up the leaderboard.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can continue to move up the leaderboard, as obviously the games do go on through today. But before we get to that, we actually got a chance to talk to them before the whole event kicked off. And I know you guys are out there as curious as we were to hear their thoughts.
Welcome everybody to the PMPL Americas Season 2. My name is Glitter Explosion, and with me now I have Garcia from Brazilian Rampage. Can you maybe introduce yourself for the fans?
Bom, meu nome é Garcia, eu sou o capitão da Brazilian Rampage, o IGL, e estamos na disputa da PMPL aí. Eu, Liu, Sentry, Nunes, Aelton e o Zed.
All right, now Garcia, your team is coming to PMPL Americas after qualifying through in PMCO Brazil. So how are you feeling about now playing against the top teams in this region?
Então, já é a minha segunda Pro League. Com o meu ex-time eu passei também, só que não tivemos uma boa representação no jogo. E acabando que a gente não pegou a vaga da Pro League, não manteve a vaga da Pro League, fiz outro time e fui vice-campeão da regional e fomos para a Pro League de novo. Acabamos que fomos para a Pro League. Pro League é um campeonato bem tático, com as melhores equipes, então é focar e tentar dar o nosso melhor.
Moving forward, what are you guys doing to prepare for the PMPL coming up soon?
Então, o que a gente tem que melhorar bastante é a nossa entrada de safe com trocação. O que nos prejudicou bastante nessa screen agora, mas a gente vai correr atrás disso e buscar sempre manter o top 3 na tabela geral.
You guys have had a little bit of time so far being able to play in scrims and kind of see how some of these other squads work. Who do you think you'll actually be fighting the most come PMPL Americas?
Loops e a Wildcard.
For you, what do you consider the best moment of your career so far?
2 PMPLs.
Now, coming into this upcoming PMPL Americas season, what goals specifically is your team working towards?
Então, essa temporada a gente era para ser campeão regional com o Brazilian Rampage. Por 8 pontos a gente não foi campeão regional. E jogar bem essa PMPL, buscar um top 3 ou um campeão nessa PMPL e ir para World League muito bem.
Talking about your team a little bit, can you describe your team's play style going into PMPL Americas?
Bom, a gente busca ser muito tático e na hora de agressividade a gente busca agressivar, busca kills, até porque a pontuação hoje é muita kill. Então é isso, é tática e agressividade, é um misto de tudo.
Who would you actually consider your biggest rival for this upcoming season, if anyone?
Então, rival, todos os times estão na PMPL por mérito, então todos têm capacidade. Porém, tem os 3 times mais visados que em trocação são mais difíceis, que é a Loops, o Wildcard e a Tempestorm.
Before we close out this interview, I want to give you an opportunity to kind of give a shout out to your fans and everybody that's been supporting you so far on your journey.
A gente vai buscar esse top 3 na tabela, buscar ser campeão nessa PMPL e representar o Brasil no Mundial. Go BRR.
All right, I love it. Well, Garcia, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us today. It's been an absolute pleasure, and we wish you the best in PMPL Americas.
Obrigado.
Now, I know, Glitter, we'll talk about this in a second. We're taking a look at the schedule first to kind of jump the gun about something else there, because I heard it in the video at the very end. We're starting things off on Erangel with Group B sitting out and Group A and C playing in. I know we did a speed session, and we talked about, like, do you guys have pets? Now, I don't think we did our own speed session. I heard a pupper there. Do you have a dog?
I don't.
Oh,
Not
maybe
here.
that was him. Maybe
Seven
that
does.
was him then.
Seven does.
Okay, well, you know what? I'm a little jealous. I wish I had a dog. But also right now we can talk about maybe Wildcard as they're playing the first match. I believe they're not going to be able to start with all 4 players during the weekdays due to school commitments, which totally understandable, totally acceptable because they're into the top 8 anyways right now. I'm curious, though, if other teams can maybe capitalize off of that because we've seen Wildcard with 3 players get second place before.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned the second place there because we have seen them perform even if they only have if they have 3 players. So I wouldn't be surprised if they still perform really well. I do want to see how some of the teams from Group C perform though. Loops Esports and Execute, those are the teams I'm going to be looking at here.
Okay, well, we'll talk to you guys after the match is done and we'll start to break some of these things down and we'll see you guys in a little bit of time. We do have to now bring in our commentators. However, it's a little bit different than what you've been seeing these last weeks, what you've been seeing in World League. As you can see here, it's in Viram. Well, it's actually Double Mustache Dave actually coming through. We decided we couldn't have enough of him being the only one here, so we wanted to have him twice. Dave, I am just mesmerized by the dancing from both of you. And there's Viram now able to opt in last second. Yeah, Viram, how you doing, man?
I'm here now, apparently. So that's good. How are you doing? How are you doing, Jason? I feel like people don't ask you, and how are you?
They don't ask me. I was doing better when it was Double Mustache Dave, but now I'm doing fantastic because you're here.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I know. I was a little bit worried there for a second. I was like, what am I going to go with this? Dave, what have you been up to on your day off, man? We obviously had a little bit of a break since the end of week 1 to beginning of week 2.
Yeah. I mean, just doubling it up. You know, double or nothing. That's how I roll. That's how I roll, Jason. Hope you're doing good, man.
So you've been doubling up on your day off. Okay. I don't know what that means. Maybe it's code for something. Maybe it's code for doubling up your chicken dinners when you're playing PUBG Mobile on your day off. And Viram, going into our first match of the day here, we've had some teams really rise up the ranks in our last day of week 1. Now, my question is, again, consistency is going to be difficult. I feel like maybe some teams out there won't have that kind of coaching staff or that luxury of having the ability to watch back the games from like different points of view or have different minds involved. Do you feel like teams who don't have maybe that coaching position within their roster are at a detriment here?
I mean, the unfortunate answer is yes. I think that having those additional brains that can sit down, that can watch the VODs, that can scrub through them, that can analyze rotations, predict pathing, is definitely going to make a difference. Does that mean that these teams that don't have them still can't show up and perform and compete? Absolutely not. I think it just goes to show that as the scene continues to develop, as the infrastructure continues to grow, that having these additional key positions, the managers and coaches, they are going to have a bigger and bigger impact as we go on.
And speaking of having a big impact here, Dave, we're going into day 1, week 2. Outside of the top 16, out of all those teams we had, or maybe even like inside of top 16 a little bit, who are the teams you're expecting to have a big day or hoping to have a big day maybe?
Today I'm looking at XSET. They almost got that chicken dinner the last time we saw them play on Miramar, but it was spoiled by Nitsu. So I think XSET, they have the momentum, they have the confidence now because they got like 15 kills that game. So I'm looking at XSET today. I think they're going to be able to shoot up. I know they're right there on that 16 marker on the cusp. And yeah. XSET, baby.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen really good things out of them besides the game you even mentioned. I remember watching Seven break down a clip of, I think it was Angry, taking 2 players down when he was in the blue, just to confirm like those 2 kills. And we've seen how important it is to get every single point you possibly can. Where right now 16th place to 17th place is separated by 1 point. And obviously in Viram going through into the future, going through into the finals, you don't want to be just outside of that. But who's your prediction in Viram? Game 1, can I get a prediction out of you maybe of who you think's going to take the chicken dinner?
I want to see if Nova Esports can step up again. That's really my big question. You know, obviously they ended up last day pretty well. I'm looking towards Nova.
Okay, well, we're going to find out here while we kick off our first game. It's in Viram and Mustache Dave, a combo I haven't been able to say, but take it away, boys.
Thank you so much, Jason, as we get into game number 1. I mean, Dave, this is exciting. We're breaking new ground here for the PMPL. I mean, we're going to start off the week. We get to, I mean, Cameron and Jukes are going to be cast together as well. This is going to be fun. I'm stoked.
Listen, I got my golden shovel, and I'm putting it in the dirt, man. I got my hard hat on. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go, Paul. I'm looking forward to today's matches. I know I spoke to a lot of the players, a lot of the teams. They're also looking forward to this week because they learned so much. They learned so much from week number 1. So honestly, I mean, we're going to see some big movers and shakers on the leaderboard here.
I'm actually really glad that you mentioned that, the idea of learning and moving forward, because I almost feel like we can just sort of count, just discount day number 1, if that makes, or week number 1 in a lot of ways, because like they came in, obviously the stats are still there, the numbers are still important, but I almost feel like this is a bit of a soft reset. Players had a day off, they can collect themselves, they can review the VODs like we talked about, and I think that some of the preconceived notions we had from last week, we should, not harp on them too much here, because I think we're going to see some teams really step up.
Yeah, a lot of teams are looking to do that. And like we talked about it on the desk, I know Seven brought up a great point. We see Execute, currently in 20th position on the overall leaderboards, and they're making a roster change here today, or at least calling in Zute on the sidelines. So I'm looking to see what Zute can do for the squad, can contribute. Circle number 1 is going to be up, Paul. Not too bad.
Now, this is a very friendly first circle here, likely to be mainland, if I was a betting man. But teams are going to have a pretty easy time rotating in should they or when they choose to. However, we're already starting to see some action, and it's fishy. They smelled something fishy. 19's like, all right, we'll take that. That was awkward.
That's rough. that is rough. I think Fishy might have dropped there to get this hard spawn for the vehicle, for the Dacia that we see Jacob and Fear kind of driving off into the sunset with right now. But yeah, you definitely, especially defeaters, I mean, they're at the bottom. They're coming into this week dead last. So we talk about teams looking to make the comeback, teams looking to learn from last week, learn from their mistakes. And yeah, I mean, Fishy dropping so far away from their squad here. Very interesting.
Yeah, I think to your point, looking to try and get some early vehicles, it's going to make those mid-games rotations so much easier. But we'll see if they're going to be able to recover from that. There's a couple teams in the lobby here today that are going to be playing with one player short. So not the biggest deal ever. And we've seen teams lose a player first, the first blood on the server, and still go on to win that game. So we can't count them out for sure. But 19, they're in a great little position here right now. They've just taken over Rozhok right in the middle of the map. This is actually one of my favorite drop locations because it gives you so many options. But I'm looking at the mini-map, but I'm looking at where the teams are. There is this entire western side of the circle, Dave. Nobody's rotated over yet. So I'm looking to see if anybody's going to take advantage of that early or if we're going to see teams play it a little slower.
Yeah, I mean, just wide open. And I know on the plane path we saw before, drop there in their tried and true spot Nova. They're going to have a lot of time to work with on the military base as nobody is going to be there. Ooh, checking on in with the replay here, just in case you want to see Fishy get killed one more time here, Paul.
I mean, look, it's this first blood going on. And this is PUBG Mobile right here. Two guys run into a building. They both see the gun. Who can get it first? And the only thing to fear is fear itself picking up that kill. Oh, my good. I mean, does it get any more classic than that?
Yeah, and, I mentioned, I've been speaking to a lot of players. I'm in the DMs, and I actually spoke to Fishy today. It was today, before the games. Fishy told me they're feeling confident. They're feeling confident. I'm hoping after that, that doesn't kind of, put a wrench in their plan. But Fishy said they learned a lot from week number 1. They kind of got a better feel for the pace of the lobby. And Fishy told me that they've been studying the other squads, their rotations, and just their play style. So very interesting, just unlucky, like you said, 2 players fighting over that one gun. But very interesting to see, Fishy telling me one thing and kind of showing me the other here.
I mean, at the end of the day, actions speak louder than words. Again, because we're having these 3 groups that are constantly shifting and rotating, that will also affect the prep and research. Because if you're going to look at a lobby on Erangel and you're going to see X teams that are in it, but this time around, what you study, what you have in your head and you remember might not necessarily be the case. In this case, Group A and Group C together. So there's a lot of different variables that players are having to juggle all in real time. But I love this idea that players are constantly learning, constantly evolving, looking to really push the envelope. Because this is such a great experience, Dave. If you are an up-and-coming player, you've made it here to the PMPL, you have the opportunity to play with the best teams in all of the Americas. If you're not learning, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah, and I can only imagine the pressure. I mean, defeaters qualifying from PMCO, so it's like completely changed up when it comes to the competition in the lobby, because now they're in the PMPL. So the pressure that is added with that, the new point system really punishes teams who get taken out first. You know, that 13th through 16th position, you get 0 kills. Talking about maybe getting taken out. Defeaters, they lost Fishy early on. They are going to be recognizing a rotation from HQA.
And they're going to be playing this pretty passive, which is how I would expect them to play it at this point. Just honestly trying to survive into a position, only take the fight, you know you can win. When you are playing in a player deficit, you just have to up the IQ just a little bit more. Take it from like 199 to 201. You just cross that 200 mark. That's what these players have got to be doing, because if you take that shot, especially when all these teams are rotating and you can't confirm the kill, there's a very good chance you're going to get third partied, and ain't nobody want to see that.
19, they're actually going to be pulling up on Defeaters. Defeaters, they only got 3 up, and I saw one of them are out there in the fields.
I wonder if one of them ended up getting spotted here as they drove on by, because these two teams did drop next to each other. Fear is going to be priming this nade. See what Ghosty can do. No damage, though, going over. And this is a very meticulous push from 19, but Defeaters is holding strong.
Ghosty needs to hit these, man. Ghosty has the Uzi right there, ready for the pre-fire. Here comes Fear.
Is able to trade out 1 for 1. Ghosty does go down, but the sheer weight of bodies, Richie was not in a position to back up his teammate. The shots from the off angle are coming on in, but we're not seeing another down going over. This is actually huge. Richie needed one of these two players to go down, because this is now a 2v1. Minwoo is way off in the distance, and he can do nothing to help this out. And with Mad Max hitting these shots, it is all 19 all day. We talked about being able to rally, able to recover from losing that first blood, but it was not meant to be, as Asta, the additional wide flank here, they pinched Minwoo. Asta, who flanks the flanker, Dave?
Oh, man. Yeah, we pretty much just witnessed 2 1v1s back-to-back right there. That last 1v1 was Tommy Gun versus Tommy Gun. Asta, though, at the very end, you know, they had the Scar with the scope, and then they swapped real quick to the Uzi. That was a clean 1v1 on the side of 19 Esports.
Speaking of clean, the shots from Marco Jadine could do nothing. This lobby is action-packed. Carrillo taking a lot of damage as well. Ayala with a grenade primed. Yes, please, sir, all day. Does not quite go in the building, though. Didn't line that one up with the window. Carrillo just trying to hold on as the rest of his team is way off at an additional angle. But Marco, I think he's actually camping Dave's body here. He's trying to bait in the rest of Loops, but they're just going to confirm it. This is so interesting. Team Queso looking very aggressive.
Yeah, we saw Loops try to make the push, you know, provide that support for their squad mates, but I do not believe they can exactly pinpoint all the locations of Team Queso. They're near each other, but they're separated enough where they can really catch Loops off guard, and wow, okay, Ayala going to be taking some suppressed shots with the AKM.
I'm going to be honest, Loops were just given a little bit of a gift there. Carrillo probably shouldn't have made it out of that one. 2 players of Team Queso needing to hit those shots. Vehicles retreat. Loops identifying they cannot win this now. They've lost them. This is the kind of play that I was looking for to come out from Defeaters. Identifying when this is a fight you can and cannot win. Loops say this is not our time. Dadine, of course, they're the captain and shot caller, saying let's back on out. And they are going to be doing just that as the next circle pops dead center.
Yeah, very smart disengage from Loops, because they're still looking for that chicken dinner. They have yet to get a chicken dinner. I mean, that surprises a lot of fans, a lot of the viewers. Currently, they are in 7th place. They have around 45 total placement points and 61 kills. So we'll see if they can come out on top of this one with only 3 members this game. They will get the next zone. Looks like they found a nice little comfortable spot for the time being.
Yeah, they just need to play this one out slow. Again, we're seeing a lot of these little skirmishes. Obviously, 1 full team wipe already, but it all starts out with this little skirmish, 1 initial pick, players still getting caught off guard. And I think a lot of this probably has to do with teams starting to adapt their play style here in week number 2. If you're aware of what all the rotations are looking like, it's a lot harder to get caught out. It seems like teams are starting to switch things up, and that's what I love it, because that's how you're going to get to the top of the leaderboard, by trying new things and playing aggressive.
Yeah, and I kind of, you know, I like Loops. I'm a big Loops fan, but then on the flip end of that coin, I'm also a huge Team Queso fan. We saw in the scrims, the last week of scrims, they popped off. They were so aggressive, and they were just feeling themselves. And currently, Team Queso, they're doing really well. I mean, 3 chicken dinners, 4th place so far. But with Nitsu, the new addition, Nitsu's popping off, man. Nitsu has been such a great addition to the squad of Team Queso, because before Team Queso, they were consistent, but they weren't always #1, right? So I feel like with the addition of INTZ, they have that potential. As we see Sam on that rotate out there, unlucky, getting picked off by BDM.
Yeah, again, this is exactly what I'm talking about. It doesn't ever seem like we're seeing a really clean sort of 4v4 fight. It always seems like somebody is getting picked off, caught out on the rotation. This is actually bringing back a lot of memories to the early days of PMWL when teams were doing the exact same kind of stuff, except it was a lot more passive. We really only saw this in the mid game, but now with the new scoring system, I'm going to be honest, I think the Americas are just a little more aggressive. We're seeing a lot more of these players getting picked up on the rotations, which means they have to be even more aware of their surroundings and driving skills. Dave, you got to be constantly jiving, you got to be back and forth, serpentining, because players at this level, they hit their shots.
Yeah, and you kind of have to move as a team, as a unit. You really can't have that solo member scouting ahead of the pack, because if they get spotted, if they get knocked out, they're not going to have the opportunity to get the revive, to toss the smoke, try the body block, try to pull the vehicle to make sure not to get the flush on their end of things. So the scoring system, like you said, very punishing for those teams that do like to have that spread play, because if they get picked off one here, they get one picked off there, eventually it's going to be circle number 4 and they only got one up. And that is such a challenge when it comes to trying to acquire placement points, because this lobby has been so sweaty, Paul. Usually around 20 minutes, we still have 15 to 14 teams alive. I mean, if you're a solo member, I can't see you placing that much higher after that.
Yeah, it becomes really, really hard because players and teams are playing so much closer together. The team shooting has become even more of a factor. Like before, yeah, if your shots come your way and maybe you have an opportunity to behind a tree or go prone, hide behind a rock, use some cover. But now, because players, I think the communications stepped up and gotten a lot better, as well as the positioning, you're just going to get shot by 2 people once you go down in an instant. And speaking of instant, these teams are going to have to react right now because, I mean, what a shift, Dave. But this is probably the friendliest one it could have been. Imagine if this had been on military. Could you imagine what the bridges would look like?
That would have been disgusting. So HQA, they're going to be inside Pachinki, and now we see all the teams quickly hop into their vehicles. They know there's not a lot of real estate to be had. Juicy with the spray down. Oh, it's connected on from Law over here with the DP.
Oh my, I mean, you should win those. Juicy, you should win those. That was 2 players getting into a vehicle, didn't know it was there. They turned it on him in an instant. And that could have been a juicy opportunity for Alpha to potentially pick something up there, but they are also very smartly going to back up and retrieve. This has been the game of disengages so far, Dave.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I was talking about just a moment ago. You got to play close to each other. You gotta play as a squad. You can't have one member out there in the fields, taking these shots, risking the fact of getting thirsted. We saw immediately, Juicy got knocked, they threw a smoke. They ran right away to get their revive. That was nice, and a nice disengage as well.
Yeah, because I mean, for a long time, it was the meta of 3-1. 1 scout, 3 players playing together. It was all about 3-1. It's all about 3-1. And now it's really about this full 4-man squad play. We had 2-2s like way back in then. I remember thinking back to like mid-2019. It was all about the buddy system, all about running in duos. And then it became 3-1. The scout position became like more defined. And now it is all about running and gunning, fragging out as a squad. And with the circle posting up around Pachinki, well, let's just say the close core. Look at this, Dave. Look at these teams. Baby. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. Alpha 7, they're able to acquire a nice little compound. We see Brazilian Rampage down there in the trenches. INTZ, though, look at this angle. INTZ on the roof. Yep, making sure nobody's going to be over there at Church. Church probably will be occupied here very shortly. We have a standoff. Whoa, Leon with a nice grenade right there.
Oh my goodness, and Enigma looking to back this
Another
one up,
one?
heading over to Minetto. BDM, gotta be careful. Primed, and lined up, baby. Oh my goodness, so close. That would have been a tandem nade going right at Minetto. What, you're just lying there to die.
No, you gotta
lying there to die. What are you doing?
Neto hoping that follow-up grenade won't connect onto him, but it will. BDM, they have 2 members across the road. Duck trying to provide that support, but Wildcard so thirsty right now. They're going to make sure to get this one.
And because BDM decided to play this in that 2-2 style, like to talk about, Wildcard only had 2 players left. They only dropped with 3, and they lost Sam. They've only got 2. The only way that they take a legitimate fight against BDM is in this exact situation. They punished it so perfectly, and this is a prime example, Dave, of why we're seeing the meta adjust and evolve. It gives teams an opportunity to shut down the kind of play that Wildcard is doing right now. It becomes less about your individual gun skill and more about your team play.
Communication, man. Just being able to trust in each other. And it also helps if you got the golden arm. You know, you can really toss those grenades. You can really cook them to perfection because those grenades, they blew up right on time, right on top of the members. Over here in the trenches, though, Brazilian Rampage is going to be on the defense of the trench.
Going to try and live up to the name here a little bit. Going on a bit of a rampage in Pachinki because like we saw, take a look at the minimap. All the teams are rotating in with this circle. It is going to be a city battle to finish this one out. We saw a lot of, we've seen quite a few stellar Pachinki finishes. We're seeing the nades rained in now for HQA. Great job there from Nunez and the crew to utilize the U-band and just be peeking their heads back up to get the intel. But they've got this additional hard cover to play around, dodge out those nades.
Yeah, I really like how Brazilian Rampage, they're playing passive, they're using the cover to their advantage. I'm surprised Q-Wang didn't get their head knocked off right there. We saw them out there in the wide open, and with so many teams inside of Pachinki, that was a very risky grenade on their end.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the expression, you got to risk it for the biscuit, but in some situations, again, a little bit of smarts here. With all the teams rotating in, we're going to see it go from 15 teams to about 9 real quick as these teams are continuing to rotate in. Speaking of rotations, there's Leon getting down there. Rolex trying to take some shots. Escanor as well to continue to clean this one up. Enigma, the nice 360. Where's your car going? Where's your car going?
The tire got popped, so they're forced to jump on out right here. I mean, they're in the dead open of the field, but Loops with the third party right here. Fighting Rolex, taking down Rolex.
Oh my goodness, and this is the battle of these mid to late game rotations. Nowhere is safe. Wide in the open, you rotate in late, you get punished for it. Loops coming in with the third party. We saw them disengage earlier on, and they live to fight another day, pick up some kills of their own, and that's Escanor dropping. So it looked like it could have been a decent position there for Meta. They got a little bit greedy, jumping out on the road to pick up some kills, and then they get picked up themselves.
Yeah, you know who won this? Enigma. Enigma from Wildcard was being hunted down, almost dying out there in the wide open. But Loops just, you know, coming in at the right time, taking down the hunting party right there. Now Meta on full defense mode.
Totally have to rethink this strategy now. You know, the hunters become the hunted. That was exactly what just happened there, but I love it. Our observers picking up all of these various fights, jumping back on board with XSET now. Going up against Nova, the NA squad's battling it out. Starlight is already down, and XSET has been able to keep all 4 members up. But AZ, Dave, he has a good angle here on the flank. Let's take a look.
Uh-oh. Yep, using this tree for cover. Gonna be popping on over there with this grenade, landing right on top of Angry, taking down Angry, and here comes the spray down as well. Taking out Joey. Let's see AZ getting 3.
What?
Oh! AZ just took out XSET right there by themselves.
Oh my goodness, AZ with the nade from range just absolutely solo dismantled XSET and Jet PK. They just like witnessed that from afar. They're gonna try and capitalize on it. But Dave, that was one-man decimation.
That was actually crazy. And here comes the Knights, you know, they heard the gunfire, they saw the kill feed. They see a tasty treat. Cat, no helmet right now, trying to heal on up. Is going to have a challenge if they want to make their way on into the next zone.
Oh, yeah, this...
That grenade, that was perfect, man. They got the grenade knock, lean peeked, and got the spray down as well. Took out 2 right away in a matter of 2 seconds.
And I think the biggest part about that, because you started off with the nade, and because you cooked it so well, there's that 2-3 seconds where you're reacting to the audio, and you're trying to figure out where you're getting shot from. And they just were not expecting that off angle at all. That was so... If he'd started out shooting and then tried to throw a grenade to clean it up, I think the chance of him doing that was just... It wasn't going to happen. But the trigger discipline and the knowledge that he had the nade skills, go into first person, line it up, drop it down. I mean, that was just a confidence play. And when it works out, the whole team carries that momentum.
I do have to note, though, Nico was in a vehicle, all right? So when that was happening, Nico was in the buggy trying to reposition. So really, their hands were tied. They were just trying to find some cover to pop out and take those shots. But regardless of timing, yeah, it was still on point right there from AZ.
Really, really solid. But like you said, you get to 20 minutes in, there's still quite a few teams left. You called it, 14 left in the server, but the kill feed is going to start to light up. The fields outside of Pochinki, we still have a little bit of the city to work with. We still have a little bit of the hills to work with. So this is going to get real sweaty real quick. Lukitas, one of the last remaining members of Meta, still up. He talked about going into survival mode. That is what they are doing right now. They just are trying to make it in, but they got to go through Zute and crew, and they're not making it look easy. Execute, looking to live up to their namesake right here as Fate's able to pick that one up.
Ooh, Abdul trying to go out with a bang right there at the end. We'll get a knock onto Fanboys, but not the Thurston. There goes Meta. We have some fights happening on over here. Brazilian Rampage attempting to cross the street in the smokes right now.
They are losing one, going down. The rest are trying to make it over the wall. Alpha 7 taking the shots. Oh my goodness. So much damage being done. Spraying and praying, and Swagman looking to live up to his namesake as well. But Axel from Team Queso able to get it down onto this team as well from the off angle. The second you commit for that length of time to try and get the kills and you don't, you're going to get punished for it. That's exactly what we saw right here.
See Nunez saying, Garcia, come, hurry up. Let's get this revive. Let's get this pickup. Here we go. They should be able to get Garcia up. I'm surprised Sentry is actually pushing out before that revive is successful. Guess they're just trying to make sure that they won't get pushed on themselves. Pedro taking some shots, breaking down that door. Golden, though, cooking the grenade. Can't we get it in the window? Pedro able to get behind cover just in time.
Ooh, we got BDM, we got B4, we got Loops. It's the Battle of Brazil here at the edge of Pochinki as all of these teams are trying to move their way on in. Oh my goodness.
All next zone, open field, man. Next zone.
Oh.
Next zone, all these teams have to move.
Well, if you're Pittsburgh Knights, you're feeling great. Everybody else, not so much. Oh man, and with Rafa picking up kills in the city, this is just going to be the Wild West. This is going to be a shootout to try and make it out alive. Nobody wants to be the one to go first because you're just going to get shot in the butt, and that is not a fun time. You got to work your way through, and you got to do it quick because only 10 seconds left before the circle's going to start to shift.
Yeah, it's going to get crazy. We're going to lose a lot of teams right here. The zone is going to start pushing on in. Duck getting cooked right now in that Molly. The last one alive, I believe, for BDM. Loops right there, able to get the revive. Alpha 7, Brazilian Rampage. We got a ton of teams here, all just taking shots at each other.
And this is it. I mean, because Team Queso was a little bit further out, they get to play gatekeeper to all these teams that now have to try and rotate out of the city, whether it be Brazilian Rampage or BDM. Again, all the teams from Brazil, they've all got to move now. Nunez is going to try and prime this out. Nitsu, can he find it right down into the ditch? He does, but it doesn't fully connect. A little bit undercooked, and that gives another opportunity for them to survive. BDM is going to go down. Loops and crew take them out at the play zone as well. Coming on in, both of them are going to drop. Mutually assured destruction here. Nobody can make it out of the city alive.
Yeah, Nitsu holding a great angle right there. Should be able to catch some of these members from the opponents off guard, but Nunez is aware of their position. Nunez is going to be cooking a grenade, trying to toss that on inside the window. I mean, they hear the gunshots. Team Queso, they are loving this right now. They are racking up the points. 5 kills so far on their end.
It is a shooting gallery for Team Queso. They were in the best position you could have asked for. Every single player trying to rotate out just got absolutely dismantled. They're going to go from about 3 kills to about 10 in a series of seconds. I mean, that was wild. The blue denied a couple of them, or they would have gotten a few more. That was just silly.
4 teams. I believe in that mayhem as well. Execute, they got mobbed by the Knights, so yeah, unfortunate for them. They were down there in the south. The Knights, this could be their game as we see Goldblade right now with the DP taking some shots onto the Unnamed. The Unnamed, they have a little tiny rock to work with and a dream.
I mean, you know, you can make it work with a dream. Tiny
Dream
rock.
to get the chicken.
Hey, Bill. Less so. Yeah, this is really going to come down to where this next circle shifts and who gets it, PK or TQ. That's really going to be the next big factor here because both of these teams have a compound. Both of these teams have cover.
Gets it?
It's who gets it. That's, oh my.
The Knights, they get it. They got it, man. They got it. So hopefully Team Queso, they have a plan. They got 8 kills, so they have been doing really good. And I think their plan is to continue getting the points when it comes to kills.
I mean, this is huge because, I mean, we've seen a situation in games past where just because you get the chicken dinner doesn't necessarily mean you actually get the most points in the lobby. So keep that in mind. But PK, they have actually, I mean, if Team Queso is actually able to get a couple kills here, even if they get picked off on the rotation, there is a chance that even if they don't technically get the chicken dinner, they do actually end up with more points. But we're seeing now Blade land the fire down through these smokes because while the smokes are a great bit of utility, they offer you that cover, they're also a beacon. If you're laying them down, we know you're in there. Yeah, this is just the send from Team Queso. They are not waiting to have this game fall out of their hands, slip through their fingers. They are taking it to Pittsburgh Knights.
Yeah, very smart right there. Using these smokes to make the pull up, use that buggy for hard cover. As we mentioned, the Knights, they do have the circle, they do have this hard cover, but honestly, I mean, Team Queso, they are so spread from each other, they can really catch these Knights off guard because the Knights, they're all taking shots, so their positions are going to be compromised when it comes to the end of Team Queso. Marco trying to shimmy right there at the end, but spotted in the process.
Yeah, and this is exactly the kind of situation that I figure. I mean, losing 1 or 2 on the crossing. If they can get 1 back, maybe 2 back, but PK is playing this so smartly. Players sitting in the backs with optics, calling things out, utilizing this, and then players moving up a little bit forward to help confirm the angles through the shrubs. I mean, again, this was PK's game to lose, but they are playing it really, really well. I got to give props to Team Queso that they had a plan, just couldn't quite execute it. The cards were, the deck was stacked against them, Dave, but this is just a matter of time.
For sure. Let's see, though. Let's see if the Knights could come out on top of this one because Team Queso, we know they got the gun skills. Ayala connected on and then blown up in the process. Axel is going to have one heck of a challenge in this 1v4 situation, but don't count him out yet. Not yet, Paul.
I mean, I won't. Oh, I mean, that might have just been it. That might have been the shot. I mean, I would have taken it, Dave. I would have taken it. It would have been my death, but I would have taken it. That's the shot he's taken, though. And that is 1 member down for Pittsburgh Knights. Axel, they heard the shots. They're roughly going to know where he is. Spraying on through the bushes. He's a little bit further back than they were anticipating. Jet needs to be careful, though, but they've got the beat on him now. That's Flash with the shots, and that's going to be the winner chicken dinner. Pittsburgh Knights with a solid series of play, taking over the compound that ended up being key at the end of this game, making it look easy, playing that out perfectly. Solid play from them, but I have to give props to Team Queso. They set themselves up in the building on the edge of town, and when the circle shifted, it was fish in a barrel.
And not only that, they had Nitsu in the trench. So if a team did try to push on into that building, did try to breach that building, Nitsu was there to kind of catch them off guard. But yeah, the Knights, their first chicken dinner. I mean, that is huge for this team because I know they had a lot of doubters when we look at them last week, and for good reason. I mean, coming into today, 18th place on the overall leaderboard. Hopefully, with this chicken, we can see a different team here, like just a confident squad.
Because keep in mind, this is a different team. Yes, it's the same name, but it's a new, fresh roster after a PK squad that's been around forever. Jason, you're smiling. You're happy because we just got to see a new team pick up a chicken dinner. The PMPL's popping off.
Yeah, and it's nice to see, again, teams kind of growing into the league, right? We had PK at one match in the first day. They got like 5 kills in the first 6 minutes, 0 placement points. We had the last match of that first day. They get, was it like 10 placement points or 12 placement points, but 0 kills. So we're starting to see that balance come into life for them, which we saw them kind of grow on over time. But as you're talking about Team Queso, Dave, like that team, we have to give them credit. I was talking to Blink, we were watching the match together, and he was mentioning how their aggressive positions, they were holding like 3 different angles inside that building in Pachinki and picking up kills left, right, and center. They're still definitely proving to be a team to watch out for as these matches continue. But for now, you two need to go take a quick break because we're going to bring you back for a second match. And I got to bring our analysts back in to start to break down that last game in particular. And 7, I brought it up already. Gonna talk about it again. PK, they started to kind of balance out placement points and kills and turn it into wins.
Yeah, and that's something that we talked about them, as you were mentioning, since day one, whenever they were able to put up some kills, but they weren't doing so well in placement points, and then they kind of switched it out with more kills, and then overall, I think this is good. I think this is a great start here for Pittsburgh Knights, especially on this week too. And not only Pittsburgh Knights, Team Queso, as you guys were mentioning, we gotta give them some credit. I think they excelled there on what the circle was able to give them. Luckily for them, I think if for some reason we would have had some more windows on the compound that Pittsburgh Knights was at least showing towards the northeast, which was where from from where Team Queso was coming from, it would have ended a lot sooner. But luckily for Team Queso, they were able to kind of just extend it a little bit longer, and they were able to get their 10 kills. They're only 2 points off from Pittsburgh Knights, and they got the win. Brazilian Rampage, one of the teams we were talking about there at the start. We mentioned, hey, if they can continue to be consistent here, especially in Erangel, which is the map they're playing a lot more, I wouldn't be surprised if we see them towards the top 16. And with a great performance there at the start of week 2, love seeing that. The Unnamed, you gotta even give them more props because they came into this game with only 3 players. Not sure why, but that is good to see there out of them. Alpha 7 Esports, 19 Esports, one of their best performances by far that we have seen here. Nova Esports at least being able to pull up their 4 kills, 5 points total, and B4 Esports there with 5 points as well. As we go here towards the second page, Glitter.
Honestly, I feel like these teams are just trying to throw us off at every opportunity that they can get, because on that first page, there were only 2 teams out of the top 8 that were in the overall top 8 at the start of today. It's completely shaking things up again, as you see, had the rest of the rankings shake out with Loops in 9th, Execute in 10th, and then moving on from there. I mean, once again, it's teams that we called out for maybe not having the strongest performances, stepping up to the plate when they need to, and I don't even know what to make of it anymore.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Even then, that push.
I feel like we have that power, right? We call out a team and we perform, and then they'll start to play. It just hasn't worked for Cloud9, unfortunately. Let's take a look, though, at the stats here for Pittsburgh Knights and see a little bit more deeper into how they accomplished what they did, kind of in terms of damage. 1,900, not too bad. 10 knockouts, 9 kills, having some things stolen away from them. Again, low healing, but I think we're starting to see like which teams are really here to play, which teams are here to improve day in and day out. Pittsburgh Knights have continually been doing that every single day, it seems, as we're now going to take a look at our Mountain Dew game field moments as well here in that last match. And we honestly have to talk about a couple different teams. There was teams like Brazilian Rampage 7 who was not afraid to fight B4 early on, and that's one of the teams I would almost want to stay away from, considering then a bet on the team and how well B4 have been playing lately.
Yeah, exactly. How well B4 has been playing and how consistent they have been. But Brazilian Rampage, honestly, not really caring about that. Not really caring about those kind of stats and just saying, hey, we put up a great performance in the last match of last week. Guess what? We showed that we're here for a reason. We showed that we have those kind of skills to go up against anybody. And it's good that they're kind of continuing with that, with that momentum going. Something that we always talk about is, can they carry that momentum? And guess what? Even though they had a one-day break, Brazilian Rampage so far has showed that here within the first match. Something I do want to go ahead and mention there towards the end with Pittsburgh Knights, as we do see some of the more highlights here in the background. It was their game to win, honestly. In that once that 6th circle came in and they ended up with the zone, if they would have for some reason choked that, it would have been so bad. So I'm not surprised they ended up with that win. It was scary to see that Team Queso was getting a little bit closer and closer, and I think if they would have managed themselves a little bit better in regards to just having maybe more smokes and just better luck overall and better placement there overall towards the end, I think that maybe would have been edged out to maybe would have been able to edge out their Pittsburgh Knights in regards to Team Queso, because they did amazing there when they had to hold off all those squads when they were actually inside Pachinkas. We do see here some of the kills with Nova, AZ being able to hit those shots and being able to finish those kills, which is what I love to see. You see Pittsburgh Knights there taking advantage of that high ground, making sure they're able to do some damage. And something with Pittsburgh Knights that they were able to do by getting that compound there earlier is that they didn't really have to receive that damage. They were pretty much able to chill a lot and able to just pick and choose when they're going to be fighting here as we go towards more fights towards the end, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think, as we've been watching through these highlights, I think another squad that we do need to give a little bit of love to is definitely 19 Esports. They got in a very early on engagement with Defeaters and were able to take them out and ended up lasting pretty far into the game, and I think that that's something that they needed, considering they came in, I believe, 23rd at the start of today, somewhere around there. So that's going to be huge for 19 Esports. And we also saw a couple clips coming out of Alpha 7 as well, able to pull down 6 kills for themselves, and so that's going to be huge for them in the overall, as everyone is continuing to try and battle out for some of these points. But I mean, like you were saying, Seven, Team Queso played this game so well. I mean, this is, I think, the level of aggression that we had been seeing in the past out of Queso that we hoped to continue to see. We were just constantly questioning whether or not they could do that consistently without, it having to be a win. And I think that this was actually a really good example of how to do exactly that because they obviously didn't get the chicken dinner here, but they still had a phenomenal game, put out a ton of damage, got a lot of kills, and I think that this is what we were hoping for them to do.
Yep. Well, you're talking about a ton of damage. Let's actually see how much damage they did compared to everyone else, and see obviously PK as well with their 1900 done for every other team here in that last match. And of course, you're going to see those top two, of course, be the leaders here, 7. But also, Alpha 7 deserve a little bit of a shout out here with their 1300 done.
Yes, I'm so glad we're kind of focusing a little bit more. First of all, shout out to Team Queso. That damage came from being able to hold off all those teams and getting those kills when they were in Pochinki. But Alpha 7 is one of those teams that they have been consistent in regards to their placement. Yeah, they might not be one of those top 3 teams. Yeah, they might not be one of those flashy teams. But guess what? Consistency is key, and especially in this long tournament. If you're trying to qualify to the top 16, they started off. I think the first 2 days they were just barely there on the second page. Then the next couple of 2 days, they kind of moved forward to the first page in regards to placement points, and they've been able to kind of maintain that, and they've been able to improve every single day. Something I'm gonna actually be looking at their stats to see in the improvement, because I think this team with veterans like Senab, I always mention his name, it can be scary, especially if they start picking it up even more towards the end.
Well, you're mentioning Snob. I'm curious to maybe see if he would potentially make like a top 4 players in our last match. There's obviously a lot of players we're going to be talking about. Probably most of them going to be Queso, to be honest, considering what we did see out of them. Yeah, Ayala's going to be there. Marco's going to be there. But Jack G and Flash as well, able to chime in on the leaderboards here, Glitter.
I mean, this is kind of awesome for PK. I know Queso had an incredibly strong game, but we've seen Ayala and we've seen Marco up here before. I think this is exactly what PK needed as far as a morale boost goes. Yep. Getting Jack G and Flash up here, both with good amounts of damage. They clearly were both participating in a ton of their kills. 6 kills out of the 9 for both of them. This is the type of gameplay that I think we were hoping for out of PK from the very beginning when we saw that roster change 7.
Yeah, and something that I wanted to mention in regards to Team Queso and the top players that we're seeing here is that it's not as heavy on Nitsume as before. Remember, for a minute there, we will always just see Nitsume being the top player out of that Team Queso. So in Ayala and Marco being able to step it up, that is huge. And I do want to also give a shout out to another player that's finally starting to wake up and they might have had the flashiest performance there in the last one, but Carrillo ended up with about 476 damage. And on top of that, he ended up with 2 kills. So maybe this week is when Carrillo's gonna finally wake up and we're gonna see those MVP performances out of him.
Well, speaking of MVP performances, I think we maybe need to look at our MVP performance from that last match. It's got to be Ayala, as we're going to dive into his stats as well here. And these are overall stats, but you can see he's been having a pretty damn good time here with assists, but that's kind of what's expected with Nitsume pretty much cleaning up all the kills for his team.
I think
such a cool graphic.
I was going to say, I think you're absolutely right, especially with what we saw towards the first couple of days of week 1, where Nitsume was just absolutely pretty much carrying every single stat there from Team Queso. But Ayala waking up and being able to put up those numbers, I think it's good overall. Remember, this is not just a one-player game. This is a whole team game. So you need the whole team to start performing really well, and love to see those kind of performances there from Team Queso.
Yeah, I think that's a performance they're going to be happy about. Again, a team we kind of criticized about having very hit or miss results, having 46 placement points with 3 chicken dinners out of 10 matches done. We kind of wonder what was all going on for them, but you know what? They've been working on it, they've been picking things up, and they've definitely been improving. Now, I think it's time to talk about something we've been mentioning the last week here, the Esports Awards. You guys can vote for PUBG Mobile as the Esports Mobile Game of the Year. If you head over to esportsawards.com/community vote, make sure you guys get your your votes in, because as you said before, Seven's going to give you a special shout out on his Instagram for every single person that possibly does it, as long as you guys are following him back. So make sure you're doing that at that 7WG. And for now, we're going to head to a short break as he wires me some money for giving him a shout out. When we come back, we'll be ready with match 2.
Mountain Dew? Squads, there's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For the combat chauffeurs, for those who strike from above or from below, for the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call, Fuel your path to winner chicken dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew. And with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations. Spawning on a map near you.
Seven, I'm still missing the transfer, but I'll give you some more time to make that happen before I start giving Glitter the shout outs. You guys can now see our schedule on your screen and see that Vikendi is going to be coming up second with Group C sitting out. So we're not going to see Loops, we're not going to see Execute. There's a lot of other teams we're not going to see, but the teams we will see here are on your side of the screen. So we're going to see the likes of Queso yet again. We're going to see the likes of Wildcard, but we're going to get to see Ace 1, Cloud9, Tempo Storm, Tribe, INTZ, Klaze, a lot of teams that we have a lot of hopes for. In particular for me, Cloud9, what's up? What's up, Seven?
You're missing one. You're missing the most important one so far in the tournament.
G25.
We're going to be finally seeing today G25 Gaming.
I know.
That's right.
I think that's because we're limited amount of the times I can say their name in a week, and I didn't want to hit that quota too early since it's only the first day.
That's fair.
But yeah, 6
Fair
chicken
enough,
dinners
fair
under their belt, currently #1 team. I was more focused towards Cloud9, to be honest, because now they've had that first week of games under their belt, time for them to kind of figure some things out. Hopefully they can improve, and maybe this could be exactly how they do it. We're gonna have to actually let you two go for a quick break here while we break down the next game after it finishes. In the meantime, we're gonna bring in our commentators in a few seconds after you guys start tweeting to us at Esports PUBGM with the hashtag PMPL and let us know your thoughts about anything and everything PUBG Mobile related. Maybe you want to get Seven to follow you back on Instagram, but I'll tell you right now, good luck, never gonna happen. Still doesn't follow me. But you know who does follow me on Instagram is these two gentlemen here in Viram and Mustache Dave. We had a crazy first game, PK. They get themselves a first chicken dinner. Now my question in Viram is, will we see another team get their first chicken today?
I'm not ruling it out. We've seen such a stack of all these teams at the top, like 25 of 6 coming into the day. Because we have such a stack, there's so many teams that yet to have one. So I think there's a very good chance we see some fresh chickens tonight.
Yeah, and Dave, I mean, we've seen a couple of teams switch some things around. I did actually talk to G-Fan after they finished the last match and asked him, why is Starlight playing over Boss or Shuka? And he actually said that Starlight is better at info gathering for their team, and they feel like they need that right now. And I think that's fair to say, considering what's on the line, right? There's a lot more kills going out. People realize that's a very important thing to have. Obviously, placements have been a little bit rough for them too, but what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, info is everything, especially when you have, 20 minutes into the match, 15 teams alive, the zone is so small. You need all the information you could possibly gather to make sure that you have a safe and clear rotation on into the zone, because as we saw last game, I know we had a yoink outside of Pachinki, but we lost like 10 teams in a matter of 2 minutes. So having information is key right now in how sweaty the lobby has been this week and last week.
But one thing I'm liking, though, is like teams' willingness to change things. And Viram, thinking back to World League, we saw teams who had 5-man rosters, but they never swapped in that 5th man. What's your thoughts on teams being so willing to change things up?
I mean, I think it's still early days. We're still just now coming into week number 2. There's plenty of opportunities. 24 teams, and you only have to make it into the top 16. Like, if there's a time to experiment, if there is a time to develop some of these players, it's now. So I love the fact that we're seeing all these rosters being flexed, all these players vying for it. It's the spirit of competition.
Well, you know what? It's time now as well here for our second game. Vikendi kicking off. Why don't you two take us straight in, and we'll see who's going to win themselves another chicken dinner.
Thank you so much, Jason. Oh my goodness, dropping into Vikendi, my favorite map to cast. Yes, please, Dave, let's go. If we thought there was action on Erangel, Vikendi is there's probably going to be more. Realistically, there's going to be more.
Hold on. Are you just trying to win me over? Is this really your favorite map?
Yeah, to cast, absolutely. Yeah.
Oh man, this is my favorite map too.
Yes.
Boss, it's our favorite map. Vikendi, we're in it, baby. We are in it. We're in it. So I'm looking forward to it. And just real quick to touch on what Jason was saying, like such a great point that how teams are kind of flexing that 5th man. Want to get your thoughts on that as well. But we had scrims for 2 weeks. We had scrims for 2 weeks for them to try to figure that out and see who meshes well. I mean, to me, it's like, it's not too late, like you said, but they definitely could have done it last week, in my opinion. The whole flexing and trying to figure out who meshes best. Oh, what the team as I say that water zone. This is why I love Vikendi.
This is I don't think I've seen a central Vikendi circle ever. Ever. I don't think it exists.
Yeah.
It's not why. We're all fishies at the end of the day. Gotta go swimming. Gotta go swimming somewhere. But I think this is so fun because, like, part of the reason why I love Vikendi so much is because it's all about, like, teams own a compound, team breaches a compound. And we get to see these small, it's almost like we dropped into a TDM. You know what I mean? We get to see these small 4v4s where it's all about team play. It's all about leveraging elevation. It's all about covering your angles. It's all about off angles, making sure that you can help your teammates out. And that to me is just like, it's like we get a little, I don't know, a little custom game inside the custom game, which is why it's so much fun to watch. And we're already starting to see a bit of a battle coming out here. And, you know, we saw Wildcard drop here time and time again during PMWL. They were never challenged. There was never a fight. What are we seeing today, Dave?
Yeah, I mean, Seb with the ump, too. I mean, spraying down Leon. At least Leon could crawl down and will be in the safety. Hopefully they can get the quick pickup real quick. Wildcard, they do have 4 now, so they're going to have 4. Hopefully Leon doesn't bleed on out and forces them to play with 3 here. They need to hurry up and get this revive. Orlando with the double barrel shotgun. You love to see it.
Oh my God, he's got no armor. He's got no helmet. I mean,
he's got a
action of falling to the ground, I think would just, oh my goodness. Okay. Tables are turning a little bit, but I think, yeah, Klaze very smartly just going to totally rethink this. They need a little bit more in the backpack, or to have a backpack before they start this off.
And honestly, Klaze, I think they need to push this. I feel like they need to be really aggressive here and try to take out Wildcard. I know Wildcard are a great team and they're way up there in the leaderboards, but Klaze, they have really been working on their placement points. Like, they got that nailed down. But with the new point system, you need to have a balance between the two. They have very low kills so far from last week. So I want to see them get really aggressive. But look at Seba and Ram. They are so far away from Andres and Orlando right now. I don't think it's going to be possible.
They're going to need to play this carefully because here's the problem. If they do step out and they do take the shot and they don't have somebody in position, like, I'm looking way back. Sure, you got an off angle, but you're so far away, hitting that shot. It seems like everybody has an SMG, so that only makes it harder. People don't have the optics yet. They don't have the meds yet. So every fight you take now is going to have more repercussions on your loot cycle. It's going to have more repercussions on your inventory. And it could have, even if you kind of half win a fight now, it could negatively impact your ability to play into the mid to late game. So they're all just going to back up. They're just going to reset a little bit of a scuffle. No blood drawn as teams are going to start to rotate because this circle is punishing.
Whenever I see a bunch of players in one vehicle, I get really nervous. That we've seen in the past a whole squad get wiped off by one vehicle explosion. And not only is Influence doing it, but BDM as well. Looks like they're going to be able to kind of go their separate directions. But in the case of Influence, they got Bucky, the Unnamed. It's going to be here in this one. They need to hurry up. They need to find another vehicle like yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I call this a clown car for a reason. Because you just put on the big red nose after all 4 of your teammates or 3 of your teammates and yourself go boom. You find the wrong team. You know, you get wandering into a dark alley, all 4 of you in a car, and all of a sudden it's game over real quick.
Uh-oh, man, Q right there. Okay, MTX going to be dropping on out, but Q heard the vehicle, heard the Zima. It's going to be in the snow, swapping it over to the Uzi, popping on up. Not successful right there.
Yeah, he is going to get confirmed as well. This is what we're talking about, having that 3-1. It's because teams are rolling up together so much more now. These spread drops, these spread early game loot cycles that you need, especially here in this position. I don't mind it. Like if they were over towards Dobro or whatever, that's one thing. But we're still continuing to see the fights. This time, though, it's actually Pepito going down. Hang on a second. Cutting right to more action. This is 19 again. The team that had that early game aggression. And this time, they're going after the top dogs. The top dog. One of them, in fact, one of the best fraggers on the server. Hang on a second. I was going to have a whole point about split drops and looting, but instead...
Forget about it.
Action. Give me action.
You know what? That's cool for us, though, the viewer, though, to kind of see, because now we get to see what G25, what they have in store, how they react to losing Pepito, one of their strongest fraggers, real early on. So we'll see if they can continue to kind of climb up those leaderboards or maintain that spot. Looking on over here, though, Abdul quickly rushing on into to make sure to get these 2 quick points here from Team Queso.
And this to me, this is just PMPL in a nutshell. One game, team looks absolutely dominant. They look solid, they look hard to beat, hard to deal with, and then all of a sudden in the next one, down 3 players, last man standing, but hang on. Meta is not wanting to let them leave that easy. Rolex, what? If you hit this, Rolex? If you hit this, come on. Okay, no, he's gonna pull out the AK. That makes a lot more sense. I mean, I would never have, like, that's highlight reel moment. If he hit that, oh my goodness.
Yeah, well, I think just give him the win at that point, honestly. Just give him the win. I'll send an email. I got it done. But fortunate for the other squad, Rolex did not hit that. So back to G25, though. If they could get a dub here, that'll definitely put, those naysayers at ease. Because a lot of people are like, okay, G25, they always get zone. Papito always hitting them shots. I know they're going to be right there in the middle. But without Papito, I'm curious to see what they can accomplish here.
And this is so interesting. You saw the map pop up for a little bit there. We saw a lot of teams really rotate. And this reminds me back to like early days at PMWL. We saw one of these like coastal city finishes where we're seeing all the teams rotating. We just saw this weird early game bloodbath, and then it just went dead silent for like 2 or 3 circles. We're seeing a little bit of this here again, which is so interesting because G25, like you mentioned, if they can do it now, they can do it now at such a deficit, that will just show that they deserve to be at the top of the leaderboard. That 6 chicken dinners, I mean, that's already folks, let's be real, that's already no fluke. But it's definitely no fluke.
Yes. I mean, couldn't agree more. Unico, a dude right there, interesting loadout. Usually Tommy gun, it's a really interesting loadout right there. Maybe that up close and personal player for the squad. Influence, they're going to be pulling off that one. NTX was lost in the process. Acer going for a nice drive, looking for a nice compound to call their own. Leon right behind them. Here comes Enigma, but Nova, all 4 of them, they are prepared. They are ready to hold this one down. Hopefully, they're taking shots onto Ace, actually.
Yeah, they were completely distracted. They were shooting at Ace. And then Wildcard, here's the shots, rolls past their compound, into the compound they're shooting at, but Ace is split. Mafioso's going to drop. Enigma's in a bit of danger here, but no, AZ, the hero of that last game for Nova, looking to try and snipe that one away, but Leon will be able to confirm it. So a lot of luck there for Wildcard. The fact that they rolled into a compound with a split team. You cannot be splitting at this point. We're seeing it again, the 3-1. It's so interesting, Dave, because we talked about it today. We started the day talking about it, and I feel like we've seen 5 or 6 good examples of why it's not working just in these 2 games.
Yeah, and it comes back down to, it all boils back down to the new point system. The new point system is so challenging for a lot of these teams. Every single player I talk to, one of my questions, how's the new point system? How does it affect your gameplay? Every single one of them say the new point system, duck, hold up, duck, Goose over here, take it down 2. Okay, we'll get back to that one. Let's see, BDM though.
Now you're good.
though. There goes Ace. There goes Ace. I'm good. Hey, thank you for that.
It's already over.
Ace one, unlucky. But yeah, the new point system, really every single one of these players tells me that the team is adapting. They're adapting. They're trying to see what works for their play style in order to make sure that they can secure themselves a top 5 finish. Like, that's what they want. That's the goal. Top 5 finish, some kills, you're golden.
Yeah, every single time. If you can consistently lock that down, again, we've seen it. You don't need to get a chicken dinner every other game in order to be in this top 5. We've seen it time and again, particularly exemplified in this game, and I think that's a prime example, right there. BDM just walks on in, full team shooting, 3, 2, 1, go, triggers down, and the team gets wiped in under 6 seconds. And I think that really
completely caught off guard too.
100%. And because, again, it's not just a lone player gathering that intel, it's all 4 players, you can act on it. There's less of a delay between we see our opponents, we have our information, we make a game plan, and it's a lot more cerebral. We are all dealing with the situation together. If our communication is good, we instantly react, we instantly capitalize, and honestly, it just makes the game feel faster.
It does. And that was great demonstration as well. It comes down to just communication, believing in each other. We saw the first shots from Duck, and then immediately, like you said, the cover fire, the crossfire from their squad mates, all of them just spraying down onto Ace. And You know, that fight was over before it even started. Checking on with Wildcard. They're still going to be alive out there. The duo going strong. They actually have Sam up as well, but they're going to be somewhat separated from Enigma, so we'll see if they can gather back up with them. 15 teams, about 11 minutes in. We had a lot of early game action.
I mean, this is 2 games in a row now, where we're just seeing the way these fights work. And I was talking to Cameron after our cast last week, and I was just saying how fun it was on that data cast, and maybe you felt the same, because the way, in particular, our games worked out is like a fight, and then a fight, and then a fight. They were never overlapping. We just got one from action to action to action to action. It was so much fun to watch, so much fun for the fans, because I've casted games of PUBG Mobile where we don't have a kill before the 16-minute mark. That is not this game anymore. This is not PMPL anymore, and I'm such a fan of how it's just from a viewing perspective, how this new system has allowed for more, facilitated and encouraged more aggressive play, and teams are sort of leaning into it a lot more, which also just means that if you're a player out there and you're playing PUBG Mobile and you think you're pretty good and you're the next, AIM star coming up on the ladder, there's an opportunity for you, because at the end of the day, if you can hit your shots, you can take over a lobby like this.
Talk about hitting those shots. Rolex still with that Car 98 suppressed right now. Making sure our spectators, they're ready to go too. We keep checking on in with Rolex, and talk about checking on in. Looks like the Unnamed going to be making their way on into the edge of the zone. They have 2 vehicles to work with. They lost Q very early on. We saw Q get caught off guard in the 1v4. And INTZ, yeah, they're going to be pushing a little further on into the zone as well.
And this is the thing about Vikendi that I always find really interesting. It's these circles 2, 3, and 4. They never shift a whole lot, which means that teams can choose to rotate, but there's this sort of a lull that we always see on Vikendi. Once teams have sort of got themselves in this initial position, and we're still seeing it here. The shots are going back and forth. We're seeing it in the kill feed. We're seeing it on our screen. The Unnamed were able to take over this little compound, though, but INTZ gatekeeping on the coast. This is huge, and as we see where this next circle rotates, INTZ could be a huge obstacle for the Unnamed.
Yeah, and back to your point about the action on Vikendi, it also helps when there's a lot of water, right? All this water just takes away the real estate that is going to be available for the early game kind of camp fest that we see on other maps. So look at the next zone. Not too bad. We have Cloud9, Nova down there in the south. Looks like Wildcard, they might have an opportunity to possibly attempt to keep out Nova. It's going to be a challenge, though, considering their numbers.
Yeah, this one's going to be tough. Wildcard losing a couple members in both games. We have seen them be able to play as a duo, though. You can never count them out. And Sam, I talk about aim stars, talk about folks who can hit those shots. He showed up in a huge way in the PMWL, and he's continued to show up here. But going into Nova, especially AZ, we saw him in that last game essentially demolish a team 1v4. Like, again, they got to be feeling pretty good after that one. PK came in, caught them off guard, but you kind of have to shake that one off. You have to take your wins as you get them and ignore the situations. It's like, well, there wasn't really a whole lot we could have done about that. You know what I mean? Yeah. I think that's the hallmark of a good team, is being able to shake off the plays that you couldn't do a whole lot about and celebrate your victories.
Yeah, and I'm so happy for the Knights. They used to be hometown. They didn't qualify by 1 point. Only 1 point. Then they got, Rolex hit the bolty. Hey! Oh, we missed it. But the dream. And for them to get a win, honestly, for the Knights, I know they're not in this game, but I feel like that's going to be able to give them that confidence that they can perform in this lobby. Talk about performing. Nova making the pull up.
There's the nade going on through. Sam holding strong against multiple members. This is going to be a tough situation for him, trying to play the apex of this wall. Leon on the outside as well, but they are just getting pinched right now as Leon is going to get on. Beautiful execution here from Nova, relying on the numbers, trying to hold on the ankles, going for the full flank as well. Got to try and back up, jumping over the wall, getting the shots. That's going to be it. Where's the last member of Wildcard here? Enigma is way off in the distance. He cannot come to his team's aid, and that is going to be it. A systematic wipe of this compound, and Dave, that's why I love Vikendi. Where else can you see that? That was a textbook takeover. Loops, take some notes. Get back there.
Loops. They still think there might be a member here. Okay, yeah, they're just making sure.
Why would Enigma not be?
Yeah, making sure to mark up. Yeah, exactly. Making sure to mark up their P's and Q's there. Check every single room, every single corner. And I know Jason mentioned the Starlight is the information gatherer on the squad now, the new addition, that 5th member. I saw him right there. They were also the flank right there. I mean, that was pretty good positioning from them to be able to gather that information. Okay, so Seba was the one who was knocked from Rolex's Car 98. Looks like Seba out here sniping as well.
So I think I might have figured out what happened. I think Enigma might have got caught out on his rotation and meta pinned him down, and so he couldn't leave. I wonder if his vehicle got destroyed or his tire popped, and so he couldn't rotate over to the rest of his squad. I'm kind of surprised the squad couldn't rotate to him. I'm guessing there was some sort of kerfuffle where they were getting shot at, vehicles got destroyed, because I can't think of another reason why they wouldn't be together other than just trying to hedge their bets. But even then, with 3, you can still take fights. I think about how different that push, that crash from Nova would have been if Enigma had been there with them. But I'm sure there was a reason why. I'd be very curious to talk to the team and figure out what exactly happened there for them, because I feel like that wasn't necessarily the game plan. Or if it was an adaptation. In any case, we're still seeing a lot of water in this next circle, Dave. Teams are going to have to start to move, and we have, 14 teams left in the circle? 15? It's about to go down to like 8 or 9 real quick.
Yeah, a ton. I really like we saw their BDM kind of pushing on to the coast out there to the east. They're going to know for a fact there's not going to be a team behind them. Oh. Let me get the Rolex. I'm going to get the Rolex ball T right here. Tenta is standing there. Rolex, you know you want to take the shot. Oh, man. So Tempo looking at their current position. They're going to be right there in the zone. I see Cloud9 there. They have been on the move for some time now. They just can't catch a break on exactly where to breach this zone. It looks like they're going to be running right on into Nova.
Yeah, Nova, who were the aggressors in that last engage, taking down 2 members of Wildcard, now have to defend their new terrain up against C9. Joining us now on the server, Starlight's going to pop on up, Beowulf's going to pop right back down, and that is going to be the cleanup to confirm the kill. Uneven look trying to leverage back some of the shots. The vehicle flying over the edge of this cliff for whatever reason. Let's do it, let's go! And now Pyra trying to go up this hill. AZ looking to line up the shots, but the damage has already been done. The cross is coming in. The third-party action as well. They're getting shot from every direction. C9 out and exposed. They're going to go down. Adder is the last man standing in his BDM. I think, who is the team off in the distance? Somebody's taking shots at them. Adder, what are you doing? Now Adder's playing the flank. What is going on, Dave? This is such a scrappy fight. Starlight's got to win this, but Adder, can he do it? He turns. It's Tempo Storm at distance. The battle in North America, but that is Cloud9 finally going down.
Starlight once again right there on the flank, wrapping behind Adder. But yeah, I mean, Nova, they were just cresting that hill, exposing themselves. We saw Tempo try to take advantage of that one. Klaze here on the defense. Andres bolting on out with that Tommy gun is going to be spotted from a duel with the MP5.
Fight after fight after fight. Welcome to the PMPL North Americas. That was the battle in North America. And now these teams in South America continuing to go at it. Escanor looking to push on into the members of Klaze, holding them strong. But Rambote, I love this position from him, holding this off angle. And it's going to be popping out. Can't quite get the down, though. Can't quite connect the shots. But they are able to take some back. Can they find them spraying? Holding this, though, is Meta Gaming. Trying to jump shot around the corner. Abdul needs to get involved. I cannot believe this Meta are holding strong. Klaze is falling. They are down and out. Meta did that, and they didn't lose a single player.
That was crazy. I mean, we heard all the shots from the Tommy guns. We heard all the shots from the Uzis, but Abdul coming out in the end right here. Sheepan with the M4. They're trying to connect onto 19 Esports. They will spot out Jacob. Mad Max catching some air right there. Talking about making their way on into the zone in style. Mad Max found a nice little slit in the cave to just heal on up. I mean, BDM right above him as well will be able to kind of play that bodyguard for the time being. But I think Jacob just going to bleed out in the open.
And I'm so glad you mentioned BDM's position earlier on. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. They are in such a good spot, and the circle luck has been with them so much. They have this lovely piece of high ground cover up there that they get to play with, as now Nova and Tempo Storm. Tempo looking to finish what they started as well. Oh, Luis is actually going to clean up that kill at range as well. The kills just keep on coming. Enigma's just going to try swimming on in. The hopes and dreams of Wildcard lay on his shoulders. Oh, we'll see if he's, well, just going to continue to go down. But he lives past XSET. I cannot believe it.
Cat is swimming as well. We got 2 players just trying to get as many placement points as possible. But I believe we don't see Tempo getting ultra aggressive on this one because, like you said, BDM up there on the cliffs, on the rocks, overlooking this one. So if Tempo, if they make their way on out of this cover to try to get those additional 2 swimmers in the water, it's going to expose themselves. Meta, once again, back-to-back team fights here, Paul.
Oh my goodness, Meta at close range. They are looking so solid. My goodness, the way they both cover these angles simultaneously, the double shoulder check. It's so solid to see. You don't give your opponent just one person to shoot at. You have to make them choose. But they make it 2v1 all the time in these situations, and that's why they've been able to keep all 4 members aligned, because they're playing this smaller little buddy system inside the 4v4. They allow themselves to leverage that man advantage and take it further and further and further, which is why they now have 9 kills, Dave, with 10 teams left. This is looking great for Meta, but they've got to move down this hill, and that's going to be a challenge.
Huge game for Meta, honestly. I mean, they're just a death squad right now. They're taking out everybody. We see the next zone going up. The swimmers, Cat from Nova, Enigma from Wildcard, they could actually secure themselves a top 5 based off of that play alone, because we have a couple teams out there to the west. They all need to work their way downhill, and we have BDM looking right in their direction. I see on the map as well, Bucky will opt to swim. So 3 swimmers trying to swim it out for those placement points. Tempo now trying to come up with some type of game plan on how to make their way on into new zone. Bucky, though, drowning. Yep, didn't bring their floaties here today.
I think he was getting shot at and he wanted to deny the point. I get it. Still feels bad, man. But I just look at this position. Thanks so much to our observer who's just really profiling just all the information that BDM have. I want to slow this down a little bit because this game has just been so intense.
Oh, rip.
Players, they don't want to let me slow it down, Dave. They don't want to let me take a breath. They don't want to let me take a minute. Tempo, with the decision to send, are going to have 2 of their members that make it in up onto this cliff. Neto's actually going to end up dropping on the backside of this, but they've cleaned up most of this beach area, which means BDM's still in a good spot. They're going to have to hold on to this high ground. They're the kings of the castle, but can they defend it?
I saw one of the members from Meta just sending it right on into Tempo. Meta, they are so confident right now. I believe they sent 2. Yeah, they got 2 members from the squad right on top of Tempo Storm who are going to be receiving some shots from BDM. And then they're keeping 2 on the edge outside to maybe, rack up some more points to take out those stragglers out there. Very smart move from them.
Yeah, and that's allowing them to actually just totally disrupt this send from G25. We're trying to push it in. Abdul's actually in a great position there, but J7 here on the flank, I think is aware of what's going on. I don't know if they necessarily know how close Tempo Storm is right now. J7 getting the shots out of the teammates. There is Meta. They rotated in late. They were going to be the spotters, but in the end, I think they knew that was pretty much what was going to happen here. But Gazme, oh my goodness. The INTZ pushing in as well. Duck is there to shut that down. What a chaotic finish. Trying to find these small moments of peace to collect yourself. If you're some of these players, it comes down to a lot of 2v2s. Can you trust the player next to you? That's the question. But I got to give props to Tempo Storm because they've been able to keep so many members alive through all of this. Yeah. The 2 of them in the back are actually inside this next circle. So dropping to pick up the down teammate inadvertently put them in a great position because, Dave, there is no one behind them. They have everybody in front of them. This is actually a great spot for them.
Yep, they got the hard cover out there. They got the blue zone to their back. They'll be able to provide the support to J7 and Spec over here, who are currently trying to avoid getting naded from BDM up here on the high ground. Tribe also going to be getting on into the mix. They're going to be right there behind BDM. So BDM, they're trying to throw out some smokes. They're trying to get on into the next zone as they're no longer favored. Gazme from Meta, though, still tunnel vision right here onto those 2 members on the edge. They could get backstabbed.
Oh, Spec. He's in such a precarious situation right now. But Asta, we saw him go in earlier trying to survive the ire, but it's back and forth and back and forth. This team's just trading shots. BDM's actually just going to go down here. They were in such a great position, but they tried to take fights at too many different angles. They extended too far, flew too close to the sun, and like Icarus, they came crashing down. And speaking of crashing, here comes Tribe, King and crew on the flank, on the outside, looking to make something happen here up against 2 separate squads. Let's see if they know, because that will affect how they play this.
Let's see, Paul. Let's see. Looks like Abdul going to be popping on up. 2 members alive still for Meta. They're trying to make sure that Tribe don't have a free rotate on up those cliffs on into the zone. J7 and Spec still going to be down there below. The swimmer's still alive. Top 5. Looking for that top 5. Enigma getting sprayed down right now from Tempo Storm. Enigma's like, I'm just swimming. I am just swimming. Leave me alone. I'm not doing nothing. Oh, popping on up. The Angel from above. Gazme taking down Tensa, at least knocking them out.
Oh my goodness, how many times have these two members of Tempo Storm been down out there? They've been such a distraction, but we've been distracted from seeing Tribe Gaming make their way in with all 4 players, and here comes the send. Gazbay's just gonna get absolutely wrecked. G3 and crew holding on in. Tempo Storm finally getting some revenge from that close quarters combat, trying to go in and snipe, but that one out. It was J7 actually able to do so, take down Meta Gaming, but all 4 members of Tribe are still here, but Tempo's doing a great job of dodging and weaving in and around. Meta is down. The North American bite coming on in, and the inadvertent pincer move from 2 of these teams, but Tribe wants to keep this one rolling, but Tempo is gonna reset their position.
They're going right back. They're going right back to where they came from. I really liked how J7 and Spec, they popped out from their cover to make sure to get that sandwich, get a kill on the board. Now Tribe, they're gonna have the high ground. Asta trying to remain undetected. Telly going to be staying back. I think Telly might be trying to go for a sneaky play, trying to wrap around those rocks and catch J7 off guard. We'll see in a couple moments here. Spec also crawling a little bit further.
I want to remind the folks at home, Asta was the one who had that insane send into the rock, into that little crevasse on his little bike. And he survived for so long. He helped take down BDM, in fact. But now, I talked about it here on the outside, on the edge of the circle. Tempo Storm put themselves in such a great position. And now Tribe are slowly starting to get torn apart. Tenso with the shots at range. Given the scope, given the optics, and he does the work, puts it on in. And that's actually Tribe going down. My goodness, Tempo Storm have weathered the storm. And now it is a 4v1 situation. 1 member's down, but it all comes down to Asta. Can he survive? Can he rotate in as the blue is compressing on in? That is 2 members down, though. This is actually a 2v1 situation. Dave, technically, this isn't impossible.
Yeah. I mean, Asta tried to get those confirms. Gonna be cooking this grenade, getting ready to toss that right on top of Tensa. Oh my goodness, Tensa so aggressive right now, trying to get the dub, trying to get the finish. Will do so, popping right on over the hill with the Uzi. I mean, Tempo, they worked so hard for this chicken dinner. We saw them utilize that 2-2 split on the beach, and they had each other's backs from the beginning. That was just a great chicken dinner from the side of Tempo Storm.
And the thing I really want to highlight there was, like, Tempo didn't choose to stay out there in the middle of the field. A player got down out of the vehicle. They stopped. They hit the brakes. They backed up. They reset. They blew it up. They threw smokes. And because of the way the circles rotated, that ended up being a power position. They were able to spread the 2-2, something we've said, has had mixed results, to say the least, so far today. But because it was just a wide open field between the 2 halves of the squad, the players at the back were able to relay so much information to the rest of the squad, and they were able to capitalize on the chaos in such a good way, whether it be sniping out Meta from underneath the noses of Tribe, whether it be doing damage to BDN or Wildcard. They were just such a factor in every single one of these fights. That's the Tempo Storm I've been wanting to see for the last, since game number 1, the last time they got themselves a chicken dinner.
I mean, you got to ask yourselves, why was there a roster change within them as well? HH24 wasn't playing, J7 came in instead, but we've seen them be able to really excel in these firefights, as we saw towards the end, the amount of kills they performed. And like you said, and Viram, we haven't seen that tempo since game 1. We haven't seen really that tempo since back in the World League, to be honest, as well, with how confident they seem to be, and on a map like Vikendi, to get themselves the chicken dinner, to get all those kills as well. That's really going to help keep them into that top 6 position, where I think we're sitting right next to Wildcard, if I'm not mistaken. We'll see if they can continue to grow that lead potentially. But you know what? You two deserve a quick little break. Go cool down. Maybe get ready to heat things back up, as things will be getting moist later on in the 3rd match. But for now, we need to bring in our experts yet again to talk about the last game, 7 and Glitter. What a game by Tempo. Let's start off by talking about that in general, 7.
Yeah, what a game in general. So much action, but with Tempo, they play that so well. And then towards the end there, we were talking about this with Glitter when we were watching it. By them being able to have that location that they had, having that extra terrain, as soon as Tribe Gaming kind of popped over those rocks, that were going to be easy pickings. And I think that's when you actually have to give extra credit to Asta there from 19 Esports, because he was so patient. He played that so perfectly, which allowed his team to get some extra points there, not only in placement points, But then towards the end, he started to get those kill points too, as we see in here at the leaderboard. Temple Storm with 30 points. That is going to be huge from them. Love seeing that. Metagaming, 18 points. And with Metagaming, you know what? Let's give it a second. We'll talk more about them. 19 Esports, 4 kills, 16 points. Tribe Gaming, I think they were very, very good too. With all the distractions, I think as Paul or Dave put it, is we didn't even realize that Tribe Gaming had their 4 players there towards the end. As we see Nova Esports there, Nova Esports was able to win a huge 5 with Cloud9. I believe as Temple Storm was able to kind of third party there, Cloud9 as well. BDM Esports there with 8 kills as well, 10 points. BDM was super aggressive and they ended up beating Ace 1 on an engagement, and I think that was huge too. INTZ, you see them there with 5 points. Wildcard Gaming there with 5 points. And I know when we were watching this match here, Glitter, with Wildcard Gaming, we saw Enigma kind of give him those extra 4 placement points by just swimming around in the ocean.
Yeah, Enigma did a really good job getting Wildcard just a few more placement points, did all he could to kind of help his team out in any way possible. As we take a look here at the second page, XSET coming through with 2 points, Influence Rage 2 points. Big surprise. I think this is the first time that we've seen G25 in a lobby, and you pointed it out yesterday, Seven, where they weren't playing against Group C, so they should have been able to do better this time around, and they just got super unlucky in this game. And then moving down to Ace 1, the unnamed Team Queso, Klaze Esports, and I think maybe the most upsetting surprise, Cloud9 there in dead last.
Heroes.
Just want to give him a moment of silence there. We're now going to head into our Mountain Dew Game Fuel moments, and I think there's something we should be talking about here as well, is kind of the 2-2 split Tempo was running against Tribe at the end. I'm not sure if you can go like too into detail and tell some strats here, Seven, but talk about that in particular, because you had like 2 squads. You had Tenza and Rain sticking together on towards the outside. You had Spec and J7 sticking together basically at that rock to kind of keep Tribe at a little bit of distance, and those knocks just kept coming through. They had not necessarily a 2-pronged attack, but they had the cover of their teammates so they can move freely.
Yeah, that's great, right? Having that 2-2 split in that scenario, especially have the cover from the teammates, that's what you want to see, and that's why Temple Storm was able to play it out perfectly. And they also had that 2-2 split trying to figure out where the zone was going to be gone. So they were pretty much placing themselves in perfect scenario there, as we do see an engagement here with Nova Esports and Wildcard Gaming, which ended up having, I think it was Enigma, the only player left alive there from Wildcard Gaming. But going back to that Temple Storm, the finishing, honestly, it couldn't have gone any better. As soon as we saw a little bit of a ledge there, a little bit of a hiding spot, I don't remember the name of the players, but whoever it was towards the ocean there, we kind of knew that it was going to be going their way. 19 Esports, though, once again, you got to give some credit to Asta. He played that so perfectly. We didn't even realize, I personally didn't even realize that 19 Esports was still alive until I saw there was 3 teams when it was Tribe Gaming Temple. I was like, hold on, who's that 3rd team? And then we saw Asta just kind of chilling and being patient, and something you pointed out to me there was how he was able to start stealing some of the kills there, Glitter, towards the end.
Yeah, which I think was huge for 19 Esports, because like you said, not only did he manage to secure a few more placement points, because as soon as Tempo took out a Tribe, then, you know, he got himself those extra placement points for 2nd place instead of 3rd, but he was so patient and so smart about how he went about it, because then he was able to start picking some players off. I think he got a minimum of at least 2 extra kills there at the end for his squad. He stole 1 off of Tempo that was onto Tribe, and then I think he actually got a full kill onto Tenza right at the end to just get himself a couple more points. And that's huge. When you were in the position that 19 Esports was in coming into today, every single point is going to matter, especially when we look at the overall leaderboards while the highlights continue to play in the background. But you pointed it out yourself, Seven, that the difference between 16th and 17th place was only a point. You know, and when you're trying to get to that 16th position and fight to qualify for finals, this type of a play that came out of 19 Esports is going to be vital, or it could potentially be the one play that determines whether or not you make that qualifying position. As we continue to watch some of the final moments here coming out of Tempo and Tribe, I mean, I think another thing to point out too is that this is great for Tribe. We've been seeing Tribe be very, very consistent, but not really kind of make it to the very late stages, past, you know, a few good engagements. We've seen Telly have some standout performances. We obviously saw, you know, the entire play that we watched at the very beginning of the entire show today, but this is a strong game from Tribe. You said it yourself, Seven, when they stick together, they do very, very well for themselves, and that's exactly what they did here.
Well, it's also,
if they stick together, scary team.
it was also a major commitment, right? Because I think going in towards some of those later zones, they actually had 0 kills. And they're kind of like banking on the fact that they can keep getting the zone and then eventually get the kills towards the end, which they got some decent placement points. They got some decent kills as well. And I think they'd be pretty happy about that, actually. And I'm also curious to see where they might place in the total damage. I think they only had about 5 kills. I'm expecting to see Tempo relatively far up there, obviously with their 15, and we're going to see them right here, right now on your screen. And of course, Tempo going to be taking that first place, but Meta in hot pursuit at 2,600 damage, so less than 100 separating the two teams.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised there with Meta, especially with the kind of, they just weren't scared. They were willing to fight anybody, and whoever came across them, they were willing to take that fight. And remember, Meta Gaming, after the first couple of days of week 1, they were on that first page. If I'm not mistaken, I think at one point they were on the top 5 without any chicken dinners. And when we're talking about them, we're talking about how they were declining, but not as much, but they were still being consistent. Ace 1 is starting to become a little bit more scary for me because they are continuing on a decline, and I don't like to see that. With G25, I want to mention G25 on that last performance, because I'm starting to notice now, every single time they do end up getting a win, they end up getting, in a way, blessed by the circle. So I wonder if they're only getting wins whenever they end up getting blessed by the circle, or what's going to happen, something that Hot Jukes mentioned last time as well, as that he was able to cast one of the games. What's going to happen when they have to do a hard shift? How are we going to be able to see how they react to that? Something I'll be looking forward to today in regards to G25.
What about Nova? Nova have been playing pretty consistent today, actually. We talked before about how they got a chicken dinner and then they placed that with like 0 points in the next match or 1 point. But we've seen in both games so far today out of them, they've been playing pretty well, getting really far into the game, getting some good points as well. I wonder if this is going to be continuing a trend. Again, we talked to G-Fan and he said that, you know, Starlight is offering them a lot more information right now than the other 2 players they could have brought in. And that's something that the team really needs. And I think we saw that a little bit on Vikendi as well, where I believe he was like helping fight against Cloud9 and eventually able to help eliminate them. So really cool to see that Nova have been adapting and they have been improving as the matches keep getting placed under them. I think we can kind of like think back to like PK and World League, right? Where they had 6 on the roster coming in for World League. And we kept saying more matches under the belt, the better and better they're going to get. It seems to be going the same way here for Nova.
Definitely. I mean, you kind of hit it right on the nail there with Starlight. I know that's something we kind of noticed going into Vikendi with Starlight. Just the roster, something I'm actually enjoying, not just Nova here. I'm also going to include Tempo in this. I'm enjoying that they're changing the rosters and they're doing it at this exact moment. And this is something I was kind of telling Glitter. If you're going to be changing rosters, if you're going to be one of those teams that's going to be pushing to make the finals, and then after you get the finals, you're going to be one of those teams pushing to get the 3rd place, the top 3, and move on to PMGC, you need to start getting all this narrowed down. You need to figure out who your main 4 are going to be. And remember, with Starlight, that is a new player now coming back to Nova Esports, and now he's getting more of a starter role. With J7, this is the second day in a row that we kind of see him playing here. We saw him Sunday, now we're starting to see him again, now switching some of the other teams. I'm loving the variety some of these teams are giving, especially with Tempo and Nova Esports.
I think, or go ahead, Glitter.
Oh, no,
Okay.
I just agree with him.
I actually wonder if maybe anyone on Nova made it into the top 4 players in the last match. So I'm assuming it's going to be Tempo, and it's definitely going to be Meta up there with the amount of kills they're able to pull off. But in the meantime, we're going to take a look at actually Nova and kind of comparing the matches they've had today, and well, obviously only being 2, compared to every match they've had so far. And they're actually obviously doing a lot more damage. They have taken a lot more received damage, but I would say to me, Glitter, that means they're also just getting in more firefights, but more importantly, they're also surviving a lot more of these fights.
Yeah, and I'm okay with that because I think Nova needed this aggression. We in previous seasons, PMWOS, and even last season of PMPL Americas, we saw them be successful when they had that confidence, right? It was like they needed to have a few good engagements, and then they started kind of going after teams, and they did well with that. And they haven't really done that here so far in this season of PMPL Americas. I feel like these past 2 games could potentially give them that confidence that they need to start chasing down some of those fights. They have the skill level for it. They have the ability, regardless of what roster they're deciding to field right now. So this could be good for Nova, and we were expecting this out of Nova because they were definitely one of the teams that we were potentially going to be looking at throughout this season. So I think this is huge for Nova. They needed the points, they needed the morale boost, so let's see if they can continue that through the rest of today.
Well, unfortunately, we won't see them in the next game as they get to take themselves a quick break. And, well, to be honest, so do we. We get to take a quick break here while we get things ready here for our third match of the day.
Mountain Dew?
Squads, there's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For the combat chauffeurs, for those who strike from above or from below, for the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call, fuel your path to winner chicken dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew and with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations, spawning on a map near you.
Well, here we go, about to hit our halfway point of the day. Match 3 coming up, and it's going to be, of course, on Sanhok, like always, with Group A sitting out. Now, Loops gets to come back into the mix. We get to see G25 again. We get to see the likes of Cloud9 again. You know, at what point, 7, do we look at this and say, all right, Cloud9, they're not the team they once were? I mean, I want to give them still a little bit of slack. It's only day 5. I'm not going to say that much longer, but I know they didn't have as much time to practice in the break since World League than other teams had.
Yeah. I would say after day 2 of this week, maybe we can start going that route. I kind of want to give them some extra time because they're still there within that top 16. The only thing I do want to point out is now that the teams that were lower than 16 are starting to put up good performances.
Yeah.
Brazilian Rampage, 19 Esports. If Cloud9 doesn't catch up, we could see something along the lines of what we saw in PMWL. Remember, not making it on that super week and getting too complacent.
It would be definitely awkward to not see Cloud9 make it into the finals, but you know what? Maybe they can turn their luck here going into this next match, and you two will be back to break it down after it does finish. And you guys at home have a chance here to still be tweeting to us at Esports PUBGM with the hashtag PMPL. Maybe you want to talk about how badly I'm dressed, according to Blink. Though my producer says I'm dressed amazingly, and my mom says I look always great. Thanks, Mom. You can obviously let us know about anything about the show you want to talk about. Maybe you want to support your favorite team. Maybe you want to send us a picture of you with one of our fan signs saying go whatever team. I'm not going to kind of put words in your mouth. We're going to bring our commentators back in because they're the ones to speak the words for us here when that next match kicks off in just a few moments. I don't know what Dave is possibly doing, but Envirum is looking ready to go, looking wicked smart. Cloud9, maybe I should ask you guys the same question here for both of you. At what point do we start saying this isn't the Cloud9 that we expected, this isn't the Cloud9 we saw at World League? And I obviously, I feel bad putting so much pressure towards them, but that's obviously because they are seen and have been one of the best teams in the region for such a long time.
I think after day 2 of this week. So if they don't show up on this weekend, that's like the halfway mark. I think then we have to say that they need to make an adjustment. Like I understand they're making small, but maybe they need to rethink their shot calling. Something is fun, which was insane to think. Like Bayo, maybe switch up your but I don't know.
Dave?
Hey, first of all, my mom says you look cute as well, Jason.
Oh, thanks.
Putting it out there. She watches, so shout out to my mom. As far as Cloud9 goes, I think you guys are all just putting too much stress on the situation, all right? Top 16, that's the goal, man. I know there's a bunch of money on the line, but top 16 is the goal right now, yesterday, next week, and then top 3 is the goal in the finals. So I think they're just cruising, man. They're just relaxing. They're just, feeling out the lobby, sussing out the opponents and whatnot. So when we get those finals, they know exactly what to do. Let's go Cloud9. Just saying.
I mean, that's definitely a hope for them, right? Again, we know what this team can do.
That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. Top 16, they're cruising.
Oh, maybe no more than I know. I'm hoping that's what they're going on, or that's what's going up. But as we heard, Seven and Glitter talk about, we're seeing these other teams start to really step up here in Viram, and it's honestly getting scary for a lot of the teams who are kind of in that 12th through 24th place. Obviously, playing for number 1 doesn't really matter right now, but playing for safety is what's really key.
I think at this point, I think to sort of counter Dave a little bit, you don't have time to play a little passive. You got to give yourself as much of a buffer in the top 16 as possible. Starting the day between 16th and 17th is a single point. Nah, you got to go big every game, all the time. Don't leave it to chance. Don't leave it to luck. Get in that top 16, secure at least the top 10, then you can start to chill.
One thing I do know about Dave is he always goes big, as we're going to drop straight in now to match 3. It's going to be Sanhok. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Jason, as we get into game number 3. And I'm going to be honest, end of Vikendi, a little bit chaotic. Kind of to be expected. All of Sanhok, also probably going to be chaotic, so we got to get our wits about us for this one. The good old rumble in the jungle is going to continue. Players are going to be dropping on in. It's a very lovely playing path right down the middle. As we're checking out the map performances from these different squads. And Loops, I mean, we talk about how well they do. They excel in these small maps. Them and B4, the Brazilian squad's really showing up in a big way, and I have to say I'm not surprised. The Brazilian teams, period, have been really impressing me, Dave.
Yeah, I think it goes back to, I feel like they understood the point structure of the new system a little better than other squads like we're talking about Cloud9, Tribe, and B4, who maybe were caught in the old meta, the old meta from last season. Circle number 1, not going to be too harsh either on majority of the lobby. I know Defear's down there, Tribe B4 down there to the south. But yeah, I mean, back to the point though. I mean, the point. I know there's money on the line. So first place, what, $10,000, second place, $6,000 for the league play. I feel like a lot of the goals here for the squads is to kind of just get familiar with the lobby, with their opponents, and just that top 16. Like, that's what they want here in the league play.
And here's the thing. Yes, I agree. But it's interesting to talk about the idea that, how much the point system is affecting teams' style and strategy, because Cloud9 was always a team that played passive, played the circle, played the rotation, got in early, survived to late game, accrued kills. That play style, like it's the apotheosis of what we see the successful teams doing now. The successful teams start fighting early, take compounds early and aggressively, and rack up those kills, and they make it into these final circles with brute force. That's what we're seeing a lot of these winning teams doing, is they're not afraid to take compounds, they're not afraid to take fights. And you know what? Maybe like last time, like Metagaming, they'll get knocked out, but they'll still get knocked out with 10 kill points and like 4 placement points. They are still more than happy with how that game went, even if you don't necessarily walk away with the chicken. And, not waiting the chicken dinner quite so much, I think has been it's been so much fun, because we've been seeing teams more willing to take risks, which is so much fun, just as a fan.
Yeah, it definitely makes for a lot more of an entertaining game, when kills are so important. And, just looking real quick at Cloud9, I mean, at our 14 kills altogether, Pyro 8 kills. I haven't noticed Pyro with the corn suit. That might also be playing a factor in Cloud9's performance. Uneven with 12 kills, Bayo with 9. But looking at their damage, like, they're all hovering around, or at least near 3.5k damage. So, like, the team, they're putting in the damage. They're taking the shots, and in my mind, when I see the damage, I feel like they're getting knocks, but not getting the confirms, not getting the thirst. And I think that's so important that a lot of these teams, they need to realize, like, if we're going to take a fight or have these long-range battles, like, yeah, we're doing it, but for what? Like, if we can't get the kill, then what is the point? What's the point of getting the knock? Like, if you get a knock, you got to make sure to confirm it. Like, that's just a fact. You need that one point when it comes to the kills, because we see so many teams constantly getting 13th, 14th, 16th, even 8th through 12th places is 1 point in placement points. So yeah, I think we're going to see a shift when it comes to these useless knocks from teams, when it comes to just not getting the thirst. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're going to take a shot, you're going to use the ammo, you got to finish it. You got to seal the deal.
Oh, for sure. And I think it has to do with the range at which these teams are taking fights. And we're seeing an example of this right now. Waiting until the team is out in the open, waiting until the team is in position, then choosing to team shoot, then choosing to go on in. That was a perfect trap laid and set, and they are going to be able to confirm these kills. They didn't wait when they were out on the dock, when there's a potential they could jump in the water and get away. No, they played it a little bit more patiently. Let them come in closer when they could confirm them. I love it. I love it. when you start things out, Dave, you're like, yeah, but you're making this great point, and I watch it play out on the screen in front of us, and this is huge. Influence Rage, great job up against HQA. HQA was a team we haven't talked about a whole lot. They showed up the early days of the first couple days. It's like, all right, yeah, like Skies was looking solid. We saw some highlight level plays from him, saw some great highlights from him in the scrims, and then they've just kind of petered out. Yeah. And now down a couple of players. Oh, man.
Talking about shots.
This is it again.
Taking the shots.
Again, Dave. The team shooting. We saw it last game. We're seeing it now. It's so sick. It's so sick.
Oh, man. I love it. I mean, you saw it. They made sure instant right there. They got the knock, got the flush. They did not allow any time for Flash to try to crawl behind a tree and just to continue to survive. I mean, that was just beautiful. We hear more shots. Bayo in the kill feed taking down Blade as well. Looks like the Knights. Ouch on her. The Knights are having a rough go with things here on Sanhok. Let's just be real.
And it's funny, too, because, of course, it's the two teams that I don't care what. If C9 and Loops are in a lobby together, they're rubbing shoulders. I don't know what it is, but these two teams, whether it be in Erangel, whether it be here on Sanhok, they are always bumping into each other, or in this case, sandwiching Pittsburgh Knights, who are not feeling so happy, but that's have to say good night after that one, reset a little bit on that, and just try and take a deep breath and salvage what they can from this game. As we're seeing tons of action on Sanhok to start things off, I would expect nothing less.
By the way, I loved your death sound. By the way, that just we need that. We need that in the game. We need that in the game. We need that. We need Paul's death sound in the game over here.
Imagine you die and it's not like it's just this is very. I got kicked somewhere unfortunate, and this is how the rest of my team.
I like how Influence are taking advantage of this one, though. They were on the outskirts of this one. They're paying close attention to the kill feed. They know there's only 2 members of HQA in the town. And now I believe just 1 more member of HQA. So going back to your HQA point, very interesting team. Very interesting team. I spoke to Skies yesterday. Oh, here comes Nueve. Hey, good luck there. Good luck there, Nueve. Skies yesterday. When it comes to HQA, their drop spots are pretty hot, you know, when it comes to Miramar, Erangel. And Skies, I asked, like, okay, you guys got to drop somewhere else. Like, that's what you're going to do here, right? Like, it's just obvious, right? You don't want to get taken out early. Skies is like, we should drop somewhere. We should play safe, but we're not going to because they don't want to lose their drop spots. And it's just very confusing to me. Like, yeah, you don't want to lose your drop spots, but your drop spots is what's getting you killed here, Paul. Like, it's very interesting to me.
And that's... So there's a couple of different ways to look at that. First of all, you got to give props to the team to say, nah, we're going to hold our ground. We think we're better. We're going to play to win. We're going to fight off, you know, people who are going to contest us. We're going to get a couple of kills early. We're going to play to win. But on the flip side of that, you say, no, we're going to drop somewhere else. We're going to play safe. We're going to get looted up, and then we're going to take these fights. The question comes down to whether or not you think you can win these early game skirmishes. And given their placement on the leaderboards coming into this, given some of the fights we've seen, I think that they're just, as a team, maybe not quite there yet. I think they have the potential. I think there's a lot of potential with this squad individually, but it's cleaning things up in this early game when it comes to that. Like you saw them there. They got spread apart. They got pincered. They got deleted. There was no counterplay. There is nothing you can do to defend against that. You were just running in a field and you died. So I think they need to take a little bit of a step back. I don't hate the fact that they're hot dropping, quote unquote. I don't hate the fact they're going after more contested areas. I just want them to think more about their next steps. As we jump back on board with Alpha 7 now, another one of these teams I don't think's been getting enough love. And Tribe Gaming as well. All of these squads that I think we could talk more about.
Yeah, last game was just beautiful for Tribe. They were really quiet throughout the beginning of the game. They showed up late game. We saw them at the end, still with 4 members up. I mean, it's so important. Swagwin. Telly. Get the classic old death sound from Paul out there. But yeah, Tribe, very good performance last game. I mean, showing up with 4 alive towards the end is so important. And I think I made mention last week when it comes to Tribe, they're trying out, I know we've been stressing the whole staying group together thing, but they're trying out the buddy system. King A, G3, Telly, Seagut. They're trying to use the buddy system. King A, the IGL, said that they know Telly and Seagut are really strong entry-level fraggers. So King A is going to make it his job and G3's job to try to make sure that they have the room to do what they do best, and that's just get up close and personal, just gun.
And this is the thing too with Tribe Gaming. Like, not only is this one of the most established sort of organizations when it comes to, you know, mobile esports, but I'll get back to that in a second, because we're seeing more fights breaking out. And this time it's the revenge battle here for Pittsburgh Knights, trying to take some shots towards Loops, and they're actually finding them, connecting there. Carrillo and crew need to be cautious, spread themselves out amongst this cover as best they can. Beautiful timing there to time the reload of Goldblade, so they actually couldn't take that shot, and now they're being able to rotate through, leaving that Dean at the, or Golden rather, at the back. And now we're seeing the Dean pushing on in on the outside. They want to finish what they started, and well, Cloud9 helped out a little bit. Loops is pushing in onto the compound. Aggressive looking Loops, that's what I like to see.
Yeah, great smoke
back?
as well. Yeah, great smoke to block the sight lines just in case there was an enemy right in front of them into that building. Only 2 members of the Knights currently up, Jat G and Goldblade. Let's see if they can defend right now against the 3 of Loops without getting third party, like you mentioned, from Cloud9 right behind them. Dadden looking like they want to cook this grenade and toss it right on into the window. Let's see, Jat G, you have to be super aware right now. You are getting surrounded slowly.
And that's the danger of Sanhok. If you take a fight that you can't instantly finish, you are opening yourself up to the third party. It will happen. The second those sounds ring out, you can see it here. The action just does not stop here on Sanhok. We're seeing more fight. This time it's between Alpha 7 and Defeaters, 2 teams down towards the bottom of the leaderboard that need to step on up today. They need to start to turn this ship around, buck the trend. They need to make something happen here in these games today. As you're seeing the kill feed as well, back and forth, the shots are going. I honestly, I want to see that finish up of that fight between Loops as well. Definitely want to see how that one. It's almost looking like it's about over, and that's just it. PK's gone. We looked away for 2 seconds, David. They're dead.
Over.
It's already over.
It's over. They got surrounded. So it does look like the Fears, they were able to acquire this crate here. The blue zone's going to start pushing on here very shortly, and I believe that's why we see Alpha 7. They're going to be, okay, let's just make our way on into zone, and then from there we can gatekeep the Fears, keep them out, because it is going to be a 3v3. But we're talking about Cloud9 possibly third partying that fight between Loops and the Knights, and Bayo real close right now with the VSS, going to be pulling back.
Yeah, VSS, one of these highly situational weapons that I actually really don't mind when players do pick up, just because it has that built-in silencer. It allows you to be annoying, if nothing else, at range. And I have actually seen some saucy VSS picks over the years. So that is always kind of fun to see. But we're seeing Adder, no subtlety on this one, taking shots towards G25. Loops, C9, G25, the big boys in the lobby, or at least one big boy and 2 re-aspiring sumo wrestlers in Cloud9, and Loops looking to take back that heavyweight belt.
Looking for that sauce. For me personally, though, the VSS, I need the extended mag, because those last couple bullets is what really gets the knock. But I mean, these players are, they got way better aim than myself. I love the VSS. It's so good. I mean, on Sanhok as well, all these bushes, all the boulders, all the rocks, all the trees, like a VSS could really play a big factor in catching some of these stragglers off guard. J7 here on top of the roof. Looks like they're going to be looking down there on top of B4, doing some scouting. We do see the next zone pop on up, and now all the movement. Yep, all the movement from everybody.
Not as much as it could have been, that's for sure. A lot of teams were already sort of centralized on the mainland, and this are on their easternmost island, I should say, outside of Paradise Resort. So this isn't actually going to cause too many crazy rotations. Alpha 7 are still way out in the blue. They've got a ways to go. And Tempo taking a couple of shots here. Rain feeling it right in his pan, as he's got a burn of first aid early, but luckily looking pretty good in terms of the meds. And Tempo is interesting because you're bringing in J7 now. HH24 was one of these players that I thought, in some ways, probably helped contribute to the binary that I associate with Tempo Storm. They either go in, they absolutely wreck face, or they get knocked out early and don't really accomplish a whole lot. And I think HH24, if he survives their initial initiation, he's looking great. But in some situations, if he gets knocked out first, it seems like Tempo is just done for the lobby. So maybe switching that up, maybe bringing in J7, maybe a little more consistency could be big for them, because consistency is going to be king. As we jump on board with Cardozan and Ace taking shot at Influence Rage, who we saw influencing some awkward rotations earlier on in the game.
That's a fact. That's a fact. And this is interesting. We see NTX and who else is that with them? Their squad mate got knocked, but they're still on the rotate, right, to allow the revive in the back end of this one. Very interesting that they're spreading so far apart right here on Sanhok as well. I mean, we got 14 other teams still alive. Like, you just never know where a team might be for them to be risking it that much right there. So spread. This might be, you know, what's kind of holding them back here.
Yeah, again, the name of the game for the teams that are finding success is about being more clumped together. And I, you know, I've seen some people in chat, they've been like, I hate this new meta, I hate it all. I love it personally, because it just means we get brawls. It just means we get scraps. And it just means we have more options for counterplay. Getting your teammates up. Revives becomes so much more tenable in the sense that you're not going to get as hard punished to put yourself out of position because you're already in position with your teammate. But then it also means that, you know, whoever gets that first initial knock in a fight has a huge advantage in terms of intel. And we're seeing Uneven look to get some knocks now. He's got a big boy gun.
Swapping out the VSS. Oh, no. That was Bayo with the VSS. So we got snipers, the whole squad. Tempo, though, back to your point, HH24 and INTZ last season were like a deadly duo. I mean, they were both in a kill race amongst themselves, and they were the top fraggers in the lobby. So J7 coming on in. I mean, we saw in the scrims, J7 can definitely hold their weight. I mean, all the members on Tempo Storm could definitely perform here. But as we come into week number 2, I mean, it's kind of like the scoreboard's, you know, it's adding up, but like a reset, right? Like everybody's definitely coming into these games refreshed after the short little break. But I'm still looking for teams to settle in and kind of stop with the swapping players out, because I feel like they need time to mesh and just, you know, get that energy, get that vibe going amongst each other. And when you keep swapping out a player here and there, it doesn't really give time for that to develop, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I'm definitely in two minds about it. I think we're getting to that break point, though. I think you're absolutely correct. I think there's going to come a time heading in towards the finals, locking in that top 16. You got to say, this is it. This is our squad. This is our roster. This is how we have to play, because building synergy, like, there's the synergy that you don't have to say. The synergy that you don't have to verbally communicate. You look, you see them. You've both gone through this door before. You know exactly where it goes. You know exactly how you're going to handle your angles. And that's the differentiator of a team that's going to make it into the top 3 versus a team that's not.
Oh, the next zone going up, really paying off for Klaze all the way up there to the north. Tempo, we were just talking about him a moment ago, making the push. Like Spec is going to be spotting out Dadin able to get on into the building, into the cover right in time. But look at this, Tempo moving as a unit. All 4 of them right here. They are swarming right now on top of loops. One counter to moving so close to each other is a grenade, Paul.
Yeah, I saw Carrillo priming it, but he didn't let it on in. There it goes. And it's good! And it's good! Fights 3 members! Oh my goodness! Hang on a second, and now the tables have been turned. Tempo Storm is in a terrible position. Loop is going to try and capitalize on the destruction that they have sown. And this is it! This is the counterplay. If you're going to stack, what can you do? But Carrillo goes down in response, trying to get off the res. This is it for Loops. They've got to go! They've got to go! And Golden is going to make it happen! Tempo Storm, in an instant, are deleted!
7 kills, 1 grenade, took out 3 of them. Actually amazing. And instead of Golden going for the revive, made sure to get that final 1v1. And talking about that, Bayo going to be breaching his compound. Looks like Cloud9 fighting Brazilian Rampage right now. Garcia bolting on into the cover. Bayo, though, super hungry for this one as they swarm the 2 members of Brazilian Rampage. We see Molly's in the doorway. Pirate trying to heal on up. Going to be jumping on in right here. It's coming down to it, 4v2.
Cloud9 wants it. They smell blood in the water. Here comes the nade, priming it, going on through. There's the breach. Like a SWAT team, they are just moving on in, and Brazilian Rampage is just going to get rolled over as Garcia hits the deck, and that is it. Trading out 1 down, but they'll take it. Whether it's Tempo and Loop, I mean, this is the back and forth between North America and Brazil, but the action does not stop. It's jumping back on board with Tribe and B4. NA Brazil, let's go! Who's going to come out on top this time? It's Tribe Gaming taking so much damage as Nenabene is a one-man wrecking crew. My goodness, I love this game. Sanhok delivers every time.
G3 still alive on the outskirts of this one, just watching their squad mates get picked apart right now. I saw King A out there in the distance as well, trying to crawl to safety, but I do not believe that's going to be successful with the blue zone right on top of them. Mix Zero bleeding on out was picked up, 3 kills onto B4. Execute, though, hearing all the gunfire. They're going to be in the zone on the edge of the coastline over there. Next zone does go on up. A lot of teams, they need to reposition here. G25, though, 4 up. I mean, they're looking really good in this zone.
Yeah, of these top squads, they're the one we've been quiet on. All the while, they've just been this slow and steady machine moving their way on in. As influence raise is going to drop, Holly's going to go down. INTZ taking a little bit too long on the outside of the circle, and the blue really does start to hurt at this point. But I'm so glad you mentioned D25, Dave, because they are in such a solid position with all 4 members still up, and everybody is rotating into them. Mafioso, well, there was an attempt.
I guess you can call it that. I guess you can call it an attempt. I mean, in a buggy, working your way uphill at this point in the game, very questionable. Their squad mates going to be trying to make their way on into the zone as well. Zute popping their head up, quickly catching some bullets over there. Going to be forced to go back on into cover. Execute with a split on the edge. Unikoi do, though. M4 suppressed. Yeah, G25, they're just putting in the work right here in this circle.
B4 on one side, Loops on the other, but this is, I think, what makes G25 one of the best teams we see is their ability to hold multiple angles at once. They run it in 2s, but they do it in such a way that they're not going to get caught by one grenade, but they're having these 2 little buddies. One's watching on one side, one's watching the other. You can see it here. They can address teams on multiple sides, and Eddie's just going off right now. Carrillo's not the last one up. Bayo's also doing some work, though. Hang on a second. C9 is getting involved in this fight, too. All of these top teams want to make a claim to this server, and Carrillo!
Done! Grenade, G25, 9 kills. 8 Loops, though, they had a bunch of kills to go with themselves this game as well, getting taken out right there, so they're not going to be too disappointed. But Unikoi do just getting warmed up here, currently with half of the squad's kills, 5 kills to themselves here, Paul.
Oh my goodness. Taking some fire back, does go down. That's actually huge. That's going to have to make G25 rethink their positioning at the top of this hill, and that's actually an opening for Zute to move on up. Zute did a great job of drawing the fire of G25, but not going down. And hang on a second. There's an opportunity for them to get in here because there's Tribe in the back. G3 is still alive. I thought G3 was dead to rights, and he may still burn out to the blue in just a second. And there he goes, but Quinto sees 10 kills for his team and thinks, I want more.
Quinto saw the head, knows exactly where Cardozan is, popping on up, going for the spray down, trying to shoot on into the bush, missing the mark though. Cardozan popping on up with the M4. Quinto, no more. Bleeding on out right there. Bayo though, you talked about Cloud9, you talked about them. Where were they? They're coming on up. 11 kills so far, uneven, and Bayo looking to get the dub here. Interlocks though. Oh, the grenade though, bouncing off the rock. Oh no! Kill switch!
Kill switch, and then his teammate's nade kills him!
Nade! The grenade!
Oh! A disaster here for G25, but Interlocks continues to put up the work and the damage, weaving in and out of the blue, and going on in, finds 1, finds 2, can't find the 3rd, and it's kill switch! Taking him on down. G25 eliminated. A series of small mistakes catalyzed that loss for them in that game. Not getting the kill into Cardozan was the beginning of the end for them. And C9 have been dodging and weaving their way through this, but it's not a passive game day. 12 kills for Cloud9, but they've got some foes left to face if they want that chicken.
Kill switch was the top fragger in all of PMCO in their region, popping on up from the rock right there, spotted. Cardozan, though, still alive for Ace, crawling their way down the hill in the wide open, right on top of Bayo. I don't think Bayo has an idea that there's anyone over there. Bayo, tunnel vision right here. Oh, Cardozan going for some shots here, Paul. Popping on up, trying to get the shots out of Bayo. Taking down Bayo. Oh, my.
Hey, boys, it's a 1v1. Stop healing and shoot your gun. Do it. Oh, my goodness.
Okay. Oh, Cardozan, though. Hey, execute. Their first chicken.
That's their first one. That's their first. What a finish. I don't have the correct words to describe how that game ended. If I'm flustered, I can't imagine how the players feel. Because Cardozan just went in. Whether it was G25, whether it was C9, the team that was maybe fated to win that game. Well, it's fate. Execute's saying, now we got that on our side. And they walked away with the W, heel striding through the blue. I want to hear those comms when they realize, wait, it's a 1v1. It's a 1v1. And the snap up to the hill, he was bleeding out to the blue. He was burning away. 1 second. 1 second was the difference maker on who walked away with that game, Dave.
clutch heal from Fam as well, because Cardozan was not taking blue damage, right? So Cardozan, in my opinion, had the advantage, wasn't getting ticked away. So for Fanboys to get that heal off at the very end, get the information on exactly where Cardozan is and quickly flick, like that time window is very small for Fanboys. And to land those shots, crucial to that chicken dinner. What an insane game. Cloud9 popping off, G25 popping off, Loops, the squad wipe. Hello?
Jason, it's almost like all these teams we were asking for. It's like they heard us through the ether. Amazing.
Yeah, they might have been able to hear us through the ether. Maybe we were kind of sending them brainwaves of, guys, come on, step up, make something happen. I mean, Cloud9, they did get into the zone a little bit early, and we know Cloud9 style, when you get into the zone late in the game, they're going to clean up kills. They're going to be able to have a massive impact. And I think we even saw them do a nice little crash onto BDM in one of the little houses they were in and executed it perfectly. But they got so many kills. Do you know what? There's a lot of teams to talk about. There's a lot of things to talk about. So you guys have already been talking a ton. Get out of here, take your break, and let our analysts earn their paycheck for the day. So get out. Shoot. 7. Glitter. Your turn to shine. What's up, guys? What a game.
That was an interesting ending.
Yeah, that was a very interesting ending. How do you feel about it, Glitter?
I don't feel that good about it, if I'm being totally honest, because I feel like out of all the squads up that had that end zone, I don't think that win should have gone to execute. They got lucky 4 different times over. I mean, G25 self-naded. Ace Cardozan takes out the 2 on Cloud9. The whole time Fanboys is just healing up in the blue while all of these other squads are taking each other out for them. And when you look at Cloud9 with 13 kills, G25 with 10 kills, clearly these teams were going for it. They had the aggression under their belt, and they were doing very well. There were just so many unfortunate events at the end that took out those top contenders, and then that's how XQ was able to come down with the win.
Yeah, and I totally agree with you on that, especially with the G25 Gaming and XQ. And you guys can see the ranking right there. I'm not going to kind of talk over that. With this one, with G25 and XQ got super lucky because G25 ended up grenading themselves. And to be fair, I think with Sute coming in, it is good for him to be there. But the one thing I noticed is he ended up missing a clutch 1v1 there with G25 if they wouldn't have ended up grenading themselves. As we go here towards the second page, we see Alpha 7 Esports, INTZ, 6 points. That's good to see. Temple Storm not being able to follow up with that big win that they just had. Pittsburgh Knights once again falling off. One of the things that we're always going to be mentioning with Temple Storm along the lines with Pittsburgh Knights that we have seen so far is consistency. So far, they have not showed it. They might have been able to pop off there in 2 games, but after that, we don't really see a consistency out of those teams. But going back to XQ, listen, it's a good win. I'm happy they finally got the win.
Right.
But oh man, they got so lucky with that win.
Yeah.
I honestly thought Cloud9 was going to win that, funny enough. I didn't expect them to fall in a 2-on-1 like that, especially when you have Bayo up, when we know what the shots Bayo can hit. But him on Uneven, unfortunately, struggling towards the end. But Ace One, again, another team I want to touch on really quickly here because we've always seen them have either really good games or really bad games. And they finally had a decent game here. I mean, obviously, it wasn't a victory for them, but they were able to get a lot of points for themselves and show that they don't need to win a game to actually accumulate all those points. We're going to take a look at our Mountain Dew game fuel moments, and I'm sure there's a lot we're honestly going to talk about here, guys, because this was a crazy and hectic match happening for basically every team out there. And we're starting things off with Influence Rage here off the bat and already punishing HQA, helping Quit Addiction. Definitely a team that's been struggling here.
Yeah, with helping Quit Addiction, we honestly have not talked about them at all, and it goes to show why in that last match they were able to get a big old 0 for points, 0 kills and 0 placement points. They definitely need to step it up here going into the second win. This is not the performances we kind of see out of those teams, especially if they want to qualify into the top 16 and make it to the finals. You see Pittsburgh Knights there being grenaded, and I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing some of the other good performances that we kind of saw out of that last match with Loops Esports. Even though Loops Esports was only able to get just 1 placement point, they did end up getting 8 kills, and this is kind of what we're used to seeing with Loops Esports. Hey, whether they go out early or whether amazing grenades like Carrillo was able to do there, they're able to just be the aggressive team. They're able to get those kills. They're able to get those squad wipes, as we're able to see Golden there kind of finish that off. With Cloud9 as well, I kind of want to give them a GG's in a way for that last game, because Beowulf and Uneven ended up waking up. I think Beowulf at one point, I can't actually remember, I think he had like 5 kills, and Uneven also had 4 kills, so they're not as dependent on Adder being able to be that fragging power, and I think that's kind of what this team needs. This team needs the whole team to kind of just wake up and not just depend on their fragging abilities, as we do see here G25. They might have not been able to win, but a great performance nonetheless there from G25 Glitter, as I'm pretty sure here, in a short amount of time, we're going to be able to see the engagement between G25 and Execute.
Oh, probably, yeah. I'm sure that'll come up here soon, but while we're waiting for that, Unico was doing so well for himself. He was doing a great job holding people up. Italox had so many insane drop shots. This is the fight you were actually mentioning earlier.
Yeah.
The 1v1 was Zute against Italox there when the blue was sneaking in on them. G25, honestly, if that, because when we watched it, at first we were like, oh no, and then it didn't go off right away, so we were like, oh no, that was a smoke, that was fine. And then we saw them run away, and we were like, oh my god, that wasn't a smoke. If that nade never happened, then I think that G25 would have potentially gone up against Cloud9 in that scenario, and it wouldn't have been the 1v1 that we actually had between Ace and Execute. I mean, and if Cardozen had any other tree other than the one that was this big in front of him after he took out Cloud9, there's a very real chance that Ace could have pulled that down as well.
You know, Hotchooks and Dave always talk about the blue zone being so deadly on a map like Sanhok, though I don't think they intentionally meant for a player in the blue zone to be what was so deadly about it. Kind of reminds me of like Stephen King's The Mist a little bit there. You don't know what's happening. Well, it's Fame Boys getting kills left and right. But Seven, I'm hearing we have something you want to break down for us. I'm not sure which clip it's going to be, but I know you're going to tell me because I'm excited to see what it's going to be. Probably going to have my face in there, right? The Jason Kaplan seal of approval.
I don't know, we might have a new one. Stay tuned and find out on Twitter for PUBG Mobile Esports. But in this one, we're going to be showing the Loops Esports Carrillo. That grenade was just so perfectly timed. And as you're going to see him just cook it, he realized that a whole team was there. Honestly, you usually don't expect to see this out of teams. You don't expect 3 to be pretty much right there next to each other. The whole 4 just in one room. I think it was just maybe they were trying to figure out how they were going to approach that right there. Carrillo being able to send that wonderful grenade, and then all the teammates start kind of backing up and saying, yo, where we going? And then one thing that I do enjoy here that we kind of reminisce of Loops Esports is the aggressiveness, right? Hey, Carrillo does get knocked, but guess what? Golden, one of the new players in that squad, needs to step it up, and he needs to be it. I love this right here. I love that Golden just rushed in and did not allow for the pickup of Tempo Storm. He was able to clutch those 1v1s, and this is what your team expects you to do. This is what your team wants you to do. If you ever see those 1v1s, this is when they're relying on you, and that's why, you know what, Loops Esports, you do end up getting that nice seal of approval there from Glitter, but Tempo Storm, Glitter's gonna be a little bit disappointed with that play. So wonderful. So wonderful.
Where were we? Sorry, I blacked out there. It's like Blair Witch Project or like the ring face right there. You know, looking at that though, Rain almost saved it for his team because he downs Carrillo on his transition into the building and puts it into the one-on-one. I like how J7, he kind of beats a sacrificial lamb and he started to push out around the corner to give the information to Rain whether he can continue the pickup or not. And honestly, like Rain could have been the hero there. That like one extra shot hitting onto Golden, you know, maybe they delaying a little bit longer somehow and they could have gotten the pickup and potentially have taken that fight. But still, we're seeing good things out of Tempo. I think we're seeing good things out of J7. I talked to Advo, their coach, about why J7 was playing instead of HH24 today, and he said because they want to get J7 playing in league play a lot to get him used to the team before they make it into the finals. So it's really cool to see that they've kind of rotated him in different positions. I think it was Spec, if I'm not mistaken. No, I think it was Rain who had the birthday 2 days ago. So Rain was out the entire day, and now J7 played for them. I wonder if he's going to continue to switch players to just kind of see maybe what's the right fit or maybe playing some different roles for the team. But then again, we're seeing a lot of teams go for these adaptations. I may be wondering when could Cloud9 do it because they have Percocet on their roster who potentially could come in if they wanted to rotate someone around. But let's take now a look at our total damage, and Cloud9, speaking of them, going to be #1 on the damage leaderboard. That's the first time here we've seen it, Glitter.
Like, I mean, yeah, this entire season, it is the first time we've seen it, and this is huge for Cloud9. They needed this, even if it wasn't the win. I mean, look at the first and second place damage numbers, and then look at third and fourth. I feel like that's why we'll probably keep saying that I personally had expected Cloud9 and G25 to be first and second in that match. But that's not how it played out. But either way, fabulous game across the board for both of those squads. And if you look further down the list, we're also seeing a decent amount of damage coming out of Loops after some of their aggressive engagements that they had earlier on. And regardless of how it happened, Execute needed those placement points. They needed those kill points for their squad because they have to keep bumping up in the leaderboard if they want to qualify through to finals. And Ace needed the little boost as well because, like you pointed out at the beginning of the show, Seven, they've started to fall off a little bit after their very explosive kind of entry into the season.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see if we're going to have anyone from Ace maybe make it into our top players by kills. I would imagine we're still going to see a lot of G25 players in here. Yeah, Pepito, Italox, and Uni all going to be there in the top 3. But Dudu, he's making it in at number 4. Itsume, Pedro, Tenza, and Ayala. And I think you said this before, Seven. Tenza just always seems to be in there. And look at his damage, actually. If we were to organize that by damage instead of kills, he would be number 2.
Yeah, and he's always putting himself in a good position to cause that damage, whether it's through grenades or being able to get angles. Tense is always that player with Nitsume and Ayala in Team Queso. Something we saw in the first game is that, guess what? They're not relying so much on Nitsume now, and that's kind of good to see. And going a little bit back to that Sanhok match, something I do want to say, I do want to kind of give props here to Execute, is the way they were able to get themselves towards the end of the match. Because guess what? If you get yourself towards the end of the match, sometimes the stars might align and something like that might end up happening, and you might end up getting that win. Even though the win was super lucky, it's good that they're at least starting to get themselves within that top 5 scenario so they can take advantage of whatever the game gives them.
Hey, it's a lot of confidence for them. And for a team that came through PMCO, yeah, they had the kill leader and kill switch, but they've been struggling day in and day out when it's come here. That's obviously getting better as the days have gone, as we talked on the start of the day. But we do have to now, yet again, head to a short break here. When we come back, we have match 4 ready to go for you in just a few minutes' time. So see you guys soon.
Mountain Dew?
Squads, there's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For the combat chauffeurs, for those who strike from above or from below, for the experts in hand-to-hand combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call. Fuel your path to winner chicken dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew. And with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations. Spawning on a map near you.
Well, here we go. We passed the halfway point, and now we've got a 4th match coming up now, and it's, of course, going to be on Miramar, like always, with Group B sitting out. So you wanted to see Cloud9, see if they can continue bouncing back after that last match. Well, unfortunately, they're going to be on a quick, short break here, as well as the likes of G25 and Ace1. But we do have some teams coming back into this. We do have Group A coming back into the limelight. Maybe we get to see some wildcard action. I believe they will be able to field all 4 players now, as I think everyone's back from school and they're able to kick things off here. But again, for a team like Wildcard, who have had to go through struggles of playing with 3 players, they've done extremely well. If you think about it, they've had multiple games with 3 players, multiple games with 2 subs coming in, and yet they still are in the top 8, where you have teams like Loops and Cloud9 and I guess it's just them 2 I'm thinking of in particular, who haven't even been able to break that threshold, at least easily.
Yeah, and if we're going to talk a little bit more about the 3 players, something that we kind of saw towards the beginning games whenever they were actually landing with 3 players, and she started seeing a lot of other teams start landing closer and closer to them, landing on them. So if Wildcard's going to keep on doing this 3 players thing throughout the whole league play, they need to at some point start expecting, hey, we're more than likely going to get hot dropped by a full squad, and we need to be able to hold them off. So something to definitely keep an eye on here.
I still think hot dropping is something I'd love to see a little bit more of, especially if you're one of those maybe a team that's out of the chance to get into top 16, or maybe your team that's guaranteed to be, maybe that aspect, no, because there's a lot of money. But we wanted to see that more, right? Going into like the super weekends or before the super weekends when it came to like week 3, if you want to keep a team out, which I think everyone kind of learned about, especially with Cloud9 unfortunately feeling the punishment of that. But you know what? We're about to head into the game. So I want you to take a quick little break here, get something nice to eat, maybe an acai bowl or something. Who knows what food you want to order. And we'll talk to you guys, obviously, after the game. You guys at home can still be tweeting to us at Esports PUBG with the hashtag PMPL. Let us know maybe your favorite food to eat while you're watching PUBG Mobile, your favorite drink. But obviously, it's going to be Mountain Dew. We got our castles coming back in as the 4th game is ready to go. And Viram and Mustache Dave. And we've had already 3 crazy games today. We've already had so many new teams getting chicken dinners where they've never had it before. I'm going to ask you again, Viram. Can it happen yet again?
Yes, it can. Will it? I don't know. But yeah, I mean, we've been so fortunate. Like, all the games we've got a chance to cast so far, it's been like action, but it's been like nicely paced action, so we're not missing all the fights. It's like fight after fight after fight. It's like the teams are like being cognizant of
Gentleman agreement with our
broadcast.
observers.
We're just, yeah, seriously, not giving still some headaches for our observers, but overall, awesome. So much fun.
Well, yeah, give a big shout out to our observers, actually. I mean, they were here for World League. I think they had like 1 day off and they went home and were doing the PMCOs. Now they're back here yet again for PMPL. Big shout out to all of them working so hard and doing such a fantastic job. Just like someone else I'm about to talk to, Mustache Dave. You're looking fantastic. You're feeling fantastic. You're sounding fantastic. I'll send you the money. You can send me the money, through direct debit for talking nicely about you. Going into this game.
Where do they follow me at?
What's up?
I forgot.
I don't remember. It's probably at the 7WG. But we're going to our 4th game now here on Miramar. Again, we've seen teams have those specific maps in their pocket that they're doing really well on. And one in particular, INTZ, thinking about Vikendi. Who's your team to watch out for here when we get into this match?
Miramar? It has to be XSET. They're so close to getting that chicken dinner. Last time we played on Miramar, they had, 15 kills, and then Nitsu crawling up from behind, definitely playing spoiler. So they're 100% going to be making sure to stay aware, 360, and not count out the snakes in the grass. So, yeah, XSET, I'm looking for them, man. This could be a big game for them.
Okay, I think a big game is definitely in their cards, something they could desperately hope for and want and even need going into another day of games tomorrow. But you know what? We're about to kick things off on Miramar, so let me just stop talking and you two start talking as you guys take us away.
Thank you, Jason. Game number 4. Where's the day gone? Oh my goodness. That's one of the things with having this much action is I look at the clock and I go, wait a second, we've already been doing this for like hours now? It's crazy to think about because these games have been action-packed from start to finish. Miramar, it's a bit bigger. Action, early game, a little bit slower, but you know what? That's okay. I think it's good for us. We're able to break down some of the things these players are doing, and I have to say as well, we've been very fortunate with these playing paths. Basically, every single map so far has left the teams with lots of options, so we get to see optimal drop spots. Speaking of optimal drop spots, B4 seems to drop out of the plane first, always, forever. Like, with the way they set themselves up a lot, they always just are, like, instantly out of the plane. You notice that?
Yeah. I mean, get your boots on the ground quicker, more time to loot it up. And talking about, dropping out fairly quickly, Nova, this is new, dropping out as well, going to be down there on that prison island. I mean, I honestly want to see a zone favor prison island one of these days and see what we can accomplish down there. That would be crazy. That would just be nuts. But yeah, looking forward to it. B4, such an interesting team as well. I was comparing them today between G25 and night and day when it comes to using grenades. G25, they love just getting there, getting in your face and using their gun skills, They only have around 50, 55 grenades used. And then looking at B4, they're over 100 grenades used. So they definitely favor opening up the fight. Yeah. But G25, they're in first place, right? I mean, or they were, so you can't really knock them down too far. But the nade usage, real night and day between the two. Looking at circle number 1, Nova, not too far from them, and we were talking about HQA and their hot drops, man. This is it, man. They don't want to give it up, and it's loops that they're facing.
And we knew this too. We talked to them in the interviews coming into today. They said they hot drop loops, and they're going to keep doing it. So if I'm loops after that pretty stellar game they had last time around, when we reviewed that nade that Carrillo brought out, it was sick. And now it's Kayovsky with his nade. Not going to be connecting I mean, not only was it the wrong window, it didn't quite go inside, so we feel bad across the board. But in any case, HQA actually have the high ground in every situation here, and they found themselves some guns. So it's Loops that unless they hit some sick shots here, they are going to have to rethink this entire city, and they're going to have to rethink if they even want to take this at all.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this as well in scrims every single time between the two. And Loops, you know, they came out on top at the end of the day, but they might lose one, they might lose two. So yes, you get those 4 points, but then you have to face the whole game as only a duo. So it's going to be challenging, and with the new point system, it makes matters even worse if you get taken out pretty much, you know, before 7th place, because 8th through 12th, 1 point, 13th through 16th, 0 points. So, I mean, we know HQA. They've told multiple people. They've told me. They've told Glitter. We're not changing our drop spot. We're just not. We're not. We don't care if we lose. We'll go down to the grave at the end of the day. So with that information, if you're Loops, now it's kind of like Loops. You know, do you want to continue to drop hot early game? Like, because Loops, they're not at the top. You know, they're definitely fighting for their spot on the overall leaderboard.
And this is a team that we know has so much potential, has shown it time and again. So it makes it harder when they don't, because we have such high expectations for this team. It's like, oh, casters are so biased. They like Loops. It's like, yeah, I love the team to go off. But it also just means that, you know, we have the bar set so high for them. So when they don't deliver, you really feel it. And they've definitely not quite gotten their stride so far here in the PMPL. I definitely think there's a possibility that they could totally turn it around. They have gone on hot streaks before in the past, qualifying, getting in the last PMPL, going into PMWL. I'm going to throw every acronym at you possibly. Hope you all know what they are. But still, this is a team that has that potential, and we're going to start to see it here, I think.
Oh, so close. So close. Hey, Cross almost got it. Cross almost got it. And when it comes to Loops, like when it comes to their kills, they're in 10th place with 72 kills. So they don't need any help in that department. They're kind of low on the placement points end of things here. So Kowalski right here would be avoiding that grenade from Nueve.
And they're just playing this slow. This is the standoff. Kiwang, though, up at the top. You can see Carrillo pan his camera up there. He knows exactly where they are, and that's the awareness Loops has in these close quarter situations. They are very, very aware of where their opponents are. And even Nueve trying to run through the smoke is like, nah. Because they've intentionally sort of left Kioski out here. This almost feels like a little bit of bait from the rest of Loops, because they could try and go out and put themselves in a more defensible position to help them out, but they have to cross.
Yeah.
And they're basically putting the onus, the pressure on HQA to say, hey, there's this juicy player. He's over there all by himself. You want to take that bait?
Very juicy. Very juicy.
Yep. I mean, if they can punish it, that's the question. And Nueve, he's making his way in. Kowalski needs to be careful. The nade is primed. It's being tossed, but they're heading around. Now he's got to totally rethink his angle. I mean, you got to pull this line in at some point, Dave.
Kowalski up here on the defense right here, getting pre-fired through the window from behind from Sky, so really pinned in that corner. Q-Wang trying to cut the head off the snake of Loops, pushing across the open terrain, and Cross breaching on into that closet right there, making sure to get the confirm. That and also confirmed, and oh my goodness, I mean, Loops, they're getting picked apart.
I mean, again, there was a play. He was off on his own, but you had to defend him. You had to react more instantly. But then the other player, Dadeen, going down from Kiwang off that odd angle. And now this is a full surround. Carrillo misprimed that grenade that could have punished the players that rotated in. Cross is still going to take a little bit of chip damage. But now, Carrillo, he's going to run out of grenades at some point. I mean, he's only got so much ammo, so much left in the tank, and this is a terrible spot for them. They need to make a play. It's a 2v2. Take it as a 2v2.
Guys had such a great angle onto Kowalski. Keeping him pinned in that corner is beautiful. We see the door opening up. We see the pre-fire. Oh, Nueve closing the door. Swapping back on into the closet. Nueve, AKM. One tap to the dome right there. Golden going to be popping up here on the roof. Trying to get the retaliation, but the last one alive for Loops.
I mean, Golden's got to try and pick a fight, but they're not letting him do it. They're just surrounding him like a swarm of angry bees. Not the bees, Golden, as he's trying to hold on up on the roof. And he's holding this again. These players, I swear, I don't see this many, like when I play PUBG Mobile, I don't even see this many grenades. That is every individual one of these players has. Oh my God, the shots! Like they've got no more meds. HQA is running on fumes, but they have slowly been dismantling Loops and Golden. He's just got to try and make some, oh.
Up. HQA, keep one on the outside just in case Golden tries to jump on down, even though they'll take a little damage. And then just send three upstairs. You know, take them out. Do it. I mean, you already committed so much time. Oh, Q-Wang from behind. The opposite roof right there. Great job from HQA. I mean, Paul, I feel like that was a whole game in itself right there.
And this is why I love these 4v4 matchups. Like I said, it's like a custom game within a custom game. Like, it is so much fun to watch when you just truly see two teams go toe-to-toe in a little city like that, too. That is my favorite kind of PUBG Mobile to watch. Traditionally, we get a lot of that action on Vikendi. It's not as often that we see it here as outright as that on Miramar. One of the good things about Miramar and the size of it is that you're able to have those long, drawn-out, extended fights without aggravating a third party to come in and, you know, get involved, which means that they were able to have that fully play out in this little microcosm of an experience. I love it. That was so much fun to watch.
Yeah, and that right there, I know we were mentioning HQA, how I spoke to Skies and how Skies said that they're not changing their drop spots. Okay. And for them to beat Loops right there, like, it kind of lets you understand a little more why they don't want to change it, because they definitely feel like they can win those fights. It just hasn't been happening that often. So honestly, we mentioned it at the beginning of this game, like, if you're Loops, I think you're the squad now kind of forced to decide on whether or not you want to continue taking these early engagements here. Is it worth, is it worth? I mean, HQA, they are stubborn as a bull. They're not moving. And they just won that time around. So yeah, HQA, hey, respect.
And here's the thing, and you kind of touched on this a little bit. It's this idea of, like, Loops was winning a lot, but they were losing one or two members. So either you show up and you win, quote unquote, but you lose one or two members and you make it really hard to make it to the late game, or do you show up and just lose? And, it's sort of like, who's got more? Who has more to lose at this point? If you're Loops, there's so much pressure on you. I mean, they've got, like, the team house and the infrastructure. They've got all these Brazilian fans. HQA is this, like, scrappy, young gun, North American squad that's stepping up. They've been around in some iteration for a while. But, like, they're going in here and saying, in the matchup against Loops, we're the underdogs. So if they get any sort of victory on that one, it means so much more to them. So I think you posed a great question. Does Loops reconsider this? And I think Loops is way more likely to change their drop spot than HQA is, which is crazy to think about.
It is crazy to think about, but also it's the better play. I mean, just put your ego to the side. Put your ego to the side and think about the big picture. You want to get top 16 here. Not only that, you want to prepare yourself for finals if you do qualify for it. You want to get as much experience in the lobby against the teams as possible. And not only that, with the new point system, you just can't really afford the hot drop. I know I love hot drops, Paul. Like, I'm a fan of it. I wish we had more. But from a team's perspective, it is like the last thing you want to do.
And I think the thing to remember here, for the folks watching, you're seeing 16 teams in this lobby, but there are 24 teams, here in the Pro League. Only 16 are going to make the finals. And only three are going to make it into the GC, the Global Championship, later this year. Like, that is such a huge number of teams that aren't going to make it, which means that every single game, the 98 spread over weeks and weeks between play-ins and finals, means so much, because this is the only opportunity you get to read and improve, because there is such a small chance that you are going to make it to that Global Championship. But that's what everybody's aiming for, which is why when you have games like this, if you're Loops, when you just get deleted off the server to start things off, you're not learning things from this game. It's not valuable to you. So not only are you not getting the points, but you're not getting the experience, which to a lot of these players at this stage is actually worth more.
Let me ask you this, Paul. I know I'm putting you on the spot here. Just theory crafting. Just do it. All right. As of right now, if you could pick one squad that you feel will be that top 3 at the end of finals, I know this is so far in the future, but if you could just pick one team right now, like,
I mean, I would be remiss not to pick G25 just because they've been looking so good. But, you know, Sevens posed the question, have they peaked early? You know what I mean? Are they going to be able to keep this momentum going? And that's definitely a great question. So, I don't know. I think all said and done, I think G25 is probably the safe answer.
For sure.
I don't know, but I think there's definitely a few squads that could definitely challenge. What about you? Is there a team that's really jumping out at you?
Honestly, it's kind of safe as well because they're up there at the top. But Ace1, I feel Ace1 could be there because they're just so consistent. I mean, right now, I think they're almost even when it comes to placement points and kill points. And, lost the Leona's circle, by the way. And that just goes to show me that they know this point structure. Like, they're playing it. You know, they're playing it like a fiddle right now. It's not about the flashy, you know, first place finishes every single time. It's not about, we got like 15 kills here and there. Oh, wow. Okay, swag win. I mean, talk about flashy right there. But it's about just coming in and being consistent. And consistency at the end of the day, with the point system, I feel like will be king. And Ace has got it.
And here's the thing, like in iterations past of this game, I'd be like, teams are playing to win. And playing to win means camping it out and nobody takes a shot for the first 15 minutes of the game. And it's 16 teams left with 70 players or 50 players rather in the server at, you know, the 18-minute mark. That's, you know, in iterations past, that's what this game was. And I couldn't fault them for playing to win, but it's also not that exciting. And now, the version of this game that is most likely to net you a win, or at least a crap ton of points, is the version of this game that favors aggression, that favors gun skill, that favors proactive movements. And we've talked about proactivity in the past, but proactivity was also often paired with submissive, weird play. You get there, you rotate in first, and then you just camp in a building. But now, you move in, and then you actively seek out the fights. You set yourself up in a building, but then you look for the next one to take over. You look for the next team to fight. Those teams that can consistently deliver on that level of aggression, like G25 had, like we've seen in that last game, like Cloud9 can, like Luce can, like all these teams can, if they're able to consistently hit their shots, communicate, team fire, that's the team that's going to make it to the top 3. Not the team that's going to sit back, the team that is going to be the one setting the pace.
Yeah, you got to be well-rounded in both departments, you know, get that chicken and the kills. You got to have a squad and teammates who could do it all here. Talk about doing it all. Jacup with the pan. We saw Jacup getting really aggressive, you know, trying to prep this grenade and toss it on top of Brazilian Rampage, but then forced behind. Meta, nice little spot up here on the high ground. Like you said, Ghosty getting one of those shots off. Looks like the revive is going to be coming on out right now.
And this is another time we've seen Meta up at the top, up on the high ground, sort of playing Overwatch, looking around, saying, hey, all right, we have all the angles covered here. But again, they need to be able to hit these shots, and the sniper is one of the ways to actually counter this kind of positional play. But Defeaters, they have players and teams on both sides. We're getting to the point now where you can't have these long, drawn-out extended fights, despite the fact that it's Miramar, despite the fact that there are these elevations and angles and cliffs and rises. You still have to be aware that if you don't finish a fight quickly, you can be punished for it. And we're seeing Fishy in the back of your screen right there taking a lot of damage as we're seeing a Western Leones finish. And this is going to get hairy because there are a lot of buildings still in this, which gives plenty of opportunities for teams to find cover. And I talk about, you know, like 15 teams left, Dave, at like 20 minutes into the game, like, this is one of the games we could see that.
Yeah.
Jacup.
I mean, we are. Jacup's still going to be in this bowl, in this dip over here. The solo member right here taking some shots on the HQA. Looks like Cross going to be popping out of their truck, spraying them down with the Scar. Definitely surprising them off guard. It's like, there's a solo here. Where'd they come from? Jacup tossing out a grenade is going to be, Jacup landing a grenade right there. Jacup is now done, but definitely stalling HQA when it comes to time, as they are not in the next zone.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of time, some of these teams running on out. I saw multiple members of XSET, getting messed up in the blue, and we can see it now. They're moving into Nova. Thank you, observers, getting ahead of the game. As Nova is also in a little bit of a precarious situation here, but XSET losing 2 members. These are OGs of the North American scene for PUBG Mobile. You know, this whole squad, they're like the old guard that have come in once again, formed a power roster, and are making it work here in the PMPL, but they're going into another one of these squads. Maybe some of them some more, you know, up-and-coming stars on the side of Nova. But this is such an interesting decision here from XSET. They are constantly repositioning, constantly rethinking their angles, try and find ways to take 1v1 because they're confident in their gun skills. That's one thing this team has in spades, and they're proving it now. Going up against AZ as well. Can Nico hit the shots? They've already gotten down Starlight, the information gatherer for the squad. Hey guys, they're here! They're here.
We got the info. Yeah, Starlight's got the info. Confirmed. 2 members from XSET are going to be behind us, and you heard the burst fire, too, with the Scar. I mean, making sure not to just let that baby rip and control that recoil. That was great. And I actually spoke to Angry before today's matches, and they told me, like, week 1, they were caught off guard. They were caught off guard big time. And week 2, they're going to focus on adapting their play styles to go with the new scoring system. So we'll see what they can do there with 2. AZ, though, we saw AZ earlier, able to get a squad wipe. Looking for another one here on the Knights.
Blade has like an HP. Look at the top left of your screen. Do you see HP? Now we do. Oh my goodness. Yeah, these nades from AZ have actually been sick, but Goldblade's not waiting to get worn down. They're going to take the fight to them, but PK is just getting ripped apart for good measure. Cat's going to come under the flank to try and set this one up, take this one down. Multiple members are down. Speaking of Pittsburgh Knights, as the nades continue to range on through, that one just a little bit too far. Cat's going to confirm it, but Chat over on the outside, trying to take down AZ, who's been such a thorn in their side. Beautiful positioning, peeking around and dodging that grenade damage. This is massive. AZ has been a one-man army today. What did he have for breakfast? I need to know.
Yeah, and this was a 2v4 when it started out. Nova only had 2 in this location. They only have 2 up in general. The Knights going to be losing 1 in the process. Looks like Jat G trying to prep these grenades and toss it on behind the shipping container. Cat is going to be getting third-partied, I believe so, as this fight continues to draw on out.
I believe it's BDM, possibly, off on the outside there. Not a whole lot of players still around, luckily, though, but there it is. There it is. Chat finally is getting some revenge on AZ, but Cat's here. The player they still got to deal with. Cat came in for this squad, being such a huge factor in their ability to survive through all of it, but this is just going to be it, is PK not letting this one rest, not giving a moment, a second, an opportunity. They're just collapsing, and Cat's just trying to live, but Dave, that's all she wrote.
Cat's over here just hoping for that third party once again, but it's not going to be coming on out. Cat, though, trying to defend. At the very end, though, like you said, getting taken out. Blade looking for that nice, sweet loot. Not only that, they have a really solid spot now in the zone. The Knights and BDM have really strong positions here. Honestly, the Knights, they don't really have to move. And with their spot being so strong, that's why we start to see teams push on in, as HQA are going to be making the approach on over there. Meta caught in a little skirmish themselves.
And that was so huge. Last point on that Nova fight, and that was massive for PK. Not only are they taking down just the 2 players that are in their way, but you called it. They are in such a great position in this next circle. Yeah, they've got the Rises overlooking them a little bit, but they've got such a solid compound to work with. They are going to be in great shape because all these teams, it is a clown fiesta coming on in from the east side of that circle. You saw it in Mixera from B4. There's a team that knows how to use grenades. This is going to be one of them, but Fate, Zute taking the punishment from on high. Mixera is laying down the pain, and Fate's got to try and run on in. Zute just got, well, demolished. Just wrecked.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to avoid one team in the lobby who has lots of experience using grenades, B4 is that team. Maxin, though, with the spray down, able to confirm another one. Nenebete was taken down in the process, should be able to get revived here. But B4 just using his grenades to just put a halt to that push.
Yeah, that was massive there. Just having the high ground, having the information. Wow, that was the most aggressive stair running I have ever seen. But another team that always seems to be down a member in these games, it's Wildcard. They're so scrappy. I gotta give Wildcard props. They are so scrappy, but they never can seem to make it into these situations with all 4 players alive. And I think that's been a huge factor as to why we've not seen this team walk away with a chicken dinner of late. They are going to be able to get Spring back up and in the fight. This is going to be massive for them, but they've got their work cut out for them because, Dave, they're not quite in this circle yet.
Yeah, and with all the teams kind of jam-packed here, like Sardines right on top of them, you could take one fight, but you never know who might be looking, who might have the opportunity to third party this one. Leon doing a great job at keeping Asta pinned down. Like you said, their revive was successful. Here comes the blue zone and the yoink! The yoink! Oh my goodness. All of these teams who once felt the safety and comfort of Los Leones, no more.
Yeah, and this is just forcing Wildcard to do a desperation send, but I'm not sure it's gonna work. Mad Max is holding strong, and they just fall in a 3v2, the perfect pinch! That was just pure fluster. I don't think that's even a real term. So flustered from Wildcard. I can't grammar when they make plays like that. There's so much pressure put onto them by that circle shift, by the blue. They just had to go, but they did not play that correctly. They ran in too much one at a time. They were able to secure it down, but all three dead. That was absolutely massive for 19. Another one of these scrappy squads who are surviving, but take a look, as I said, at all these teams that have to make their way into this next circle. Desperation is the play for so many of them, and watch, they're like lemmings off the cliff, Dave!
Yeah. Before trying to send it, just talk about a YOLO send it. Oh, they're flipping both of their vehicles. Nanobet able to get that buggy back up. Going to be making their way on into the zone. Defeaters currently using this broken wall for cover. Smokes all around on Mixzera. Kind of pinch right now. This might actually play into their favor as we're going to see some squad mates or enemies, that is, just kind of work their way on down the hill. Raven in the smokes. This is the Unnamed currently being shot at as well.
Dave, I don't think I have ever seen a finish like this, when you had so many teams up in one area that all have to simultaneously just go down the steps. That is this multiple tiered cliff system outside of Los Leones. This is just absolute bedlam from these
10 teams.
I don't even know how to process this. It's just chaos. Look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 smokes I can count on the screen right now. Every bit of utility has to come into play if you have any hope of crossing no man's land. This is like World War I. Dig a trench, hope for the best. And the Unnamed, they have one for themselves, but the grenades from Defeaters are doing so much work. Hey, on a second. Ran is now the last man standing for his squad. Richie trying to make this happen in now a 1v1. Fishy is gathering intel for the team, but Ran, can he find the shots? That's the question, and yes, he does. Just barely 19 goes down.
Wow, that was so close. So
oh my goodness.
Close right there. Yeah, Richie, I definitely get it. You know, get aggressive. You want to get the final blow. Garcia going to be in the blue with the mini, taking some suppressed shots, but I was looking just a moment ago. Duck has the Groza. They were just popping off just moments ago. Nanobet still alive for B4. Cooking, prepping, tossing the grenade. Can that be good? So close. And it's good. Money, baby. Money.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it was good. And he didn't cook it at all. That was just I guess I'll throw a grenade here. We went from 13 teams to 5 in under 90 seconds. This game just went off. This is peak Miramar right here. You've got the terrain, you've got the compounds, you've got the vehicles, and you've got so much intense squad play. And B4, they're pushing in now to a team that's been fighting for it this whole time. PK, we talked about it. You touched on it, Dave, how important it was that they take over this compound early. They ripped it from the hands of Nova, and they've been defending it this entire time. The circle has moved with them. But now, B4 is trying to take it out as HQA and XSET go toe-to-toe. What a crazy scrappy game is bleeding out. Burning out.
On fire. That one hurts, man. That one hurts. Nanobet also with the M249 on the outskirts of this one. Gonna be sneaking up with the pan and the smokes. Pedro knows how to throw a grenade as well. Nanobet able to wrap behind the Knights. Trickster trying to heal on up, trying to get some additional ammunition to prepare for this gun battle.
Oh, Nanobet, that was a very risky play, leveraging his smokes or his opponent's smokes. I'm not entirely sure. Through this, I do believe we saw XSET do drop, go out. Trickster's moving on in. This is the aggressive play from Nanobet, but the big boy gun is stepping on up. Gonna try and pop a bandy as well. And I cannot believe that PK somehow gave up this compound. This was so interesting. B4 just slowly just whittled it out from under them. What a strange play from PK. That's not how I would have prioritized that at all. I understand you have to adapt to the next circle, but that just spells death. That was a clean 2v3 from B4 Esports.
Yeah. I mean, the M249 definitely helping right there. I mean, that's a gun you just hold it down and you just let it rip. You just let it rip. 3 teams to go. The Unnamed still on the outskirts using these smokes. They have the wall. HQA still with 4 up right now. This could be a huge game for the squad. I mean, they fought Loops very early on.
I mean, what a game.
Oh, the feet!
I know, but the knock does come through, and Pedro continuing to confirm this. Watch your feet, Pedro! Single-handedly taking down multiple members of HQA. I was going to say they started this game, Dave. They started this game with a clean 4v4 against Loops Esports. They drew first blood on the server. They would love to get a chicken dinner here, but everything is stacked against them. Pedro doing work. Ran doing work. Raven is here at range, and what looked like it could be a great position for helping Quit Addiction is now, well, they've dug their own grave. They are in a terrible spot. Nobody has the circle. They all have to move.
See, we got some smokes coming on out from HQA. Looks like Sky's going to be taking some shots with the M4 onto Rand. Rand connecting those, swapping on over to the Uzi real quick for the long distance 9mm spray. They were able to connect that one, but Pedro and Nenebete, they are lying, waiting here, letting this one play out.
In the back and forth now, the shot goes through from Skies. He's doing, can he pop the reload in time? Pedro's pushing this on in. It's a 1v1 situation, but Skies has no HP to work with. Up on the high ground, he swaps the gun out, but no, he doesn't quite get it. B4 are able to walk away with the chicken dinner. My goodness, a 14-kill game, but so close. So close for helping Quit Addiction. I'm going to be honest, part of me was rooting for them there at the end. What a chaotic, sloppy finish for so many of these teams. It was just a nightmare trying to keep track of all that. It's hard for us as casters when I have a map and I have a top-down view and I got perfect vision. I can't imagine what it was like for those players trying to keep track of where all the different teams were at the end. But Dave, if this game taught me anything about PMPL this season, about these teams, is that we have teams that do not say die, that are scrappy, that are survivable, that are tenacious. That was what this game was all about, and as a fan, you love to see it.
Yeah, you also love to see HQA second place right there. I mean, they fought Loops, they took out Loops real early on. That was a nice hot drop on their end, and to come out on top, almost getting the chicken dinner. You mentioned it though, PK kind of giving up their cover there towards the end at the hands of B4. Very interesting maneuver from them. Regardless though, great performance still for the Knights. They should be fairly happy with their game, their performance.
I like how you said we have teams who just do not say die. Whereas I'm sitting here listening to Glitter scream, die, die, die in comms the entire time at the very end of that game. So clearly someone does say die. I'm not going to say what team she was rooting for dying because I don't want to give away any bias at all. But what a crazy game.
You got to tell us.
I can't do that to her. I mean, I got to be on the desk with her. She can kick my butt. Have you seen what she can lift? But you guys get a quick little break now before we get into our fight. Yeah, exactly. He knows. Take your break and we'll see you guys in a little bit of time. Glitter, please don't kill me. 7. Hey, Glitter, how you guys doing?
Do Brazil! Dude, talk about a win. We went from somebody getting, in a way, kind of lucky at the end there with Sanhok, and then going here to Miramar, to a team that, like, they deserved that win. The way they were able to kind of flush out Pittsburgh Knights as well. I know they were saying Pittsburgh Knights kind of just gave in that compound. No, they didn't give in that compound. B4 slowly but surely kind of got themselves in there and they kind of flushed them out. They forced them out. As you see there, the scores B4 with 29 points, helping Quit Addiction. What a game by them too, honestly. They ended up wiping out their Loops Esports. That's something I'm going to be talking about here in a little bit as we go down even more. The Unnamed, remember, this is one of those teams that we really haven't been able to talk much about because we haven't seen much of until today. Today, I feel like they have had better performances. 16-point Pittsburgh Knights as well, being able to at least collect their 10 points. XSET 2 being able to add some stuff there. And 19 Esports, honestly, today, I think they deserve some props too with 19 Esports being able to get their 6 points as we're going to be going here towards the second page, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, once again, this map ranking had only one squad on the first page from the beginning of the day with the overall squads that were top 8. So everyone, these are going to be completely shaken up by the end of the day. But as we look here, we see Brazilian Rampage able to get another 5 points to their name. Team Queso getting 3, Defeaters getting another 3, and then towards the bottom, Nova, Alpha 7, Wildcard, Loops, Execute. I feel like their rankings are flipped on their head right now, and this is what I was hoping for when we came into the season. I was hoping all of these teams were ready to go head-to-head against each other, and they're not disappointing me right now.
I mean, B4, they pretty much closed that game out with just 2 players, Nenebete and Pedro.
Yes.
Just taking the entire team on their back and trying to say, guys, don't worry, you guys can take a break. We'll finish this one off. But helping Quit Addiction, can we talk about them a little bit? This team had to fight Loops in the beginning, and they come out with that many points in that game. Look at the damage they did, 2,200 for a team. When we interviewed them, I think that was you, Glitter, to Sky, saying, I mean, yeah, they're not gonna change their spots. If Loops drops there, you know, good luck, Loops. They actually proved that they can take them on, and they placed out second. A phenomenal victory for them.
Yeah, and we even heard, you know, Dave talking about it. He was saying, like, the smart play, like, you've been dropped on X amount of times, and it hasn't gone your way X amount of times. You probably should just change your drop spot. And he said when he spoke to Sky said, no, we don't want to give up our drop spot. We want to stay here. It's the same thing that Sky said to me in the interview. And I said it to Seven while we were watching. It was bound to happen. HQA was bound to figure out what they needed to do to go up against Loops and take them out early. And Loops getting taken out early, I know they haven't been the same Loops that we've seen, but them getting taken out early, I personally still think really changes up the entire lobby for those teams.
I mean, we've seen when Loops is explosive, what they can do to change the lobby themselves. And I'm assuming we're gonna be able to see a little bit of their early demise here in our Mountain Dew Game Fuel moments. I'm assuming we have to see HQA up against Loops in the beginning just to start things off with, because that's where the action's always gonna break down. Yeah, there you go, pretty much right off the bat. Though we do have to say, and I think you pointed this out before, Seven, that Loops are playing again with a slightly different roster. They have Federal sitting out with Golden coming in.
Yeah, and it could be just once these teams are trying out different stuff, Jason. We've seen it with Execute, we've seen it with Tempo, we've seen it now with Loops Esports. With Loops Esports, actually, we saw it from the get-go. But one thing, I'm just gonna let the highlights kind of play here. One thing I know we were talking about, Glitter, while watching this game is you want to let certain players play, right? But how long are you going to be sitting out the other player for? And that kind of brings me back to the previous match in Sanhok when I thought Sute should have won that 1v1 against G25. If a player sits out for too long, guess what? Whether you want to or not, they're going to get a little bit rusty. It's going to be a lot different there for them. So something for teams to keep an eye on here. And Nenebete, what can we say about him? He has become quite a player here. We've always been talking about how people are saying for Brazil that he could become the next Carrillo. He could finally become that next extra top fragger that B4 needs. Guess what? That man is showing up, and he's improving every single day. And the performance that he was able to show me here is this match was amazing, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think what's even more impressive about that is the fact that this is the first time he's playing at this level of an international stage, right? This is the first time he's experiencing this type of pressure, this level of gameplay. So the fact that he's able to keep his composure in these high-stress situations, like we just saw when it was just him and Pedro for the last 8 minutes of this match that they had to kind of carry their squad through to the win. I mean, that takes a level of confidence, a level of composure, and just a level of synergy and trust with your teammates that I'm just impressed that Nenebete has already managed to kind of figure out for himself this early on.
Is it fair to say that like Nenebete is like clutch god if we think about last season for Team Soul 7? Do you think he's like having that kind of impact? I mean, he's kind of like this big fragger, young star come into the team, and he's massively changed how this team's performance has become.
Oh, for sure, and that's a great comparison right there. Yeah, you can definitely put him along those lines. The one thing, though, that I feel like Nenebete has that maybe Clutch God wouldn't have is the full awareness of what was going on. Something I really enjoyed there, and I know when we were watching the gameplay here, I'm just going to let that kind of run out. Something that I really enjoyed there from B4 and Nenebete, how Pedro and him were able to kind of rush into that compound. They didn't do it in a crazy way. They didn't do it in a super flashy way. It was all calm and calculated. They threw smokes to kind of give some cover for him, as we're able to see here how they were able to pick up that win, and Pedro at the end kind of clutch up. They threw some smokes, and then on top of that, they threw Molotovs to follow them up, to kind of hold them off from pushing, to kind of hold up Pittsburgh Knights from pushing up to them. And then Unnamed, being so aware, he kind of went, he kind of clutch. He clutched in a way by taking out the pan and start crawling, right? And being able to get himself from the first floor to the second floor. Listen, Pittsburgh Knights should have not allowed that in any way, shape, or form. I don't know what happened there with them. That definitely shouldn't happen. And we see here some of his stats, man. Unnamed is just putting up a great performance, and I'm just seeing, I'm loving seeing the improvement day in, day out, game in and game out.
He also has the max assists, I'm being told here, out of all the players as well. So really hitting every single edge he possibly can, close on knockouts, good damage dealt. Damage received is actually relatively low, so the fights he is taking are really on point. We also need to talk maybe a little bit about the unknown. I mean, the fact that they were able to kind of snake their way through, like Blink and I were watching and like pointing out how they were like smoking and then leapfrogging further and further and further, and obviously making a top 3 finish there. Is pretty good, and they've had a good finish earlier on today as well. So this is a team that's definitely, like the others, we're seeing grow into this league here, Glitter.
Yeah, and I think that's so important for them. One, because just logistically, math-wise, they need these points, right? The Unnamed is one of the squads that we were looking at towards the end of the bottom of the list, and they needed to figure out what was going to work for them, but they had 2 players the majority of for the late game of this match, right? And like you were saying, they were kind of having to use smokes, cover, and just get to a good position, and they actually did a really good job with that. Now, if they can figure out how to repeat that and then keep their squad up, they could put themselves in a much better position to getting into that top 16 spot. As we take a look here at our total damage for this match. But B4 and HQA, like you said, Jason, huge numbers coming out for both these squads. This is even bigger for HQA because they have really struggled off of a lot of their drops and haven't even been able to get this late in a game. So the fact that they were able to do so with their entire squad and put up amazing numbers in the process, I feel like they're finally settling in and finding their groove. But PK, even though they did get flushed out of that compound by B4, still huge numbers for BK, and they're showing a little bit more consistency here today.
Definitely. Yeah, and I think I'm so glad you mentioned that in regards to PK. Yeah, they did get flushed out, but they are showing that consistency by getting higher placing, and on top of that, being able to collect some kills along the way. We're not seeing that top heavy of only just placement points with 0 kills or vice versa. So I'm enjoying seeing that from PK as well.
So you know what kind of gets me here about HQA, and you talked already, Glitter, about how Sky said in his interview, they're going to keep dropping that spot even if Loops is there. Dave said, yeah, they're still going to keep dropping that spot. But I feel like starting your match with a dice roll, where the best case scenario is you come out with 4 kills, the worst case scenario is you get wiped early and get 0 points, or you lose members early on. I feel like that's a dice roll, and I'm not much of a gambler, but that's like a dice roll I wouldn't really want to do.
Yeah, it's definitely, especially when the squad that you're most going up against is the former champions, like
second place in the World League.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They had the back-to-back MVP on their team. Like they have a lot of accolades to their name, so that is definitely probably worse than a little bit of a dice roll, because that's taking a lot of responsibility on your shoulders and a lot of chances that you might not want to take when you know that your own placement and your team's pretty much fate is relying on that chance. However, I do kind of respect it a little bit, because
I mean, you love to see
it either says, right, it either says something about your level of insanity. You're just like kind of willing to completely go crazy and go after one of the top dogs coming into this league and just seeing how it goes, or you know something that everybody else doesn't. They might have this level of confidence that maybe we didn't know, or strategies that we didn't see, and they didn't start out so well. But to be fair, there are a lot of top teams that did not start out so well, Loops included, Cloud9 included. So for all we know, they might be able to start snowballing here through the next couple weeks leading into finals.
I do hope, though, thinking down the line, because their goal right now should be just top 16. Not top 1, not top 2, not top 3, right now top 16. And if you get into those moments where, okay, we can't afford to have 0 points, if we lose this fight, maybe that would be the point they have to change things up. But one thing we've been talking about a ton about, of course, is Unnamed. No, I'm just kidding. It's his team of B4, and we obviously had the chance to talk to him before we did get underway with this tournament. I think it was actually me who did this interview with Knight, their coach. So let's take a look at that, and we'll be back with another match shortly after. So now we have another special guest here. We've got Knight join us from B4 Esports, and I have to say off the bat, how are you doing, man? It's been quite a long time since we've gotten to chat.
Hi, I'm fine. I'm anxious to play the PMPL, and let's do this.
Well, I'm glad you're not nervous to talk to me. I know I'm no glitter, so maybe that's why you're not nervous. But let's kind of talk about the World League Finals in particular off the bat here. You guys placed off 13th overall. Can you kind of walk us through how you feel like the finals went for you guys?
It was a weird finals because we know you can perform a lot better, but I think the players weren't find themselves in the match, and our only win was in the last match on Erangel, and our best map is Miramar. So we don't know what happened there, but we're trying to fix for the last championship for the next.
Okay, so after the finals finished off, what have you guys all been up to? I mean, it's been a little bit of time since the finals till now, till you've had to actually, play into PMPL. So what have you guys been up to?
We had like 2 weeks on vacations, and now we are back playing all the day as usually to improve as much as we can.
Well, speaking of improving, what kind of areas in your guys' game did you focus on specifically going into PMPL that you might have looked to fix from World League?
We had a few changes on our roster. We changed one player, and we're trying to improve our aggressive style because the meta of the game changed since the point system changed. So we're trying to focus on being more aggressive.
Okay, with Berg leaving and Unnamed coming into the roster, what is he giving you? Like, what does he bring to the team that Berg unfortunately couldn't bring in World League?
He's a young player, and I think he has a lot of potential to go crazy on international championships, and I think he'll add a lot more of aggressive to our game style, and will help us a lot in this new meta system.
Do you think nerves might be something that will get to him going into PMPL, playing against the best teams of the region?
Yes, I think this is his first international championship. So he was talking with me about his being a little bit anxious and nervous about, but we start with psychology to him, and now he's okay.
Okay. Yeah, I remember when you were talking to us during World League, you said you guys have a psychologist actually helping you guys to prepare for matches like this. But then thinking back to World League, Berg didn't play a single match, still retaining a 5-man roster for your team. How do you look to incorporate him into actually playing into PMPL, or see more of like a backup in case someone's not playing up to par that day?
So Unnamed is playing in the main line right now.
Okay.
He went crazy on our practices, so he's definitely one of our players, and you're trying to make the players improve their aggressive to get their spot in the main line, so they're having to work even harder.
Yeah, so you're making them fight for that position, right? You're not just letting them play for free. With the point system changes that have come into play since World League till now, has this affected your guys' play style at all, with more points being weighted towards kills and less points towards a chicken dinner? And I guess more importantly, you can technically now score 0 points overall in a match.
Yes, this impacts us a lot because we always played more strategically. But now, if you get a good spot, this doesn't show that you will get a lot of scores, because the difference between the 9th place to the 6th place is almost like 2 or 3 points. So we have to make our gameplay more aggressive and try to get as much skill as possible. So we have to change a lot our game style.
Okay, well, you're talking about aggression. I think a lot of teams have been talking about that as well. I'm imagining that Loops has to be one of those teams that you're really looking out for when it comes to PMPL Americas.
Yes, I think they are the team that is more prepared to this new system point, because they are going to play in this mode, like they're 100% aggression. And strategy comes later if they won the fight. So this is the meta for them, and we're trying to learn from them. Strategy we don't care about. Just hit and try to kill everyone. And now, what are you gonna do? I think this is more their game style.
So what's your goal going in for PMPL Americas Season 2? I'm assuming it's to place into PMGC.
Yes, last PMPL, we got 3rd place. And now our goal is to win the PMPL and get our spot in the Global Championship.
So, Knight, I want to give you a chance to give a shout out to all your fans and maybe say something.
Que tá acompanhando nosso projeto, confie na gente, acompanha a gente e só vamos, que aqui é Brasil. A gente vai representar vocês bem no Campeonato Mundial. Só vamos.
All right, Knight, thank you very much for joining us here, and I can't wait to see what you guys do and wish you the best of luck going into PMPL Season 2 Americas.
Thank you, bye.
Mountain Dew?
Squads, there's loot on the horizon for however you find victory. For the combat chauffeurs, for those who strike from above or from below, for the experts in pan-to-pan combat. Whether you're taking a leap of faith or just aren't afraid of a close call, fuel your path to winner chicken dinner with ice-cold Mountain Dew. And with exclusive loot from Mountain Dew fuel stations. Spawning on a map near you.
Honestly, I just had to do a double take before coming back on air here because I thought we were about to go into like our 4th match, but where is this day gone? We're going to our 5th and final game of the day. It's back on Erangel. Group C is going to be sitting out. These days are going by so fast, and honestly, for the teams, hopefully not too fast because they still need to earn every single point you possibly can here to have that chance to make it into top 16, which I still believe some teams should only be focused on that right now. Not be focused on the money going up, but just getting into top 16 into the finals. And we have Cloud9 coming back after their great performance the last time we saw them in match 3 on Sanhok. We got Ace1 coming back, G25 coming back. A lot of teams here that can make a great impact here in the final match of the day. 7. It's getting tough times for some teams, you know? Obviously, we still have a lot of matches to be played. We had 58 left to go at the start of the day, but it's starting to feel like I don't know who's going to make top 16. I think we're pretty safe in who's going to make top 8, but like 9th through 16th right now seems to be changing so much because of teams who we thought haven't shown up and wanted to see show up have finally been able to wake up.
Yeah, and I think one of the teams I'm going to be looking at is going to be Cloud9. They just haven't showed up at all. And I know we were saying, when do we stop saying, is this the same Cloud9 that we've seen in previous tournaments? For me, it's going to be after this game, man. They've been very unlucky. They have kind of shown moments of greatness. A lot of variant teams are actually kind of falling off in a way by surprising new teams. Teams like G25, teams like some of the other teams that we have seen with Ace1 now, a completely new roster. So I am going to be seeing here for this last match, I'm going to be paying close attention to how Cloud9 is going to be playing it, how they're going to be rotating, and how aggressive are they going to be.
Okay, well,
they need to. Like, they need to.
They definitely need to, and we're going to find out here in just a few moments. We're about to kick off the last match, so I want you guys go ahead and get ready to analyze it and break it down right after. And you guys at home, I've been saying this the entire time so far. We still have the Esports Awards still going on. You guys can vote for PUBG Mobile to be the Esports Mobile Game of the Year. You just got to head over to esportsawards.com/community vote and make sure to find PUBG Mobile on the list and vote for it, because when you do, Mustache Dave is going to give you a follow on Instagram. And speaking of Mustache Dave, we got to talk about him and Envirm coming back in for our final game of today, mixing up the casting pairs. How's it been so far, Envirm?
Oh, so much fun. So much hype. I mean, look, these are hype games, and Dave is here to help bring the hype. I
think he was cracking pepper just now. I mean, I getting pepper on.
I was mixing it, man. I was mixing it. And I was a little bit of that right there. I'm good to go. We're good, man. We're good, Jason.
I don't know what. I mean, I know what this is, like the little meme, but I can't bend my hand that way. So Dave, final game here going in. Erangel yet again. There you go, Envirm. I mean, you salt up your meat well. I don't know why I keep doing this. Anyways, Dave, Last game. I think we need to start to look at maybe helping quit addiction. I mean, Glitter did say, and you've been saying that you talk to Skies and not changing drop spots. Finally, they get themselves a really good placing in that last match. How do you think they got to feel? And do you think this is going to affect their play from now on?
If anything, in a positive way. You know, they're going to feel a little more confident in their hot drops. And I think taking out Loops last game early kind of reasserts their I guess their game plan, right? Like, okay, we can still drop what we want to drop. We don't always win it, but when we do win it, it's big. It's big. They almost won the game at the end. I mean, they beat Loops real early on, and to get second place, I mean, that had to have been their best game yet.
Yeah, I mean, not only are they having a great game, they're named as well. They've been able to have some pretty high kill games early on today in Virum, a high placing game here. I don't know what it is about this second week so far, but all these surprises we're seeing are honestly nice to see. It's been so pleasant seeing the teams that we didn't expect much out of or haven't seen much out of start to rise to the occasion.
And this is something that I noted on day number 1, having looked at results and talked to teams and watched the scrims, is that the playing field has become so much more level. And I'm going to keep talking about it. This idea that we have this perception of like who a top team is. We need to start throwing those notions out the window because there is so much talent in the Americas, in the world right now. There are millions and millions of people playing PUBG Mobile. And if you make it to this level of competition at all, you are exceptionally good.
Yeah, and I think we've seen teams 100% prove that. But now it's time to head into that final match. Erangel is waiting for us, ladies and gentlemen. So let's kick it off in Virum and Mustache Dave. Let's hot drop into it.
Ooh, we'll see if we get some hot drops in this one. The 5th and final game of the day. Yeah, where did the time go? Oh my goodness, but it's Erangel. It's the tried and true. It's the bread and butter. Gives competitive PUBG Mobile, and these players, obviously it's Erangel 2.0, but they still know like the back of their hands. And we have another very friendly playing path again, which means good options for teams on where they want to deploy. This has just been a very good day for competitive PUBG Mobile. It's not like, okay, it's not the best playing path, but it's still pretty solid.
Another one. It is pretty solid. Yeah, I mean, everybody should be able to get to their desired spot. I mean, I don't think anyone really favors Stalber or Kremeshki, so they should be fairly good, fairly decent. By the way, in the chat, hey, what's up? What's up, chat? Oh, what's up? I gotta cast real quick. You know, I can't type and cast at the same time. I know they think I can. So on the breaks, I'm always in the chat. You know, let me know who you guys think is coming out on top this game. Let us know who you're rooting for over here. Ace, BDM, Team Queso, all decided to drop there on that military base island. BDM, I appreciate their awareness of the lobby. They know. Yeah, exactly. No B4. So they know that nobody is there to drop. So that's a free and clear drop spot for them. And that's perfect. I mean, awareness of your opponents right there, 101.
This is huge. And again, being aware of how these different groups are being filled out, who the different squads are. That is the most friendliest circle. Draw a smiley face in there. I wish I had a telestrator. I draw a smiley face on it because that was the nicest circle you could have asked for. Teams have so much time to loot up in this early game. And again, finding those key drop spots, getting that positive loot economy is huge. And once again, we're seeing Nova involved in an early fight. This time it's Cat, though. He's got eyes on Nico. Run, Nico, run! I see no guns in that man's hands. As Cat is now forced to deal with all these players coming on in. G-Fan on the outside. G-Fan and Cat. I talked about, you know, bread and butter. Well, this is macaroni and cheese. This is another dynamic duo.
Ooh, that juicy macaroni and cheese. I mean, you put a spoon in it and it's just cheesy. Oh, Joey with the pump over here. Try to get the pump. You got the pump on the Cat right there in the finish. My man, Joey. Let's get some Joeys right now in the chat. She-Fan confirmed, baby. That's 2 points in the side of XSET. And look at this, another 1v1. Another one.
With so many of these, like, top NA teams, what is happening right now? I mean, and now Quinto being chased down, G25, but it's Wildcard looking to do it. Oh my goodness, yo, he shoot that double barrel. That was actually something. He believed in the heart of the cards. Joey just going off, and now Nova's trying to get some revenge as Nika's coming back in with the shotgun again. He almost just wiped the whole squad with a shotgun. Okay, I'm mad. I'm mad for the other team at this point. because AG is just staring at the situation going, how do I salvage this? I guess it's kill 2 members of the other team. That's some way to do it, but man, mutually assured destruction. Nova and XSET, very angry early game.
Angry the 4 times on the trying to pepper them with some shots to stop the revive. AZ looking for that clutch factor once again. We've seen him all night long. AZ has been popping here tonight. Angry behind the wall, avoiding the spray from AZ right now. Don't forget though, Juicy is out there in the distance, trying to play oversight right here.
You can hear Starlet moving though. You can see the way he positioned his camera there. Very cognizant of these audio cues. Shots are coming in. Angry's got to think about the angle. Oh my goodness. They clip him. They shoot him in the butt right as it goes around the corner. And now it's all down to the last player standing out in the field. It's Juicy, who's got to wait for the opportunity to try and get some revenge here. Or does he just try and survive?
Juicy, you got blood in your eyes.
He's gonna,
you got to go for it. You got to do for it. It looks like Juicy trying to bait out Angry. Looks like Nova just a little skeptical of the situation. I mean, they can sense the presence of the last remaining member right now for XSET in the area. Angry still gonna be bleeding on out.
Angry would not be playing that aggressive if he didn't have backup, and Nova knows this. There are mind games at play here, but whether or not there is another player is not in question. And there are the shots going on to Juicy. AZ finds it, and that is going to be the first team off the lobby. Out of the server, get on down, but the fighting does not stop. This time it's INF versus Tribe. Influence raised, the high ground being held. NCX is trying to find the shots, trading out 1-for-1. Telly is going to fall, but that's another team down and out. What? We are not even, well now, we are 5 minutes into this game on the dot, to the second, to the letter, to the point of the law. 2 teams already down, and the action isn't stopping, Dave!
Oh, yeah. Looks like we have Ace trying to make their way on across the bridge, but Team Queso setting up a camp over here. They got a toll, they got a fine. You got to pay the piper right now. And looks like Ace, they might have lost 2 in the process. No, they lost 1 in the process, Cardozan. So they're going to be retreating and opting to maybe utilize the east side bridge. But when it goes back to Tribe, I mean, Tribe, Rawshawk, that is their home. Like, Tribe and Rawshawk go together like peanut butter and jelly on a nice summer day. And I'm surprised that we saw Influence, you know, kind of getting close, kind of pushing on into their terrain. And they paid the ultimate price. They got taken out right there.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge. Already so much aggression being demonstrated by these teams. And here we go. Bumper cars.
Fake out.
Wait, what? Seba,
pump the brakes, and a complete U-turn right there on BDM.
That was such solid play. Oh my goodness. I mean, he should have been dead to rights. He should have been dead to rights, but the driving skills, that is such an undervalued skill. Such an undervalued skill here in PUBG Mobile, the ability to drive good.
Like something you would see in a movie right there. I mean, for real. BDM, they don't seem too concerned with chasing down that 1 point. They're going to be looking to find themselves a nice little spot here on the coast, as we lost 2 teams already, Paul. I'm just looking at it. I mean, we're almost, 7 minutes into the game, about 10 seconds to go. We lost 2 teams.
We have lost 13 players.
What? That's crazy.
That's nuts. That's the most aggressive game. I've probably casted 100 games of Erangel over the last 2 years. I think this is by far the most aggressive early game I have ever seen. This is silly. And it's Bayo with a sharp left turn. Almost was about to make it sillier there. I just see a team in the distance in a compound. Bayo?
Yeah.
He's deciding, that's not the place to be right now, because, I mean, this is just anybody's game at this point. All of these teams are stepping up. Nobody is safe. Nobody is secure. The second you get complacent, Dave, you're gone.
Exactly. And we are checking in. We see the map. We see Meta. They actually went all the way up there to Zarky. I mean, they're opting for a safe drop location. They're able to loot on up. Wildcard going to be making their way on into the new circle, or the first circle from Severny, that is. Ace, they're still going to be there on military base on the island after the bridge camp from Team Queso. Looking at 19 Esports, they're in one of the new terrain areas of new Erangel 1.0 over here, the new trenches, barricades, the abandoned tanks. I mean, there's so much new cover on Erangel, and we got to see it come into the late games a couple times here. So we might see that here this game. I mean, if you are 19 Esports, you're setting up camp, you're setting up shop, and you got your fingers crossed that the next circle will favor you.
Yeah, I hope it cooperates. But no, I think this is great for them because 19, again, another one of these up-and-coming, scrappy squads. If I'm looking at the state of, competitive PUBG Mobile, this is one of the team I'm like, yeah, if these kids continue to grow and develop in the way they are, like even the growth over the last week, they have shown up today in a big way. And yeah, they haven't walked away with the chicken, but they're still putting in the work, and we can see them improving. And I think here's the thing to keep in mind is that if you are a young, scrappy team, you are going to thrive more in this chaos, in this aggression than the squad. Then say, let's take Cloud9 as an example, who is used to a slower, more methodical pace. We saw it touched on in that interview with B4. This is something that a lot of these established teams, they have to unlearn. These new teams don't have to unlearn anything. They're learning it all now as they are going into this, which actually puts them in an advantage. And I think is part of the reason why these PMCO teams are excelling so much. And with this next circle, again, they've got a little bit of time to work with. If you're a fan of 19 Esports, they are going to have to move at some point, but at least there's not too much pressure on them like some of these teams coming in from the north because it's getting clustered.
Yeah, and talking to Fear coming into today's games, Fear from 19 Esports, their goal this week, every single game, they want to at least get 6 kills per game. So very interesting strategy. Yeah, they want 6 kills per game to kind of offset the new scoring system when it comes to placement points. So very good goal. I like to ask, players and teams, like, what's your goal? Like, what's the end game? What's the play here? So very interesting one right there. And they also mentioned that they learned a ton from week number 1, comparing them, like you mentioned, they came from PMCO, so completely different teams in the lobby. The teams here in PMPL, a lot more aggressive, is what Fear said. So that kind of caught them off guard, but they learned a lot from week 1, and they're looking to come into week number 2 with a solid goal. We'll see if they can accomplish that.
And I think that's so interesting, Dave, because I think it's one of the first times I've ever talked to a player, and I've asked similar questions in the past, that I haven't been given an answer of, we want to place at least X position. The first time I've ever heard a player say, I wanted to get this many kills, which is just going to show that how the mentality around how you win the game is coming up. Because, getting 6 kills is basically equivalent to placing in the top 7.
Yeah.
And it's just a completely different way of exactly. It's just a completely different way of looking at it. So really, really cool. And, we've obviously had a lot of chance to sort of pontificate here and chat and talk about the mindset and the mentality and the goals and aspirations. But as we start to get into this next circle, the action is going to continue to heat up. There's been a little bit of a lull, but I'm looking towards the mini-map, and we see Wildcard setting up shop across from Meta. These are two teams that love to play aggressive, Sam being one of those players to do it. Spring, he sits back and lays down fire, but if Wildcard closed ground with Meta, I actually don't think they have the advantage here. Meta, in these close-range fights, they've been looking stellar.
Yeah, they've been hot tonight. They've been really hot tonight. Leon on the outskirts of this one, kind of playing that flank right here. I mean, SKS in hand. Looks like Wildcard trying to go for that Chad play. They want to get a knock. They want to get a knock at least onto one of their off angles, because even Acer and Leon, they're trying to get these angles onto Meta. And I think Meta, they realize what's happening. We see the smokes right now, and they're repositioning, but they're still playing really close to each other. So if Leon or Acer, if they get knocked on their angles, I don't see the revive coming out. I mean, they're just so separated from their teammates right here.
And this is huge play, because what they're trying to do is they're trying to protect their tires. We've got a couple of vehicles there. They're bringing them in between the buildings so the tires don't get shot out, so that if they do get put in a compromised position, they can just extract, totally reposition, totally back on up. Oh, Leon. Oh, Leon. Okay.
Giving away your position, though, man. You're giving away your position, though.
I mean, they know he's there because he's a distraction. Because same with the mini. Oh my goodness, the guns are coming to bear, and now, hang on a second, the second this down goes through, I see vehicles, I see a push, Leon is moving on in, the grenades were down, laying down the red carpet, but this is giving the opportunity for Wildcard to push on in. But again, I mentioned this before, I think in these super close range fights, they do not have an advantage over Meta. We'll see if they can prove me wrong here, we'll see if they can step up, they got the momentum, but there, the grenades doing all the work. Luquitas is looking to find the shots to put in the damage, and he is going to, but he's tunnel visioning on the down player! He goes for the thirst, and he gets punished for it! Oh my goodness, a huge misplay from Meta, but the shots are still there. Can the rest of the team rally, recover? Leon gotta pop the first aid, gotta try and get some HP back, but Acer on the flank is doing the work. He was out there all by his lonesome, but he's rejoining with the team now on the inexorable advance of Wildcard. The only thing wild about this is the fact that Meta is still alive. They are just trying to hold on, trying to survive, but Dave, they are not long for this world.
That Chad play, man, I told you, it's a Chad play right there. One thing to note, there's a basement, and we see the cellar. It's not used yet. If Meta can kind of catch them off guard and go into the basement, they might be able to surprise Wildcard, one of the basements, the new addition to Erangel 1.0 over here. But it looks like Leon trying to cook this grenade, trying to prep it. Acer might be opting to get another flank, another wraparound onto Meta, like we saw just a moment ago.
That's exactly what we are seeing. Perfect call, but Escanor is pushing in. He's getting aggressive. They have a ticking time bomb around them, and of course, it's the blue. It has pushed on in, but they're not sure if they fully backed. Gazmi is playing this so smart, assuming he can hold on here, not give anything away. But like, I don't like throwing smoke, but it's too late. It's not worth it for Wildcard, but hang on a second.
They left Spring.
Why did they leave Spring?
Confirm the 2 kills, let them think that they're safe, let them start to push on out. But I think they're aware that there might be still an enemy nearby because they're still just in the compounds healing on up. And now it's a 2v1.
And this was the bait. You called it, Dave. Confirm it. And Spring almost did it. If he held on, I think just another second longer, he possibly could have gotten both there. But the damage has been done. I mean, they've got one first aid left. That's got to be it. Escanor's going to pop it. He's got to try and get himself out of there. That's it. I mean, Meta's still going down. The blue is still pushing in. The next circle is here, and the fights are continuing on. The action does not stop here in game number 5. The PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Season 2. Let's keep this going. We're jumping them over Team Queso. They started off the day so hot, Dave. They started off the day so hot. Erangel seems to be their ticket. Let's see if they can continue it here in game number 5.
Ooh, Axel opening up some shots right there with the DP long range, forcing Seagut to go right back behind that hill, behind the cover. We do see the next zone pop. We still have some water in play. A lot of teams going to be utilizing the coast, but the terrain on the coast, very interesting. A lot of cliffs, a lot of different. Looking on over here, we saw earlier on, they got to one of the first fights of this game. AZ and Starlight looking to confirm some kills on the G25.
And this is, again, just keeps going back to the point I was making at the start of the day, how scrappy these teams are. Never count them out. Even if there's a couple of players early, they're willing to take these fights, willing to take these engagements. This time, it's 2 members G25, it's 2 members Nova. It's still 2v2. Whether it be Nova, whether it be Wildcard, any of these teams, it seems like if they lose players early, it doesn't stop them from taking their eyes off the prize, which is getting those points, getting those kills. And speaking of kills, lots going to be filling up the kill feed here in a second, as we are seeing C9 crashing onto Team Queso, a full split with 19 in the back as well. Hang on a second. All the teams are getting involved. There's only 40% of this game, of this map, that's actually playable with all this water. The third-party action is not stopping. You're seeing teams sending it off the cliff, and that is going to be the pickup there. Ayala trading out, though, the third party at range, as Adder is going to fall, but it's ran from the Unnamed. Oh, Nitsume actually falls off the cliff. I don't think that was on purpose.
Yeah, not only that, this zone is a hard rip for all the teams. I mean, even the terrain on the east side, that's a beach. That is a beach. There is nowhere to go. BDM going to be right there in the middle of this zone, probably in one of the best positions that anybody could be in right now. We see G25 playing the edge, the Unnamed trying to sniff out Team Queso, who are going to be in a nice little nook and cranny underneath that cliff, using it for cover. And honestly, I mean, that's the play right now. Just hide it. Just hide. Don't move a muscle.
This is just a very stressful situation if you are Team Queso right now. Look at that. But the thing is they're protected from one angle, and it's directly above them. Anybody goes on the other side of this bay, and they are just in for a world of hurt. C9 is already down and out. We keep asking the question. We saw the spark of brilliance from C9 earlier on today. They had one good game, but that's it. We need to see more from them. We just need to see more from them. But in any case, this game is just showing us just how resourceful these teams can be. I mean, you'd think they'd be down and out. They'd be no way they could survive. But the utility, the use of the terrain, the angles, somehow Team Queso is still in the fight. And G25 are saying we are right there with you. Unico has his work cut out from tearing down multiple members of Ace. Dave, these are 2 of the teams that you wanted to highlight.
Ooh, right there, spotted Doo-Doo with the M4. I mean, we were just talking about this zone. I mean, there's a little bit of a defilade with the terrain, but besides that, I see 3 trees and a wide open beach. Like, honestly, looking at Nova swimming on out there, if they can remain undetected, that might help when it comes to placement points. So Ace, they're going to be pulling up. They have a nice little boulder to work with. Talking about, you know, some hard cover, the Unnamed, they're looking pretty good as well. But honestly, this next zone is going to be the deciding factor on who comes out on top of this one. We're about 20 minutes on this match. Oh, Ran getting spotted real quick from Tellier with the Scar. Long range right there. Ran going to be able to get the pickup. Here's Klaze though, Orlando bleeding on out.
Yeah, this is huge. I mean, Mintz is going in. This is a weird position for Klaze. Got to try and find the shots, but it's Gamba with the jump shot. The team is split. That's why I highlight this. They are not together. I'm looking at the player names. I'm saying, hey, you have more players to get involved in this. Where are they? They are totally split, totally separated. Problems on the road, and INTZ are there with the clean up. Poly securing that one. Beautiful play from INTZ. Already 3 kills for them. Getting involved in this game. Another team we talked about a lot in week number 1, but we've been quiet on them today. It's good to see them coming on in and stepping up, reminding us they are here. There are 24 teams, but I feel like almost every single one of them today, Dave, has had an opportunity to shine.
Yeah, for sure. And INTZ, you know, I spoke to their analysts before these games, and they're confident in their rotation, but they're just trying to ramp up the heat when it comes to team fights. But at the end of the day, I mean, you got to get favored in some of these zones. And now INTZ, they got a nice little skirmish just a moment ago for Klaze, but they have a wide open field that they need to run across or take a vehicle across to make it on into the next zone. Not only that, to make matters worse, I mean, BDM, they've been up here in this position for the longest of time, so they have all the information. They should have a good idea on where some teams might be. As we see Ace, they're preparing to just, you know, YOLO send it. They might even crash on into the water and try to swim on into the next zone.
I mean, what a strange final circle or final series of circles this is going to be. It's all on the cliff. The teams that got there first, the teams that got there early are able to rain down the pain. And this is what you're talking about, Dave. All of these teams just trying to send, but it is chaos. Look at the bullets on your screen as it is just shooting fish in a barrel. That was absolutely wild, but somehow, some way, INTZ were able to make it in almost unscathed. That is bizarre.
It's crazy. I mean, Ace, definitely the perfect distraction there at the very end. We see Tribe going to be at a very important part right here because INTZ, if they want to make their way on uphill, I mean, that's one of the main spots that you kind of move right there. So Tribe are going to be setting up for a pretty solid late game here. Already 9 kills. Already 9 kills on the team. INTZ, I feel like they might be stuck down here, and hopefully, you know, they have a game plan. Pass off the meds. Pass off those meds, or at least be prepared to one member of your team so that they can heal up and try to get some more placement points. Because if you get taken out right now, 1 point, Paul. 1 point in placement points.
Yeah, and you can see if they're in rough position, they're stuck between BDM and Tribe. There's nowhere for them to go. There is not a good option. At this point, if they could try and find a route up the cliffs, maybe try and take on BDM. And I think that's the play they're looking at here. Have Mitz just sort of play screen at the back to deal with Tribe. But even the second you pop your head up to try and shoot BDM, Tribe is shooting the back. They are just, I hate to say it, but they're just, this is waiting to go out at this point. I mean, they are going to get crushed, just collapse. It will take some of the best shots we have ever seen from INTZ to get them out of this one. They are in one of the worst situations they could possibly be in.
Next zone, we get the shift on top of Team Queso and Tempo Storm. BDM, they need to make sure not to overextend right now. They should group on up. I know they had the advantage just a moment ago, but now they need to reposition. I see 19 Esports, they got Jacup out there in the water as well, swimming. We can see Jacup on our screen. They're in the water though. They're swimming, and here comes the collapse. Tribe, they know the zone is not in their favor, so they're going for the team fight.
Yeah, they are. They do not want to have a team be able to backfill behind them, so they are just hard pushing into INTZ. They're going to opt to go through the low ground, and they are doing so much work. This is what I was talking about. This was the collapse I was fearing, and that's just going to be the end. Beautiful play, Telly! Oh my goodness, he plays the angle, he swaps, he let his teammate come in behind him, perfectly trading up the damage. Neither of them goes down. And this is actually huge, Dave. The fact that they don't have to waste time on a revive here means they have a much higher chance of being able to rotate all four back in and around and deny the blue damage. This is so big for Tribe. That's the play they needed to make. That's the shot call. That's the execution.
If they can get 2 more kills, that would be equivalent of a chicken dinner, by the way, in plays with points. 1 chicken dinner gets you 15 points. They have 13 kills so far. They're looking for 2 more kills for sure, and they might be able to get that here.
Tomahawks out. If you're a fan of Tribe Gaming, I was talking about them earlier. This is one of the most established organizations in all of mobile esports. They have teams across multiple games. Okay, Raven. Anyway, but this is really them looking to live up to the name. This is what they're trying to do. But Tempo Storm is making it kind of hard. And Spec is going off. He's being the Spectre of Erangel right now. He's haunting Tribe because they tried to send it, but they could not breach. And this is Tempo Storm out in the field behind a vehicle once again. That's how they walked away on Vikendi, and they're making it look solid now with G3. Luck is not on his side. Could not find a single shot. And now they have to try and weave their way through the smokes. But Dave, they're dissipating.
Oh, King A, G3, oh, 13 kills right there, 7th place. I mean, they had a challenge, you know, open terrain right there. Team Queso, 9 kills so far, looking right in their general direction. I still see Jacob actually made it. Jacob was swimming. Jacob is number 7 on the top right corner on that mini map. So they actually made it over there. They're still going to be alive. BDM, they have been in this zone since circle number 2. Let's see if they can come out on top of this one. Nova going to be down there in the cliffs. Going to be pinned between Team Queso and BDM right now.
Look, if you're BDM, you've had every single circle pretty much, except for like this last, pretty much go your way. They've had to move very, very little, and they've been very fortunate. A lot of these teams are taking fights with each other rather than taking fights with them. The fact that Team Queso that was been able to survive this entire time is so impressive. But if you're BDM, you looked at the gifts you've been given so far in this game. You looked at the circles that you've been given, and now with this one out in the center, this is finally your challenge. Prove that you deserve this win, because this is basically in no man's land. Tempo Storm is the only team that has any claim to this next circle. Every single team rotating up from the cliffs, this is going to be a death trap.
Yeah. In Tempo, they're going to be looking in this direction. I do see the Unnamed. They have Ran out there to their west. Ran might be able to play spoiler to Tempo if Tempo get easily distracted by all these teams trying to snake their way on into this next zone. So we'll see. Here's Ran right here. Has this crate for cover between them and Team Queso. We hear some shots. We hear the sprays. Duck! Almost clutching that one out there at the end. Axel with the DP, though, able to get the final blow. Oh, Jacob popping up out of nowhere.
That was Team Queso! That was all them! 19 Esports playing spoiler! Oh my goodness, this isn't the first time, but I'm sure it won't be the last that we see a player off on the outside looking in, able to do some damage, and hey, resulted in a chicken dinner earlier on in the day, and Jacob is trying to claw his way up, and Ran is out now, which means there are 2 versus 2 versus 2 versus 1. Nobody has all 4 players alive. It's going to come down to you and the guy beside you and how you can hit your shots.
BDM do have a buggy. They could use it. Will be risky, but it might be the winning play, honestly, if they need that cover. Now, they heard the shots from Jacob. Oh, what a bush. What a bush, by the way. They heard the shots from Jacob, so they are going to be aware that there is an enemy down there. Jacob going to be trying to outrun the blue right here. Getting in right in time, but BDM, talk about a cliff camp. They're looking right in the direction Jacob needs to at least attempt to make their way on up, and there it is. There's the pathway. Jacob can see it.
He could see it.
No more. Last thing they saw was the pathway. No way.
Heading towards the light, only to find out it's an oncoming freight train. Well, now it's a 2v2v2. 3 teams left, all trying to make a claim for this, and this next circle is dead. I swear, we are being trolled. Dave, look at this circle. I don't know if we can zoom in on this from the observers. I don't know if the fans at home can see it. It is dead center. We are staring at a tasty, delicious final circle donut. Oh my goodness.
2v2v2. I mean, this is what you wanted. This is what you wanted, Paul. Nobody's favored. And look at that. A nice pasture between all the teams. Nice one.
There is And I said there is a tree.
Here we go.
We have
Look
a
at this.
tree. You have no cover to work with. Thank you, observers. From the top down, everybody just has to slowly snake their way in. Eyes like hawks. Any movement needs to be immediately shut down. Tempo Storm have a good amount of distance between them, but Luis is actually going to go for a send in the buggy. What a play! There's a slight little dip right there, but teams are going to punish it. Tempo Storm at range. Shots going back and forth from all sides. Everybody's taking a little bit of damage here. Can't find the shots, so Luis is able to get them done. Yes, he can! Hang on a second. Team Queso was looking in a great position, but this aggressive send coming from BDM was able to make it work. And now, no! Wait! Team Queso turned that on its head! Hang on a second. Tempo got a ball, but it was Ayala who found the shots, and one member of Tempo Storm is down. This is a 1v1. J7, the player who's coming in for Tempo, needs to prove his worth. Ayala, basically no vest, no helmet to speak of. It all comes down to these shots and the vehicle explosion! J7 gets it done! Tempo Storm, the winner chicken dinner. The clutch play from the new player coming in from Tempo gets it done here. And the NA team says, sit down, Team Queso. This is our game to win.
Let's go. J7 with that grenade at the end. We had a 2v2. BDM using that buggy at the end, definitely catching Team Queso off guard. But Team Queso coming out on top. Wow. I mean, talk about just one of the better endings we had tonight when it comes to just a fair, gun battle, right? 2v2, open terrain. It comes down to just who can hit those gun shots. In J7's case, who can hit that grenade?
Yeah, I mean, that was just...
2 chickens, right? 2 chickens for Tempo today?
2 chickens. They haven't had a win since the first game of the PMPL, and now they got themselves 2 in a day. NA is here to play. Jason, what a day of games, my dude. What a game.
I was hoping you'd keep rhyming. Got a little sad there they didn't. What a day indeed. And honestly, J7 as being kind of the 5th into the team, coming into a core that had been together for quite a long time, and to have to kind of play for your position where he was being allowed to play all the games today just to kind of see where he fits and get him the experience. And then he clutches out in the 1v1 up against Team Queso there to clutch it out and get themselves the chicken dinner. Really well done. I don't know who Dave is giving kisses to because he's in his room. Maybe it's his wife. Who knows?
That was J7 blowing a kiss when he threw the grenade. You're like, hey, take this. Boom. There you go. Take that. Right there.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I blow kisses with my whole hand.
I know this stuff.
Okay. It's cool. We're learning a lot about each other. All right, you can blow me a kiss as you do fade away here into the nether as we do wrap things up for the day. Thank you, Environ, for doing it. Dave, I don't know what you're doing. Get out of here. I don't want to see your face anymore. I was expecting you to blow me a kiss, man.
I'm still standing here awkwardly now. Okay, bye.
It's okay. It's okay, Environ. At least you blew me the kiss. Let's bring back in 7 and Glitter, who are ready to talk about that last match. Tempo, 7, you're not catching my kisses, all right?
I'm catching all those kisses Dave was throwing. Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it.
You guys did have your moments
Jason.
in Malaysia, getting massages together. But then to break down this game, to wrap things up here with Team Queso, still taking first place, obviously with the kill points they did have, but Tempo had to play with 2 for such a long time here, Glitter.
Yeah, and honestly, that ending was crazy because the zone just kind of didn't favor anyone. So it was, when we got down to the final 2v2v2 that Dave was talking about, at that point it was anybody's game, and it just happens to be that Tempo's able to pull it out there at the end. But good for them, they needed that. J7 coming up with the clutch play, and they're able to get a nice chunk of points for themselves that will definitely solidify their place in the standings. Then you see Tribe Gaming coming in 3rd place. Tribe having a very, very strong day today for themselves, but also BDM Esports. I think this might be the best day we've seen them have so far yet in PMPL Americas. So very strong showing for BDM Esports, getting themselves a nice chunk of points overall today. Nova continuing to try and whittle away at their progress here, getting a little bit better every single time. 19 Esports yet again finding themselves in a top 8 position, as is the Unnamed. I mean, I don't know how that's even possible. Wildcard Gaming still somehow manages to get top 8, and I think we're going to be talking about them a little bit later, 7, but they had a rough game this time around.
Yeah, that game might have been not the best one. They had some interesting plays, and honestly, from that first page, 19 Esports, the Unnamed, and BDM, this is the most we have seen them on that first page consistently. So yeah, shout out to them. We see here on the second page, INTZ with 5 points, Ace1 with 3 points, Ace1 continuing on that decline. I want to see way more consistency out of them. Meta Gaming there with 2, XSET with 2, and as we go down the list, G25 Gaming with 1, and Cloud9 with 0. G25 Gaming, hey, maybe they were just, maybe it was their day off in a way. We really we don't expect it. Did we really expect them to win, continue winning like that? Let's be honest here. We got to be realistic. There was just no way. Maybe it's a little bit of a recollect, a little bit of like, oh, look what happened. One thing I did notice, though, is that Pepito kept getting knocked early on and actually kept getting killed early on during those matches of G25. So maybe a little bit of something to keep an eye on for future games of G25 games.
7. They'll just get their charity work in for the year done. Yeah, letting some other teams get some points here.
Yes, I like that. I like that.
We saw Tempo stats there with them getting about 1,000 damage. But one thing we have to really talk about for Tempo is J7. Now, I talk about him for a couple of reasons, because obviously we've seen him playing with a couple of different players throughout today. But one player he's been consistently playing with when they do well is Spec. Acting as a two-man squad, if you think back to the Vikendi in match 2, you had him and Spec, and then you had INTZ and Rain sticking together at range. Remember that tribe fight as they try to come over the top of the rock, and you have the 2-2 split for Tempo? Well, him yet again with Spec allows them to close out the match. And we're going to see a lot of our Mountain Dew Game Fuel moments here, but I feel like we should continue to talk about this, considering this two-man squad is providing so much depth, I think, to the player pool and what players they can bring in for a match.
And that's what I like, that word they use there, depth. Because that's kind of what you want to see in that team, right? You want to know that you have a backup player, but it's not just any backup player. You know that backup player is also going to show up. And I feel like J7 so far has definitely showed up for Tempo Storm, regardless whether it's HH24 sitting out or in that last match, it was actually INTZ sitting out. It's good to see that there from J7, those kind of performances. And going back a little bit more, just so one of the highlights we were able to see there between XSET and Nova, I know we were kind of watching that there towards the beginning, Glitter, and we're saying, what is XSET doing? They had killed 2 players from Nova, and I believe it was Nico. Joey took forever to revive him, and for Angry and Juicy, they took forever to kind of get there and feel and give that backup. Usually, they don't expect players and teams to kind of come and hunt them down after, especially after they kill 2 players. But I think at this point, Nova showed perfectly that they just don't really care. They wanted to be able to avenge their players, and they ended up turning in their favor as they were able to just completely overpower and outplay XSET there in that last match. And as you can see, there's some more J7 just getting those grenades. And this fight, you know what, we'll live this one for a little bit later. We'll be talking about it. And as we continue on here, the Unnamed, once again, one of their better days overall. And I'm kind of enjoying this, Glitter. I know this is one of the craziest tournaments that I think I can personally think of in regards to PUBG Mobile, because every single day, teams that we kind of call out, or teams that are on that bottom page that might not be qualifying to those finals, they step it up and they show up here.
Yeah, and it's almost like they do it immediately. It's like, you know, we pick a team to say we hope that they can do better. It seems like they might be capable of doing it, and then, you know, they end up stepping up to the plate in a big way, because it wasn't just like one squad on the last page that's been doing well today. It's multiple squads. We've seen huge performances from BDM Esports, from 19 Esports, from the Unnamed. I cannot believe that we made it through a whole week where they kind of struggled pretty severely, and then all of a sudden on day 1, week 2, now we've completely flipped the standings on their heads, with so many of our squads that were on that first page not being able to get there more than maybe once today, with the exception of Tempo. Tempo really stepped it up in a big way today, and we have been harping on them repeatedly for whether or not they're going to be able to be consistent. And today, I think, was the first day where they've been genuinely way more consistent, as we're watching the final moments here between BDM, 19 Esports player, trying to sneak his way up there, but unfortunately BDM was right there waiting for him to show up. Queso and Tempo Storm. This final zone was so rough too, because by the time it shrunk down 7, everybody was just kind of snaking, and it was, you know, whoever got lucky there.
That grenade was so good. Something I do want to point out, kind of like a 200 IQ play there from Tempo Spec, was when that car was crashing in on him, he saw that the car might have ended up hitting him, which could have ended up knocking him. He got inside the car, hopped out, and then destroyed the player that was rushing. And for everybody watching, definitely go back and watch it, because that was just beautiful to see. As we do see here, Spec, INTZ, HH24, Rain, their stats. I wish we could also see J7 stats maybe after we watch this sport, just to see what kind of impact we have been seeing from that player. You see a lot of everybody maintaining that 20 kills, right? You see Rain. Remember, Rain got a chance to sit out there on Sunday. That's why his kills might be currently there at 14, which honestly wants me to see even J7 stats way more. You see the assists too. Everybody putting up some good numbers. HS24 just set up a game as well. Everybody's consistent, and this is one team that we always talk about. This team is another one of those that has a lot of potential, but what they need to find in themselves is, in a way, what they showed today, a little bit of consistency. Hey, if you have bad games, but if you can back it up with the win, might as well continue that kind of performance. Not something realistically you can expect day in and day out, but hopefully they can just narrow down their consistency a little bit more for my liking.
Well, there's another team I still want to talk about here. It seemed to be Tribe, and we have to bring them up for a reason because the amount of kills they got, only 2 placement points. But this team seemed to be out for blood. And there's a certain moment that happened actually with the cliff they had. So you had basically, I'm trying to do it this way for you guys at home. So you had Tribe up here in this position. You had BDM also on the high position with them. Oh, this is so hard to do on the screen. And then you had Nova below them. All 3 of them on the high ground for the cliff. And then in the cliff, actually on the low part of the cliff, you had INTZ, who was trying to fight against BDM, who was trying to fight against Tribe. The zone shifts away, and the interesting thing for me here is you see BDM rotate away really early. They ended up getting 1 player knocked, and they kind of just ditched them away. Tribe instead decided to say, hey, we're going to clean up INTZ, and then we'll rotate. And I think that kind of shows where Tribe's mindset was of forget the zone right now. We want to get these kills and get these extra points on the board, which is something I think we should kind of... What's up?
Jason, where was the team together? That's my question. Was all of the team together there on that push?
Oh, yeah, of course.
When they decided to drop. Exactly. That's what I always talked about. With Tribe Gaming, if they work together as a team, if nobody goes and does their own thing, if Seagod doesn't decide to go and just frag out people by himself, if everybody follows the IGL's, pretty much the call from the IGL, this team is so strong. And this is something you can go back from day one. I've been mentioning this. Tribe Gaming has that kind of potential. The only thing is they need to continue working together, as we were able to see there, as Jason was demonstrating with his hands and painting that picture for us. We have seen this team do this over and over again as long as they stay together as a team.
Well, I will say this, though. I am a little bit worried, though, because we saw on match 2 on Vikendi, that worked out against them. Because we had Tempo with like the 2-man split, the 2-man teams that had the ability to kind of cover each other off and get in good positions. And I wonder, can Tribe play in these like little squads and still be as successful, or do they have to play as 4? Which obviously does have its perks, right? You can completely bulldoze over teams. But I think this is a really interesting topic that maybe we can get into coming into tomorrow, because I know you have a play that you want to break down, 7.
Yeah, we can go with that play, and then I can tell you what I think in regards to that last play with Tampa, if you guys want to show up that telestration, baby. Now here with Wildcard and Meta, this is something what we're looking at. I'm enjoying here the push by Wildcard. They're going to end up knocking somebody, and then as soon as that player gets knocked from Sam, guess what? Everybody from Wildcard starts pushing in. I enjoy that. The only problem that I have here with the push from Wildcard is the miscommunication. You're gonna see people throw. First of all, look at my boy Spring. He's currently cooking a nice hot potato, and he's not gonna give his teammates a heads up because Sam and Leon are gonna pretty much just kind of walk right into that. And luckily for him, he only ended up just knocking Sam. If he would have ended up knocking Leon as well, boy, that could have been just a complete disaster. Now, that's one party foul that I saw there from Wildcard. Then let's go ahead and just fast forward a little bit more. You're going to see them kind of engage. You're going to see Meta Gaming just fall back even more. Then Acer shows up. And right here, at one point, we're going to see Wildcard just hop in some cars and start rotating. Something that I know the casters were talking about during this rotation was saying maybe they're leaving Spring in the background just to surprise them. I don't know about that. For me, I feel like this was just pure miscommunication. This is not a smart play. If you're going to get on the car, if both of you, I think right here, maybe what they were thinking is, yo, you know what? We have 2 players on this angle. Maybe we'll go ahead and push back up and surprise the players from this angle from Meta Gaming. And then Spring being on the back, he in a way can kind of rotate and surprise them from a completely different angle as well. That wasn't the case. Acer and Leon just decided to hop on the car and leave Spring all by himself, which Meta Gaming took a complete advantage of, and they ended up getting an extra kill added to their tally. So just full-on miscommunication there from Wildcard. I'm enjoying some of the stuff that I'm seeing from them, but little things like that, you definitely got to improve on, and that's why you're getting the, I don't even know what to call that sticker there, Glitter. We got to name it at some point.
You know, looking at that, You could have given me like a year of time and I never would have guessed that was Glitter, to be honest.
That's when she wakes up.
Well, so my question is, when is Seven going to get his own face within the game? Maybe we could think of a nice... I mean, see, that's not fair because you get to choose what you want to do. I didn't get to choose mine. Let's take a look at our total damage, though, of the last match and see where the teams did lay. I mean, obviously, Tempo not going to be very high up there with only their 1,000 damage, even though they did win the game. But we're going to see a couple of other teams really come to light here. As, of course, Tribe, they have to be #1 on the damage. 13 kills for them, 2 placement points.
Wow.
They did a fantastic job, but so did Queso, to be fair, with their own 12 kills.
Yeah, I think that's actually like the closest that we've had outside of maybe the last day of last week for 3K. That's a huge game for Tribe. 2,500 damage coming out of Queso as well. Incredible performances for both those teams. You see almost 1,300 damage for BDM. 19 Esports leaning into focusing on those placement points. And then as we go down the list, even though they were out early, Wildcard still getting 4 kills and almost 1K damage themselves. I mean, granted, I feel like Queso and Tribe kind of soaked up a lot of the kills and a lot of the damage in the lobby. But still, some of those squads really stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, it's, again, good to see that happen. And it's also good for Tribe, who've had some kind of unfortunate moments in some of these past matches, have a game generally go their way, at least be able to prove that they still have that fragging power. And we can see, of course, you're going to have Tribe in there when it comes to their top players in the last match. But Ayala and Axel actually going to be taking 1st and 2nd place away with the 1,200 damages. I have to say, Seven, that has to be, if not the most, really close to the most damage we've had done by a single player in a match.
I think so too. I wish we could kind of keep track of records like that. I'm pretty sure my boy Adrian is going to be right on top of it, and the next day we might be able to have stuff like that with records. But yeah, 1,200 damage for a player by himself, that is huge. And guess what? They were able to kind of pick up some of the slack from Nitsume. Today, before, it used to be just Nitsume and the top players for Team Queso. Guess what? We didn't see him once. It was only Ayala, Axel, or Marco. So for teams to be able to step up like that, for teams to be able to kind of fall back on the other teams and have that kind of support is huge. And that's kind of what we're talking about in regards to Temple Storm having J7 and having such a great roster. And with Tribe Gaming, as they were able to work together and they're able to kind of push up stuff, I think that's huge. And one thing I wanted to mention in regards to pushing together, obviously it depends on the play. In Vikendi, they ended up getting very unlucky because Temple had a great, they had a great area regardless of what was going to happen there. What I think they need to work on in regards to Tribe Gaming is if they are going to do a 2-2 split on it, work on it, because from what we have seen so far, it hasn't worked out well. Now, if you need to be at a somewhat of a good distance, but you can still fall back and pick up your player within at least, let's say, 10 to 15 seconds, that's fine. That's completely fine. But if you're going to do a full-on 2-2 split, I don't think Tribe Gaming is ready for that until they show me otherwise.
Yeah, luckily for us, they do have time to show us that. There's still so many matches to come, but it's time now to see where are the teams standing now after our 5 days of play. It's time to take a look at our overalls, and let's see where currently who is in first place. I mean, I think we can pretty much guess who it's still going to be, still by a decent amount of points. It's going to be G25 here, Glitter.
Yeah, I wasn't worried about them getting knocked out of first. I was mostly kind of interested to see how the rest of placements are going to shake out before maintaining 2nd place and adding a nice chunk of points to their overall total. Queso in 3rd. Actually, they managed to up their overall score pretty decently as well today, matching placement points and kill points. Then Tempo Storm coming in at 4th, Ace 1 at 5th. I feel like we've lost Wildcard from the top position. We have lost Luke, and we've lost Alpha 7, who was also up there right under Loops, and we have now added Meta, and Tribe is back up there. Tribe was originally up there from like the first early days, and they fell off. Now they're back up there. Things are all over the place right now.
Things are just shifting. I'm loving it. By the way, G25, only 21 points today. Just want to point that out. They definitely had an off day, but guess what? They're able to afford it. As we're going to be going here towards the 2nd page, and I'm really excited to see.
The Unnamed, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. The Unnamed. That's a huge plus right there. Going back to how we started this day, I believe the Unnamed, if I'm not mistaken, they were in 11th place with only 96 points. So a huge jump and a huge performance there from the Unnamed. Ace won, though. One of the big differences there, remember, they came into third place after having some off days. They cannot continue to do that. If they continue to perform like this, they're still going on a decline, something I don't expect out of them. So I definitely want to see Ace 1 pick it up even more along the lines of what we see with Tribe Gaming. As we go here towards the second page, and this is one that I'm definitely excited for because we're going to be seeing how he's going to stack up. Especially, remember, top 16 teams are going to be moving on to the finals. And guess what? In 16th place, Brazilian Rampage.
Yeah.
They're in 9th place, Wildcard Gaming. Luckily for the likes of Loops Esports, Cloud9, and INTZ, guess what? They're still able to maintain that 16th place. But Brazilian Rampage, can we talk about them a little bit more? The way that this team has changed in the past 2 days is huge, Glitter.
Yeah, honestly, I was waiting to see if they were going to be able to kind of sneak their way into that top 16 position after their performance today. And I'm pleasantly surprised. I think INTZ was able to move up a few spaces. There were definitely some smaller shifts for Nova, for PK, things like that. But I'm interested to see how much of a difference there now is between 16th and 17th in our third page group of teams as we do move over onto that to be able to check those standings out. Okay. All right. So Brazilian Rampage was at 98 points and XSET is at 95, which is crazy. So they're currently only separated by 3 points, and huge jumps too up in the rankings for 19 Esports. They're no longer down there at the bottom. You see Defeaters and Influence Rage down at the bottom, helping Quit Addiction, still hovering in a similar position, but they were able to get some more points under their belt today. I mean, BDM made a good jump up for themselves as well, getting a little bit closer. Now they're in 18th when they're shooting for that top 16 position. So, I mean, this is kind of interesting. I don't think I really expected XSET to fall that far down either, Seven.
I mean, XSET just was super unlucky today. And not just unlucky, the plays that we kind of saw to them, especially that last match with Nova Esports, stuff that I was just not expecting. Execute, I think I got to talk about Execute once again. They did end up getting that win, which we in a way kind of called it a very lucky win. But if they're able maybe tomorrow come in and kind of start getting into those top 7, top 5 situations, we might be able to see more chances out of them. And hey, if they end up getting lucky, so what? As long as you end up getting a win and maybe add some extra points there with kills.
Well, I mean, Brazilian Rampage, they were 24th at the start of day 4. And now they've been able to make their way up to 7th place at the end of day 5. That just shows how 2 days of games, of pretty decent games, can really shoot you up the rankings. And we need to see some maybe other teams be able to do something similar to that as well. Sorry, that was named in 7th place. Brazilian Rampage at least able to get into the top 16. That's what I was trying to say. 24th to 16, showing that you can make it up the rankings. But that's how close I think all of these teams really are right now, especially towards the bottom of the leaderboard when G25 was soaking up every single point they possibly could grab. But one team we did mention, which was 7th place team, the Unnamed, and we have to take a look at how they played today compared to how well they played over the first week. You can see here in the 4 matches, this is the total. So they have 9K overall in their 13 matches before, but this is a really good indicator that they've been able to improve quite a bit. I mean, you can see kills, they're already 4 out of 13 matches, able to get up to 11 for themselves, but their placings for me has really what's been standing out, Seven.
Yes, their placement, their consistency. I think that's the one we've been always grinding team on. Being able to be consistent, and Unnamed showed that today. And it wasn't just Unnamed, it was a bunch of other teams there towards the top too. But Unnamed is definitely one that stood out there, as you were able to see kind of damage done, damage received. Look at the kills, 2 knocks, given that we are currently comparing only 4 matches to 13, but it's still good to see. The main thing I want to see here is just the placement points that they were able to get today, just because they were so high up there towards the end of matches, as we are seeing some of the highlights here from Bucky, Raven, and this squad, as they're able to just kind of rack up some more kills. Unnamed, listen, this is a veteran team in a way too, because they were playing PMWL. In PMWL, if for some reason the players sound familiar, is because I believe they were called Grunto Esports, if I'm not mistaken. So they have they at least have a little bit more knowledge in regards to in comparison to other teams. Not surprised here. That Miramar match, I think it was huge. I think they ended up getting really, really good with in regards to the smokes, being quiet and being able to kind of sneak their way up into 3rd place, and then picking up some kills here and there. Ultimately, on that match, B4 was just too strong, but Unnamed putting up a great performance here today.
That's something they can definitely be proud of as well, as they've been able to get themselves into 7th. I mean, that's getting into some good money, but again, gives you the confidence you're going to need going into the finals where it's really going to matter. That top 3's placing going into PMGC later on in the year. 7 and Glitter. It's been a really quick day. It feels like it's completely blown past us, but that's going to do it for the day. That does it with what, day 5 wrapping up now? We still have a lot of matches left to go, but it's been a good one. Glitter, any last thoughts?
No. Well, actually, that's not true. My last thought is that I want all of these teams to continue throwing curveballs at us. I love coming into the day and having no idea who's going to do well, how the standings are going to end up shaking out for the day, because it's keeping it interesting, it's incredibly entertaining, and I think it's keeping every single other team on their toes.
You're telling me
100%.
Don't enjoy predicting the same 5 teams every day in our prediction game? Come on.
Exactly.
7, what about you? Any last thoughts?
Hey, I was just about to say how much fun I'm having with this PMPL Americas, man. You expect the unexpected, pretty much.
Right.
That's what I'm starting to put into my head every single day that we start this event. Who knows who's gonna pop up? Who knows who's gonna become really consistent in that team? I just want to see more consistency out of other teams, but so far it's been great. I've been pleasantly surprised with some of the skills we've been seeing out of all the teams, whether it's Brazil, Latin America, and North America now, with Tribe Gaming having an amazing day too.
Well, you're saying you want to see more consistency. I want to see more matches, and unfortunately, we do have to wait until tomorrow for then, which you guys get to, I guess, leave for now, and I'll finish off the show, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Don't miss me too much. They won't miss me at all, don't worry. Hopefully you guys at home will miss me and miss the show as well, as unfortunately that's going to do it for today with day 5, but tomorrow at the same time, at the same place, we'll be here yet again to see who's going to be reigning supreme in the PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas Season 2.